Good morning, everybody. Good morning. All right, I'm glad to see that most of you made it back for day two. We got a lot of fun scheduled today. Let me start by telling you two logistical things. We have two changes of our program this morning. First, just a minor flipping of order here. Kevin Wheeler and Eric Balken, the second and third talks are flipping positions, so not a big deal. A bigger deal is that Daryl Vigil, who was going to speak today, was called away. But that's the bad news. The good news is that Betta Becker has agreed to take that spot, and so that will work nicely, I think. So thanks to Betta for agreeing to do that. Let me see. I have a few other announcements here. I'm just going to skip them because I want to get into the program. Today, today is kind of the thought today is to further stimulate thinking about what a new set of rules or what a next step could look like. And again, with the spirit of let's define that space of what it could look like as broad as possible, and then reality will set in and it will get shaved down a bit. But let's start our thinking about thinking in a very broad terms. And to do that, we're going to start with Jack Schmidt. Jack is a professor and director of the Center for Colorado River Studies at Utah State University. And he was formerly the chief of the USGS Grand Canyon Monitoring and Research Center. But most importantly, in this context, he has a research program called The Future of the Colorado River, or is it Colorado River Futures program, where Jack is looking at this issue of different, his terminology is alternative management paradigms. If we allow ourselves to think about doing things differently, what options are on the table if we do that? So Jack, are you ready to go?
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks. I volunteered to be the first guy so we can all sort of gradually wake up. I won't take it personally if you have to run out and grab a little more coffee to get ready for the next talk. I can take it. Okay. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here. I'm going to provide some perspective on some issues that I think are relevant in this conversation. In some ways, we now have a large project. Collaborators and institutions that are directly cooperating on this project are listed here, and CADS West has been gracious in helping us start to get going. We also have gotten some great help with reclamation. So with that, let me dive in. What I want to do today is, first off, I'm going to do this very quickly, but I just want to remind us that we actually stand on the shoulders of lots of unreasonable ideas. And so we shouldn't be afraid. And then I want to take a second and talk about how water supply intersects with this other attribute of the Colorado River, which is the river itself and aquatic ecosystems. And then I want to talk a bit about some aspects of our project. And then Kevin Wheeler will follow me and clean up the mess that I create as the front man. It is important that we think about way out of the box alternatives. It may be that's the only way we can get out of the jam that we might be in. And of course, some people thought that the idea of creating Grand Canyon National Monument in 1907 was a crazy idea, and it was opposed by many locals. And yesterday we heard reference to E.C. LaRue and estimates of runoff in the Colorado River Basin. And this is LaRue's proposal for dams, including small low-head dams entirely damming up the Colorado River in Grand Canyon, that was made in that same 1916 report. Ironically, the creation of the monument and the proposal to do this came less than a decade, came within a decade of each other. Some people might think that a Rube Goldberg scheme to drill tunnels out of Flaming Gorge and the, of course, Echo Park Reservoir, which everyone knew would be built, and then snaking that water and trading water all the way to central Utah was either exactly the idea that people should pursue or not. And of course, it was awesomely unreasonable to ever suggest to not do that. And the first battle to not do that, the fight against Echo Park Dam, was utterly unreasonable. Massive import schemes were proposed, the Pacific Southwest Water Plan, and of course the wildest one of all, the North American Water and Power Alliance, which would have built Ramparts Dam on the Yukon River and routed that water all the way down to the Pacific Southwest, delivering 78 million acre-feet a year to the United States. In the Carter administration, proposals to expand energy production, to put turbines on the river outlets at Flaming Gorge and Glen Canyon Dam, proposed by the by Reclamation, to build a pump storage dam facility in Cataract Canyon, to build new dams in the upper basin. These were all proposed in the late 1970s. I was lucky enough to be one of the people who thought up and suggested the idea of controlled floods. It was 4 or 5 of us. It was a wonderful time. And in the late 1980s, for the first time when a group of scientists met with Reclamation to suggest that the idea of intentionally releasing high flows to stir up sediment and rebuild beaches was proposed, the main representative for Reclamation got up, stood at the edge of the room and said, "You will never talk about that again," and walked out of the room. It was a long story to ever have that 1996 flood occur. That idea started as a crazy idea. And of course, there are ideas that are perceived as crazy today, and we'll hear a little bit more about these crazy ideas in later talks. Okay, the second point I want to make is that, yesterday we mostly talked about water supply, but there is this other thing called the river. So let's talk about how the river and water supply decisions intersect. Now, the high flow protocol that implements and codifies the controlled flood concept was implemented for the first time in water year 2012. And since 2012, these 6 years, we've implemented, I think, 4 or 5 high flows. I'll look at the next slide to see what that is. Let's just look at the big picture. During those 6 years, like 9.3 million tons of sand were delivered to Grand Canyon from the Paria and the Little Colorado River. About the same amount went out. So the high flow protocol doesn't conserve sand in Grand Canyon, but it does redistribute where it is to build and maintain sandbars, if only for short amounts of time, to create a better ecological and recreational experience. But sort of think about it, what goes in, goes out, and we sort of shuffle the deck chairs. During those 6 years, we have had better than average sand inputs from the Paria River. In red are the years of the controlled floods. So we're sort of keeping, we're sort of passing sand through. We're sort of maintaining sandbars. And these are in years of good input. Okay? There's only been one bad year. We have talked yesterday about the concept of equalization. And the last big releases out of Glen Canyon Dam were in 2011 when nearly 13 million acre feet were transferred to Lake Mead. This was in the 2 years before the high flow protocol was established. Ironically, the primary year of big water transfer was a complete bust for sand inputs from the Paria River. Well, if you release one hell of a lot of water out of Glen Canyon Dam, and no sand comes in from the Paria in that year, for the 2 years that include equalization, 2.3 million tons of sand came in. Somewhere between 5 and 6 million went out. The difference between the two was erosion of sand out of the system. What we don't understand is where that sand comes from and whether it comes from places that will never be able to put it back or not. Obviously, the next 6 years after this were sort of a wash. What came in, what went out, right? The next 6 years that followed equalization. In the 2 preceding years, we evacuated twice as much as came in. We didn't reaccumulate that the next 6 years. So the decision to equalize is decoupled from the environmental conditions in Grand Canyon to ask whether Grand Canyon is capable of absorbing those high releases from an ecological standpoint. Shift gears. We know that Lake Powell thermally stratifies. We know that the elevation of the penstocks when the reservoir is full are releasing water out of the hypolimnion. We know that that water is about 9 degrees C. We know that the water is quite cool when Powell is full. We know that when Powell is 40% full or getting lower and lower, the releases are warmer. Water storage decisions affect the river temperature downstream. And so in work by Kim Dibble and a number of us, mostly staff of the GCMRC, this is sort of a thermal depiction of the Colorado River system, showing that in the summer, let's just focus on the colors, that Grand Canyon is sort of unusually cold place. And it has a unique and novel assemblage of fish, including the endangered humpback chub and razorback suckers living down here. But it's sort of an odd place, only maintained when the reservoir is full because of the cold releases. One of the most important messages that I'm making today is that all of these decisions about how to reallocate water implicitly bring with them decisions about where to store water. Where to store water affects what the temperatures of the releases will be. The biggest ecosystem driver of aquatic ecosystems is river temperature. So your decisions about where to store water and how to allocate water will seal the fate and determine what the nature of the river ecosystems will be. And this sequence of climate change necessitating political response, necessitating management response, will change ecosystem drivers of flow regime, sediment supply, river temperature, in turn will change ecosystems. And we can either make these changes and ultimately have these effects either intentionally or unintentionally. And so our project is an effort to look at the joint problem of water supply and ecosystems and how the two work together. We are trying to develop new tools and approaches that are useful within the context of CRSS modeling to at least explore the environmental outcomes of water supply decisions and work with reclamation. And hopefully reclamation will think that some of our work is worthwhile and incorporate into their decision framework. And then we want to look at a range of water supply alternatives. In the interest of time, just because I gave away this talk, we posted it last night, I'm going to go very quickly right now in the interest of making some late points. Our focus is Flaming Gorge Dam to Lake Mead. We're building component-based models and physics-based models to predict the evolution of downstream water temperature. We're building this and hoping to predict temperatures at the same nodes used in CRSS modeling. And we're also looking at the tools that reclamation uses and using them in a way to project far out into the future what will be the outcomes of develop the capacity to predict what water release temperatures from reservoirs will be in however you all decide to allocate water storage. And I would just say that the CQual2 model to predict reservoir limnology in Lake Powell, we've got good collaboration with reclamation in using this for our purposes. But one of the interesting things is that sometimes models within agencies are used in a certain context. In the case of the modeling at Lake Powell, the model is reinitialized every year in January. And so the long-term capacity of that model to predict what's actually going to happen has not really been tested. That's in black. In blue is real measurements, and we just sort of ran the model for a long period of time, and it doesn't do a very good job of predicting what actually happens. And so we're trying to work on this. I think I just need to go through this part quickly. The physics-based model, a radiation-driven system, has John Caron used a similar approach in looking at water temperatures below Flaming Gorge Dam. The work by Scott Wright in Grand Canyon is a very empirical monthly-based model. And we're trying to seek to actually predict the daily fluctuations of temperature so that we can essentially have a coupled reservoir river model temperature that we can then link with the outputs of what Kevin Wheeler's doing with CRSS modeling so we can sort of look at some ecosystem effects. Not everything is perfect. Red is reality, blue is our prediction at National Canyon. We've got work to do. But here's the next piece of the puzzle. Were it so simple, I mean, in one sense, river temperature, what have you, is physics. At least, okay, there's uncertainty, but we can sort of deal with it. But were it so simple that the resources that many of you care about, like fish assemblage or ESA species, only depended on the thermal regime of the river. But unfortunately, it's whether they eat drifting fish or other fish, whether they used to cruise from Wyoming to Yuma, or whether they hang out in the same place through their entire life. And then, of course, it also depends on channel and floodplain habitats, which is yet another axis. And so the next piece of the puzzle, we just received funding from the USGS Climate Adaptation Science Center, is to bring together all of the best fish scientists in the watershed to talk about our predictions of changes in ecosystem drivers and what the fish outcomes will be. And realize that there are complicated pieces of this puzzle. Fish scientists are beginning to think, this is going to make some people really nervous, that the existence of Pierce Ferry Rapid as a barrier to migration of warm water, non-native, competitive, and predatory fish in Lake Mead that keeps them out of the Western Grand Canyon is a really good thing and would and should be continued. That essentially would cap the storage, right, of mead to preserve Pierce Ferry Rapid as a barrier. I mean, there are all sorts of unintended consequences. One more piece of this. Every number here, whether it's in red or green, is the ratio of how much sand was removed out of Marble Canyon in that year in relationship to how much came in. Remember that on the Paria River there are good years, big monsoon seasons, bad years. And we've had high releases and low releases. This is 8.23. So a dot is the combination of how much water was released from Powell and how much sand came in from the Paria in that year. Okay? These are the decisions that you guys are arguing about. This is the phenomenon that is completely decoupled from water supply management. But the two matter. And, well, there's not much spread in the data because, you know, most years, here are the 8.23 million acre foot releases. Here are releases that were less than that. Here are these 9.0 releases. Here are the two equalization releases. 5.9 means 6 times more sediment was eroded from Marble Canyon than came in. We don't know that the system recovers from that. So this is simply a reminder that these decisions about, oh, it's terrible that the upper basin is giving the lower basin more water than it deserves, we shouldn't give them 9. That actually has an environmental implication in Grand Canyon. Releasing lesser amounts has an environmental implication in Grand Canyon. Equalization has an environmental implication in Grand Canyon. We need to also think about this stuff. There's lots of talk about, Lorna, are you here? Oh, darn it. Make sure you tell her I use the words deep uncertainty. I just want to point out, you know, we've talked about different modeling strategies, and robust decision making was pursued by reclamation, and the basin study, dynamic adaptive policy pathways is another really rich possibility. There's lots of, I think Jim Prairie and the group at University of Colorado are really pushing this, and we hope to jump on their coattails. We build these big ecosystem models of how the system will behave all the way to food basin native fish, and realize that there is uncertainty at different levels, including deep uncertainty at every part of this. The modeling strategy is going to be immensely difficult. All right, so the project, watershed runoff, we can stand on the shoulders of many other research groups trying to predict what the brave new world will be. And David Tarbot and Brad Udall, postdocs, are working on this, and we stay appraised of the best estimates of the scenarios for this. Kevin Wheeler is going to talk about our strategies for looking at alternatives, management paradigms for the river. We're looking at the joint outcomes to ecosystems and water supply and how that translates to fish communities and other resources. And that's our jargon, alternative paradigms. And we're looking at the crazy stuff to push the conversation. Preferentially store water in Powell, preferentially store water in Mead, eliminate equalization as a management target. Will the larval flow triggers at Flaming Gorge Dam be able to be implemented in the future under climate change? What if Powell's operated as a run-of-the-river facility? I know that no one's going to do what we suggest. All we can do is be provocative enough that some of you might say, you know, gee, there might be something to that. Hey, Jim, would you rerun that and see whether those guys are crazy or whether there's something to that idea? That's how policy gets changed. In the end, everything we do, if it has any substance, will be redone by reclamation. We know that, but we're trying to expand the conversation. So last point. If you're going to optimize outcomes between water supply and environmental objectives, you've got to have an environmental objective. The only objective that I can figure exists clearly for the basin is recover T&E species. Everything else is sort of feel good. Make it a little better. Have a few more sandbars. Have a few more cottonwood trees. But they aren't fixed, firm objectives that anybody's willing to fall on their sword about. The upper basin programs are all about recover the fish while allowing water development to proceed. That's not a clear objective for the environment. The lower basin is create a certain acreage of habitat, not much more. Certainly not the species themselves. Why? Because at least recreating habitat is an objectively measured phenomenon. Whether it makes a difference or not is not known. My favorite whipping boy, desired future conditions in Grand Canyon. These are all the objectives that the stakeholders want, and some of these are mutually incompatible. And so the real issue is you want to recover endangered fish and have a trout fishery that eats these fish at the same time that you maximize hydropower. This doesn't work. We've got to clearly decide what we want. And so we are going to have different goals. What is the goal for the Delta? What is the goal for the lower river, half of which has been transformed into reservoirs and much of the rest has been channelized and levied? What is the goal for Grand Canyon, where we're in deep sediment deficit and we have riparian vegetation that invades to the elevation of controlled floods? What is the goal in the upper basin, where we have abundant tamarisk, but we have a wild flow regime? What is our objective on extensively developed rivers with trans-basin diversions such as the Duchesne? What is our objective on minimally transformed rivers like the Yampa? This one way, this is just to remind us that the objectives for each place might be very different. But one thing is for sure, and I talked to the river guides in Grand Canyon about this a couple months ago. The guide mentality is you make the best of whatever's thrown at you and you make sure your customers have a great time. And I told the guides, if that's your strategy, you will be marginalized. Because the water supply managers have no idea what you want, and you're telling them you'll make the best of whatever you give them. We need to have clear targets. And if the only clear target is ESE, so be it. But to the environmental community, it's got to be better than we want a few more cottonwood trees. Is there some lower standard of sandbars in Grand Canyon that's unacceptable, or at least can be optimized? This is what we need to guide a rigorous and difficult and challenging conversation. So that's my point. We really do need to know where we're going. And I'm very grateful to the support of Walton and the Katina Foundation and other private funders, and now to the USGS to pursue this. And we really hope to inform the conversation. Thank you.
Let's take a few questions.
Oh, I got off. Sorry. Yeah.
Hi, Morgan Snyder, Walton Family Foundation. Thanks for the talk, Jack. I was just wondering, do you have a vision for the environment that is more compelling than Save for Fish?
Yeah, so we have many expected, I can't remember, are they outcomes, are they outputs? One of the white papers that I have to write this summer is me sticking my neck out on that. Here's what I would suggest for, let's just take Grand Canyon, where what was that, 15 different objectives. That's not the way to go. What we need is 3 compelling visions of what the river might be that integrate different pieces, that sort of say, well, in this vision, we're maximizing ESA recovery. We're going to keep the Western Grand Canyon the native refuge that it is. We're going to just say goodbye to humpback, to rainbow trout as a management focus. What are we going to do about tamarisk and all the and say that's one vision. Another vision for which there is also a strong political constituency is we're going to have the best trout fishery we can. And then what other pieces of the puzzle can we have? I think that the way we go forward is to have a couple alternative visions. I mean, I have my own opinions, but I think my job, in my job, is to try to shine a light to society and say, here are 3 possibilities you really do need to choose. Let me just add one other point that the science of river science is not up to the task of answering all this. When I asked my old staff at GCMRC, what do you want for the river? They say, well, if you want that, that'd be a great experiment. Oh, that would be a great experiment. But I can't get them to say no experiments. Tell me what you want as your objective. They struggle with that. And when we talk about Powell going really low and being really warm, the most important question that I would want to know is a really warm release into Grand Canyon a temporary disruption of that novel ecosystem from which the system would go back to the way it was a year later? Or is that a threshold trigger point in the vernacular game changer that will irreversibly undo everything that the adaptive management program has done for the last 25 years, such that it doesn't matter anymore because the world's going to change as soon as Powell starts releasing really warm water? Now, I would think that you'd want to know that. Every water resource manager wants to know, is this an unavoidable condition that we never want to touch, or is this just a temporary inconvenience? The state of river ecosystem science is that we don't know that. This new project, we're going to try to figure out how much certainty or not we might have there, and we need to write a scientific manifesto to get going on the research so we can inform the water supply negotiation about whether there are unacceptable or acceptable conditions. Because realize, we talk about concepts that we want to avoid tipping points or something. We have no idea what that is. We have no idea how to do that scientifically. So at the same time we ask these questions, we got to figure out how to answer these. As my ecological colleagues at GCMRC say, we're about to embark into a world of no analog ecosystems. Ecosystems that have never been experienced before. And we've got to be ready for that and at least decide whether we don't care. We'll take whatever happens. We have a clear objective and we want to manage for it. That's the struggle before us. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Jack. This is where we're doing the little switch of the schedule to have Kevin Wheeler come up next. And the logic of that was outlined in Jack's talk, and that, you know, in some of his schematics of how his project works, the analysis of different operational regimes is where Kevin's expertise lies. So Kevin is a professional engineer, trained and based at the University of Oxford. He's also the principal of Water Balance Consulting, where he works on some really big transboundary rivers, including the Colorado. He's used his modeling skills to evaluate a couple different alternative management paradigms. The demand cap was the one I highlighted on his title, and he'll talk about that, but that's one of several interwoven analyses that he will talk about, and there will be many more to come after the ones he's already worked on. So in addition to Kevin showing some ideas with us, I would hope that we could trigger some ideas for future work that you will do. So, Kevin?
Well, thanks for the opportunity to talk here again. It's been a few years. Yeah, so Doug asked me to dive into some work that I had actually started several years ago back in 2012, and I unearthed some of that and seeing where we can move forward with it. So some of the talk yesterday got me, I was at the edge of my seat talking about the science policy interface, because I give talks and lectures on that in England. And so I grabbed a couple slides from some of my lectures. Since about '83, there's been talk about this boundary work idea, the notion of the interface between sources and uses of information, and what constitutes valid knowledge. So I just want to bring this really quick. So knowledge sources on one side, sort of knowledge users on the other side. And the theory here is there's kind of a boundary that sits in between. And if the knowledge is being generated isn't particularly useful by the policy or by the knowledge users, then you get kind of a too impermeable or too firm of a boundary. On the other hand, if that boundary is too permeable, then what we see is the knowledge sources being co-opted by the knowledge users and being manipulated. So the challenge of this notion of a semi-permeable boundary in between the knowledge uses or the knowledge sources and the knowledge users, to be able to manage the space in between, which is called often boundary objects or boundary organizations, and that's what models do, and that's what reclamation does, is to try to manage that boundary between the knowledge generation and those that need to use the knowledge. Okay, so that's just a little bit of a diversion. Thanks again to Catena Foundation, Walton Family Foundation, a lot of the groups that Jack mentioned that sponsors this work. So Kathy mentioned a quote alluded to yesterday by Aaron Wolf saying the likelihood of conflict rises as the rate of change within the basin exceeds the institutional capacity to absorb that change. It's a great quote, used a lot in international water conflict literature. And this basin has undergone a significant amount of change, as we all know. And incremental changes, as Pat and as Terry mentioned yesterday, from the surplus to the shortage guidelines to minute 319, et cetera, into the DCP. And I've had the chance to be involved in several of these pieces. But the question is, will it be enough? Will this rate of change be enough to be able to adapt to the changes that we're facing into the future? Particularly in light of competing interpretations of the compact itself, the fundamental core of how the basin operates. So after stepping away from the basin for the last 7 years, I definitely agree this is probably the most institutionally complex basin in the world. Just a lot of infrastructure or a lot of institutional pieces interwoven between all the minutes and treaties, et cetera, as everyone here knows. So the core questions that I'm asking are there better ways to manage risks and increase resiliency? Are there more efficient or environmentally sound ways to manage the system? And are we planning sufficiently for future hydrologic conditions? So 3 questions. So the first one brings us into this idea of alternative management paradigms. So completely different approaches to meet future needs that meet both human and environmental needs, as well as or better than the current paradigm that's being used. That may require restructuring existing operations or possibly institutions. Maybe we should merge California and Colorado or something. Okay, part of the challenge is the compact point. How much can the upper compact point govern so many pieces of this system? How much can the upper basin develop? How reliable are the lower basin Are the flows available to lower basin? And this is an artificial control point, essentially, which has major consequences. The management is essentially political, institutional, as opposed to scientific. The management is, or the system is less efficient than it would be otherwise if it were all managed as a highly engineered system. And it's far from natural environmental conditions. So 3 facts just based on that compact point. And we have to acknowledge the trade-off between certainty, or between volumetric availability and certainty. So the upper basin has aspirational diversions with the UCRC upper basin diversion estimates, but with very minimal certainty as to whether they'll actually be able to obtain those. Uncertainty due to climate changes, uncertainty due to the compact obligations. On the other hand, the lower basin, questionable sustainability of their existing uses. Again, reliant on interpretation of that compact if it were to go to the Supreme Court. So can certainty be increased by compromising on volumes? Brings us to the idea of the upper basin cap. So the idea, if you establish a maximum upper basin total diversion, and then in exchange for no compact calls. So of course, the upper basin might not agree to that unless the lower basin agrees to not take surpluses. So a lot of pieces to analyze in that, but that's the general idea, to put a cap on the upper basin uses in exchange for not having compact calls, which would take obviously a very long time to potentially litigate, and nobody exactly knows what the outcome would be in the Supreme Court. So this drives us to this independent analysis. So I use CRSS, the latest CRSS that was produced by Reclamation, the primary modeling tool. I extend it through the 2007 guidelines beyond 2026. I currently am not using the DCP because, as Jim mentioned yesterday, it's just kind of hot off the press, but I'll be integrating that in soon. And recognizing that the models have limitations, has spatial limitations and temporal limitations that make it difficult to capture some of the nuances. And that's the tool that I'm using for the analysis. So using the same tools that Reclamation does in parallel. So what I'm going to show you here is, so the hydrology using the CMIP3 climate change downscaled hydrology. It's 112 combinations of GCM scenarios and emission scenarios. I use those 2007 UCRC schedules for the demands and run the model from 2020 to 2060 and try different alternative management paradigms. So the scenarios, first off, we need to find some kind of baseline condition. And since we don't know what the compact would actually, how it would play out, we actually do 2 different baselines. One with the 75 million acre foot requirement over 10 years, and one with an 82.5 million acre foot requirement for the upper basin, providing the lower basin, or shall not deplete, or shall not cause to fall, whatever that wording is. The upper basin cap is the scenario we're going to talk about, and I'm trying a bunch of different things. Just for example, though, limit the upper basin diversions to 4.5 million acre feet and disallow the lower basin to use surplus water. So we'll call that the 4.5 double cap. So what's the likelihood of some type of a compact call on this? So I know I'm using these 112 scenarios, and you shouldn't look at these statistically, and I do kind of, I'm sorry. But at least what percentage of scenarios across this result in compact calls? And we can see under these two different baseline conditions, yeah, pretty quickly up to 20-30% risk of compact calls using the CMIP3 hydrologies. So this is real, very real. Now here's the upper basin depletion. So the top line is what the UCRC schedules are, just the baseline conditions. This is the median. The baseline conditions basically says there's no way they're actually going to be able to get as much water as even if they try to get that much water. A lot of this part of its limitations, the spatial resolution of the models, but just risk of climate change. And this is the depletions after the compact obligations have been met. So meanwhile, this double cap on the median would essentially limit it at 4.5 million acre feet. We can also look at this as an average, again, statistically not proper to do, but we sort of see this downward trend. And essentially, on average, because there's very large dry scenarios as well, the 4.5 cap doesn't actually provide that much less water on average than the baseline scenarios. So this is the best way to look at it. So if you took all of the samples across 112 traces in 41 years and you lined them all up, and what the average depletion is from the upper basin, we can see that a lot of these different scenarios for the different baselines will result in greater levels here, but then drop pretty quickly as the compact requirements are being met. So, as opposed to the 4.5 double cap idea, and essentially this gives us, this would be the implementing this cap idea, this would be the foregone development opportunity of the upper basin. And over here, this would be the reliability gain that the upper basin would have by implementing the cap, and especially removing the compact obligation. And this would be essentially the increased benefit of sort of a crisis avoidance volume that the upper basin would be able to enjoy because they used less and didn't require the compact or eliminate the compact calls. So this is kind of a good way to look at sort of what the benefits and the losses are, or the benefits and the and costs are of implementing a crazy idea like this. So lower basin, essentially on the median. There's not a lot of change in terms of risk to the lower basin on the median. They're all kind of bounce around some of these different shortage levels, both the baseline and the two baselines as well as the cap. But if you look at the average, there is less water going again because the opportunity of large compact calls that would allow the upper basin to be able to capture some of that. But on the median, statistically correct. It's not as much of a loss as one would think. So here's those accumulated curves again across the 4,600 different samples, and we can see on this that if you look at the blue line here, it bends pretty much the same place as the green line, indicating there's not a lot of change in reliability if it's a 75 million acre foot compact call, essentially. If it's an 82.5 million acre feet, there is some reliability loss. In terms of the reliable water to the lower basin. But the volume is really only lost during these critical drop periods when the compact calls are really in play. Okay, when you look at Lake Powell, the inflows and the outflows, so this is the total sum of the inflows and sort of naturalized hydrology under the historical conditions, under the CMIP3 conditions. After the upper basin diversions are taken out, this is essentially what the inflows would be, and these are the outflows of the reservoir. But the main point here is that the upper basin cap doesn't really affect the reservoir operations significantly of Lake Powell. So all the different operations and the management stays pretty much the same, with somewhat a different amount of water coming into Lake Powell. So this brings us to the idea of after our upper basin cap, we put the cap on, lose the compact point. So at that point, there's a lot more possibility for reoperating the reservoirs. Because removing that compact point is a lot of the reasons why the reservoir is manipulated, or why basically for political reasons or for institutional reasons. But by removing that compact point allows a lot more creativity to be done in terms of the reservoir operation itself. Maybe not only Lake Powell and Lake Mead, but Flaming Gorge as well, which we'll get into in some future work. But you can reoperate the reservoirs to minimize some of the losses, the evaporation or seepage, to maximize some of the environmental objectives, just by moving that compact point and focusing more on the cap. And of course, you have to figure out what to do with lower basin surpluses and shortages and all the hard work that that Pat talked about yesterday that was done back in 2007. So the current operations, more or less, as variable water goes into Lake Powell, the reservoirs basically go up and down in tandem. They try to, more or less. So this kind of quasi-equalization balancing intertwined with this 7.48, 8.23 capped at different levels, fairly complex operations for that, but essentially trying to balance up and down as a result of fairly ill-defined compact obligations, but nothing really suggests that the status quo is the best for anybody, whether it be the lower basin or the upper basin, or is there something else that can be done in terms of the operations between the reservoirs, both from a water supply point of view and from an environmental point of view. And of course, the environmental conditions considerations are minimal when operating the reservoirs currently. And ironically, all the water that enters Lake Powell goes to the same place, no matter what. So we often forget about the fact that there's not a drop of water that enters Lake Powell that doesn't go to the same water users, just at a different timing. So there's many ways to coordinate reservoirs. If you're to step away from this river, reservoirs in series, You can fill the lower reservoir first, so maybe up to the first power pool, then maybe fill the upper reservoir to the first power pool, then fill the lower reservoir up higher, then fill the upper reservoir higher. And then as you start to drain a reservoir, maybe drain the top one first, bottom one second, then down below the power elevation. So completely different ways of operating this. So this would be a fill lower reservoir first, or maybe in their terms we'll use later, like a fill Mead first. Now, another crazy idea is fill the upper basin reservoirs first. And from an engineering point of view, that often makes the most sense. You want to keep the upper reservoirs higher in terms of power generation, capturing lower basin water. So maybe fill the upper power pool first, followed by the lower power pool, followed by the upper storage zone and lower storage zone, and then in the reversed order as well. So this would be just an idea to fill the upper reservoir first. Now, in reality, there's a whole bunch of different ways you can do this in between. These sort of the two bookends, where that equalization more or less would sit in the middle of this. More or less. So kind of from a conceptual point of view. So our new scenarios that we're going to look at is our cap scenario, so our 4.5 cap, plus just use the current operations, which is what we just looked at. These are the 2007 guidelines. Or use the 4.5 cap and then try a fill Mead first idea, and then a 4.5 cap with the fill Powell first idea. So again, removing the constraint of the of the compact point, and now try different operations between the reservoirs. So on the fill Mead first, it's pretty simple. Fill Powell first, I'll show a bit of nuance there. So the fill Powell first actually recognize that Las Vegas needs water. So maybe the first, in both of these scenarios, first fill up that power pool or a low elevation for Lake Mead under both the fill Mead first and fill Powell first scenarios. So Southern Nevada can take their water and fill Powell up to their minimum levels for power generation, and then the opposite. So fill Mead first filling up Lake Mead on the fill Mead first, on Lake Powell, fill the Powell first, then the opposite after that, and then draining it in the reverse order. So those are two different kind of bookends, fill Mead first and fill Powell first. So here's just some single traces as examples. We can see how the storage of Lake Powell and Lake Mead more or less tracks each other using the interim guidelines, more or less, under a dry, going into a dry phase, a wet phase, back into a dry phase. So this is the actual operations using a cap. I'm sorry, using 4.5 cap. Now, a fill Mead first would essentially have Powell stay the same while Mead can go up and down a little bit. And then as they both go down through dry periods, as Powell's not able to actually release all of the water to Lake Mead. And then basically Lake Powell would stay flat while Lake Mead captures that water. And again, they kind of end up going down in tandem due to hydraulic limitations. Now, the opposite on a fill Powell first, where Lake Mead would more or less stay flat, and Lake Powell would be able to capture a little bit more water up to full point. As soon as Lake Powell would get full, then Lake Mead would capture. So we're not talking about removing a reservoir. We're talking about using the reservoirs in maybe a potentially more strategic way. So as I mentioned, the cap doesn't necessarily change the inflows, the way the reservoirs are operated. But once the outflows, adding the fill Mead first and fill Powell first, does allow a different operation of the reservoirs themselves. It frees up the system for improved coordination for various environmental objectives or potentially system efficiencies. So moving the peak outflow period more in line with the natural hydrology. And again, looking at some of these curves, we can recognize that the top ones now added are the fill Mead first and fill Powell first. So minimal increases to risk if it's a 75 million foot baseline, with somewhat higher risk if 82.5 baseline is implemented. This is the lower basin depletions again, so the impact of on the lower basin. And a need to obviously renegotiate the shortages and surplus criteria. Right now, I just shut all these off currently because you have to renegotiate since Mead and Powell would no longer be Mead would no longer be an elevation trigger, but possibly triggers based on a total storage volume. So there's challenges and limitations to these approaches, of course. So releases from Lake Powell will be hydraulically constrained for sure. So under a fill Mead first, Powell would have to still capture some water. Under the high inflows, turbines, the bypasses can crank out around 45,000 CFS, a crazy amount, but the inflows are much higher than that still. So Powell would still have to capture some water under a fill Mead first. Under low head conditions, there's limitations. The bypass tubes are also head dependent, so they couldn't necessarily pass out all the water. Under fill Powell first, Powell would receive flood flows when it's nearly full. It's a major safety concern, probably a showstopper right there. And as Jack mentioned, limitations in terms of sediment transport to the Grand Canyon. You can't blow a bunch of water through there and wash out all the sediment. And obviously, hydropower considerations coordinating between the two reservoirs would be dramatically different for sure. So again, you got that range between a fill Powell first to fill Mead first, balancing the contents. But the question is, can we identify some type of operations that maintains or improves reliability of water and environmental conditions? And honestly, I think there's a lot of ground to explore in this. So it might not just be a balancing, might be going more towards one side or the other, but being able to loosen up the conversation, to be able to talk about different ways of approaching this. So the future work, look at Powell releases based on streamflow temperature, as Jack mentioned, minimizing losses, the timing of the peak, sediment transport limitations. So a lot of things that we can play in this space to operate once that compact limitation is set aside. So operating not on the political constraints, but more on the scientific and engineering constraints. So finally, issue 3, are we operating? Are we planning enough for sufficient droughts? So some of the work from Dave Tarbotton and his PhD student Homa. So this is a plot of different lengths of sequences using the historical time period or the measured time period since 1906. So every length of sequence and every mean flow hydrology, and essentially we can see the time durations of each of those sequences over a period of time. And all of okay, so the average is 14.8 million acre feet, and all the dots in black or the red dots with black numbers, those are all the things that have happened since 2000. So we can see that these low flow sequences in the last 100 years have been heavily weighted on the dry end. So just some of our evidence. And along the bottom here, we can also see. So again, we're looking at different drought planning options. So in 2000 to 2014, an average of 12.3 million acre feet over a 15-year period. On the other hand, historically, a 25-year period, a 12.8 million acre foot period. So these are potential other drought alternatives that we should be looking at. A lot of conversations yesterday about how much do we look at these extreme events. I think it's incredibly important to be able to plan for these, not necessarily adapt all the management, but have an idea what you would do under these circumstances. So 2 sustained droughts, just using the historical record. But what we also want to look at are some of these paleo records. So looking back, some of the tree reconstructions by Miko et al. From Lee's Ferry. So looking back to the 1400s, and we can take this same sort of this length sequence, or this length versus mean flow plots, and we can see some of the historical dry periods using the tree reconstructions and how that compares to our current management planning. So an average of 14.3, fairly similar, a little bit lower, but some droughts, some of these historical droughts, at 15 years at 10.4 million acre feet. And at 25 years at 11.7 million acre feet. So significantly longer, drier droughts than using in the historical record. So using these potentially as some of our drought of record scenarios. So we'll call that the paleo severe drought. So then we're doing examinations on how these alternative management paradigms would work under these more extreme drought conditions. So what if this 25-year paleo drought were to happen today? Dave Tarbotton has been doing the stochastic regeneration of this very dry period using a canned-in resampling, disaggregating this and analyzing this 25-year period, and I crunch it through the CRSS model, and we see some of the costs and benefits of some of these alternative management paradigms, and so now we can see in the upper basin the significant increases in reliability as a result of the upper basin cap. So 22 to 34% increase in reliability by compromising on the total volumes and especially eliminating the compact calls. On the other hand, the lower basin, there is some loss in reliability or loss in being able to manage those compacts or a benefit from the compact water under those extreme droughts. But again, we're comparing the benefits and the cost to both sides. Okay, so in summary, an upper basin cap, it removes the primary risk of compact litigation, allows for more flexible reservoir operations. In the upper basin, the upper basin cap and then particularly the removal of the compact significantly improves the reliability for the upper basin. In the lower basin, if 75 million acre feet were to prevail, in most conditions, it's not a significant change, but if 82.5 million acre feet were to prevail in court, then it would be a more significant change using the upper basin cap. Under severe drought scenarios, that obviously just gets more extreme, but particularly for the cost for the upper basin or the benefits from the upper basin of having the cap. And between the Phil Mead first and Phil Powell first, there's risks on both ends of that. Both present challenges, but operations are likely feasible and beneficial for all if we can explore that area in between. That's all I have. Thanks. I'm sure. Yeah.
It's probably operational detail, but in the current environment, Colorado is extremely dependent on WAPA power, funding for ESA, so we're preserving target elevation not for a compact call because we want to keep power in Glen Canyon. So what is the advantage of not having a compact call if you still want to keep Glen Canyon generating power?
Well, so on a lot of the different paradigms, it's not trying to eliminate the power. It's not taking dam out. It's trying to maintain the power at some level, be less, but a lot more consideration of the power generation between the two reservoirs. Now, I'm not a power expert in how that would be. It'd obviously be major institutional changes on the power benefits between the two reservoirs, but certainly it would be you have to be rethinking those two different supplies in tandem. So yeah, there'd be a lot of institutional changes. So a lot of the limitations on this are due to the institutions that we've built around the divisions between the water supply and the power generation. But that would have to seriously be restructured. But of course, we're looking out of the box, which is part of the purpose of this.
You based your upper basin depletion modeling using the 2007 demand schedule. Is that correct? Kind of throughout. Is there a reason that you didn't rely on the 2016 depletion schedule, which is the most current depletion schedule adopted by the commission about 2 years ago?
Yeah. So I get this stuff from Reclamation, and I have both of them, and I can run both of them through. And so some of the longer term planning, I believe, is still using the 2007 with Reclamation, I believe. But the basin study obviously used the more recent stuff at that time. I've got both of those. I'm happy to crunch both of those through there. But the main story is some of those. The modeling results, the CRSS modeling results, rarely can achieve those high demands, and we see that pretty clearly. And a lot of that's due to the limitations of the modeling resolution itself. When I put in lower demand levels, you're also still not going to get to those levels just because of limitations of the modeling itself, and also because of the compact calls. So yeah, we have that. That's just the assumption I use for this particular set. I'm happy to generate more too.
Yeah. Thanks for your presentation. I appreciate it. I have two questions related to the basic issue of why 4.5. So the design of transboundary allocation and management regimes is science, no doubt. One distinction between the compact and the upper basin compact is that the upper basin compact uses percentage bases for allocation. Why 4.5 has a firm quantitative cap as opposed to a percentage-based cap that might resemble what's done in the Upper Basin Compact as opposed to the Colorado River Compact? That's the first question. The second question, the cap seems partly revolving around reliability, and I get that. To what extent, if any, did you consider the underutilized tribal water rights or unquantified tribal water rights when setting the 4.5 million acre feet number?
Okay, so the first question is a good one, and we just have to think through, if you do a percentage base, well, up to what number? And yeah, we can, and so basically what I do, the 4.5, I'm just scaling kind of everybody back right now. It's not, I'm not doing any kind of, I'm not trying to pick which users would and would not get it. But the allocation still potentially could be a percentage base within the Upper Basin, of course. But if you go to a percentage base, the question is, to what extent, where would the limit be? And would you leave it at 7.5, which is probably not realistic, or would you scale it back to something less? But yeah, I mean, you reallocate within it. But I mean, the whole notion of trying to get more certainty is a volumetric question as opposed to a percentage question. And then the second part of the question, in terms of tribal rights, on the compact on the baselines, so I limit up with the present perfected rights. So I basically protect that area. About 2.2 million acre feet of protected rights was the estimate that we've done before. So that was sort of the limit in terms of what the baseline scenarios would do. And then I consider that part of whatever the Upper Basin cap would be for the Upper Basin tribal rights, or the Upper Basin rights, I guess. Present perfected rights. Lower Basin, no, I didn't consider any differences in the tribal rights downstream at all. Yeah, you're trying to figure out how to consider that, I guess, but it's sort of still within the allocation of the Lower Basin, essentially, to deal with.
So the questions you're getting clearly suggest you've created a successful boundary object. Because we all have things we want you to do with this object now. And I have more. In terms of your schematic for where a boundary object fits between science and the sort of stakeholders and operational people, y'all are doing, I think, an excellent job of sort of adding the environmental component to the right-hand side of that diagram. Is it possible to take your model and also couple it to socioeconomic models, especially I'm thinking about just adding the recreational piece of these reservoirs. If you drain one and fill another one, recreation patterns change. There's an economic component to that. And also the more complicated question of where the power is going and how it's being used and how the power changes. I mean, can you extend this in the directions that all of us are now going to want you to go with this as a boundary object in places like that?
So reservoir is very flexible, and I mean, CRSS is its own entity, and the work that I do and others do, we rely on that, but we can add different pieces to it. In terms of economic metrics, we certainly can transfer some of the outputs of that into dollar signs. And then a lot of the metrics, for example, in the basin study, would for the rafting metrics and those type of things can be considered as sort of criteria by which the model scenarios are being evaluated. So we can certainly take the outputs of that model and post-process them into an econometric or some type of economic analysis. And we can operate to try to meet some specific objectives that can go back into the operations or the paradigms. In terms of power, that's something the CRSS doesn't do, and I'm actually really interested in figuring out how to model some of the power distribution and these major issues of how the two reservoirs would generate power in a very different way is not currently part of the system. Could it be? Probably more coupled with other models. Riverware can do a lot of different things, a lot of things I'm still exploring. They've been expanding over the last several years, but I'm very interested in kind of that connection of, we often look at sort of what is the total power generation at any one point of time, but of course it's going to be more complicated depending on the distribution systems. Not set up to do that right now, but something we should go to. Come on, there's got to be more than that.
Okay. Let me say two things before moving on. One, much like John Fleck observed, I'm encouraged that that generated a lot of questions because that's kind of the whole point of this sort of analysis is to generate questions, and whether you think these are good ideas or not, I think they're worth exploring, and I think it's worth thinking about. And you know, it's interesting. It's very easy to immediately say, oh, think of all the institutional headaches this causes. You know, we heard one raised, think of the problems in terms of, you know, who gets the hydropower and who gets the hydropower revenues and how is that redistribution handled and all those sort of institutional headaches, and that's dead on point. Think of the institutional headaches eliminated forever. You know, no such thing as a compact call and all the uncertainty that goes with that. And so it's a little scary, I know, but it's a little fun to think about these things. Some of Kevin's slides and some of that material we wrote up in a paper several years ago that if you're interested in, I can direct you to it. Won't call it a quick and dirty analysis because it wasn't that quick and that dirty, but it's more simplistic than the stuff he's doing today. So there's some stuff out there, because I know that presentation was like drinking from a fire hose a bit. So if you want to chew it over at a more reasonable pace, there is at least some documentation out there to get you started. All right, enough of that. Next, we're gonna turn to Eric Balken, who's going to talk about one of those alternative management paradigms that Kevin raised, and the one that is been out there the longest and it's most visible, I think, and that's the Glen Canyon Institute has their Phil Mead first proposal, which has over time become more sophisticated in various nuances. And whether you think it's a good idea or not, it's out there for people like Kevin to analyze, and I think that's really helpful. Eric Balken is the executive director of the Glen Canyon Institute, and so that is why he is our speaker to walk us through it and walk us through some of the nuances about the proposal that I think most people do not understand. So, Eric?
Thanks for having me, everybody. Normally when I give talks, I start out by telling the story of Glen Canyon, but I don't think I need to tell the story of Glen Canyon to this room, because I'm pretty sure everybody in this room is very familiar with the story of Glen Canyon. I'm sure everybody here has read Encounters with the Archdruid. You know that David Brower made his great compromise to save Echo Park, and in an effort to save Echo Park and sacrifice Glen Canyon. You probably knew that he flew to Washington to plead with Stuart Udall to not close the gates of Glen Canyon Dam. You know that the idea of decommissioning Glen Canyon Dam has been around since the dam was completed in 1963. And you probably know that Glen Canyon Dam is one of, if not the most hated dams in the United States. And that's because Glen Canyon was considered by a lot of people to be the heart and soul of the Colorado River. Wallace Stegner famously said that it would make a superb national park. It was a central component of Secretary of Interior Ickey's expansive Escalante National Monument that was proposed in the 1930s. A lot of the early river runners that ran the Grand Canyon and Glen Canyon considered Glen to be on par with the beauty and the grandeur of the Grand Canyon as well. And I don't really need to explain this to everybody, except that it's important in understanding who we are, who GCI is, and where we're coming from, because this is very much a part of our roots. And when people in the United States begin to realize what was being lost in Glen Canyon, it started to ignite a new wave of environmental consciousness in this country. And because of that, Glen Canyon is and always will be an integral part of American environmentalism. And it's always going to be compelling. And newspapers and magazines are always going to want to write stories about it. And high school students and college students are always going to reach out to me because they want to write their term paper and they want to write their thesis on Glen Canyon. And I'm here today. I'm here today because after 56 years of this dam being here, the idea still has the passion and the grip of the nation. And in a lot of ways, I'm standing on the shoulders of some of those early environmental giants, the David Browers and the Martin Littons. But we live in a very different world today, and I just want everybody in this room to know that we get that. We understand that 40 million people rely on the Colorado River for water. We understand that this dam has served as a critical piece of infrastructure in the development of the American West. And we understand that Glen Canyon Dam has played a very important role for the upper basin, not only to meet delivery obligations, but to harness their allocation of Colorado River water. And none of this is lost on us. We also understand that the hydropower helps fund important programs like adaptive management and the fish restoration programs. And we know this stuff, and I just want you to know where we're coming from, because in the early days, the message was tear down the dam, and our board actually splintered over this because there were some strong minds that felt that that was the only position to take. But the prevailing minds of GCI decided that a more practical approach was to actually look at the science around the dam and around Glen Canyon and figure out if there was an actual possibility of seeing the restoration happen. So we've spent many years facilitating research, looking at the ecosystem, sediment, water supply, hydropower, legal framework, economics, you name it. We've spent a lot of time looking at this from a scientific perspective. And our goal has always been to keep the public engaged and informed on this issue while taking a scientific approach. And there are a lot of environmentalists who think that's not extreme enough. There's a diaspora of opinions on this. We've worked really hard to vet this idea. We've had, we've tried to run it past a lot of leading researchers on the Colorado River. We've had on and off the record conversations with a lot of the folks in this room. And I know most of you in this room do not share our vision for the Colorado River right now, and I completely get that. And I understand a lot of you probably think I'm completely crazy, and I also get that, and it's totally fine. I understand. But I am here, and I'm here because I think there's something about this idea that's intriguing to people. And we're a very small, modest group, but we're standing on a really powerful idea. And I want to thank Doug Kenny for inviting us to speak here today and be a part of this conversation, because I think hopefully it will open up the scope of conversations leading into the next round of interim guidelines. To talk about ideas like this. And of course, our idea is the Phil Mead First proposal. And the basic idea of it is that if we live in a Colorado River basin with less water, could the Phil Mead First idea address some of the ecological, environmental effects of Glen Canyon Dam and offer some more flexibility to the system? So what are the impacts of the dam that we're talking about? Primarily, we're talking about the inundation of river miles upstream, 186 miles of the Colorado, 71 miles of the San Juan, about 22 of the Escalante, and 13 of the Dirty Devil. When you add that all up, it's about 292 total river miles that were drowned. Of course, the 53 years of sediment that are trapped in the reservoir, the inundation of cultural and archaeological sites. Downstream in the Grand Canyon, of course, Jack talked about this at great length. The alteration of the ecosystem, the lack of sediment, the limited flow regime, colder temperatures, less turbidity, impacts on the native fish species. We all know that reservoirs are imperfect, and this slide is plainly obvious to everybody in the room that, we know that when they're Powell and Mead are full, they lose about 2 million acre-feet of water to evaporation and seepage. And it's about half that when they're half full. And this is obvious, as I said, but the only point I want to make is that there are system losses in both the upper and lower basin. We spend a lot of time thinking about the structural deficit and focusing on the lower basin, but there are system losses upstream as well. So today there's about 10.5 million acre-feet of water in Powell, 10.5 million acre-feet in Mead. And so if you were able to take the water in Lake Powell and put it in Lake Mead, Mead still wouldn't be full. And that gets to the heart of this idea of the Phil Mead First proposal. So we conceived of this about 10 years ago when shortage and climate change and supply and demand imbalance started to reshape the conversation on the Colorado River. And the basic premise of Phil Mead First is that it designates Lake Mead as the primary storage facility for the entire, for the Colorado River, using Lake Powell as a backup. This does not entail removing Glen Canyon Dam. And just to repeat that, We are not talking about removing Glen Canyon Dam. So if you take one thing away from this whole presentation, let it be that. This is an updated way of looking at restoring Glen Canyon in the context of a new hydrology on the river. If you can't fill them both, fill Mead first. And it sounds so simple, right? Oh, just fill Mead. But we all, of course, know it's not simple at all. If you did this, it would take place in 3 phases. These phases are predicated by the ability of water to pass through the dam. So phase 1 would have Lake Powell at or near minimum power pool about 3490. And just a note on that, I mean, you can't keep a reservoir at a specific elevation, right? So we're talking about a varying target here. This is sort of the most conservative version of fill Mead first. At this level, you start to see some of the iconic landmarks in Glen Canyon start to come out of water. Places like Gregory Natural Bridge, Cathedral in the Desert. At this point, too, you also start to see an expanded restoration of rapids upstream in Cataract Canyon. This is a slide that I pulled from a group of individuals called the Returning Rapids Project. And they're a self-led, self-funded group that I actually just learned about. They're based out of Moab. And they're documenting the reemergence of rapids in Cataract Canyon. I believe since Powell has gone down, there's about 30 new river miles in Cataract Canyon that were once inundated. I think about 15 new rapids that have come out. So it's of great interest to a lot of the boaters who recreate down there. I recommend checking that out if you get a chance. Fill Mead first phase 1. At this point, there's still some reservoir recreation. There's still some hydropower generation, but that's very complicated. The way that you would market that power, there's a lot of questions around that. I'm just going to say for now, it's very complicated. At this level, water still is released through the hydropower penstocks with a total capacity of 45,000 CFS in the Grand Canyon. So recreation in Grand Canyon largely stays the same. We're going to see warmer temperatures, so more normalized to like pre-dam condition temperatures in Grand Canyon, as Jack discussed. At this point, you're going to have around 100 newly flowing river miles on the main stem and tributaries that were once inundated, and about 175 square miles of newly emerged land in Glen Canyon. So when we first put this idea on paper, we sort of naively assumed that the more that you lowered Lake Powell, the better it would be for Glen Canyon and Grand Canyon. But when we ran the numbers, or when Jack ran the numbers rather, we found out that that just wasn't true. And we're going to be the first to admit that phase 2 has a lot of serious drawbacks. So phase 2 is when you're below power pool but above river outlet works. And at this point, you can only let water out of the river outlet works, which is a maximum release of 15,000 CFS. There's no hydropower generation, and there's limited release options into the Grand Canyon. So this would affect rafting in the Grand Canyon, of course, because you would only have that limited release. It would change motorized recreation. And one of the big concerns, too, is that it's a consistent release. In order to do this, you would basically be releasing the same amount of water consistently out of Glen Canyon Dam, which is not ideal for sediment in the Grand Canyon. 150 new miles of river from main stem and tributary in Glen Canyon, 222 square miles of newly emerged land in Glen Canyon. Oh. And then we have, if I can get this thing to, sorry. Then we have the full run-of-river scenario, which is phase 3. Phase 3 would require construction of new bypass tunnels around the dam. This is the best chance at renaturalizing flows in the Grand Canyon. This could allow sediment to flow back into Grand Canyon. This would be an opportunity to maximize the restoration of Glen Canyon and Grand Canyon. Some hydropower may be possible if turbines are installed in these new bypass tunnels. Recreation in the Grand Canyon would resemble pre-dam conditions. So winter months, you'd see low flows around 4,000 or 5,000 CFS. At this point, all of Glen Canyon is now emerged, all 254 square miles. And almost 292 miles of newly flowing river, main stem and tributary. And at this point in my presentation, you're probably all saying to yourselves, this sounds absolutely crazy. Why are we even considering this at this conference? But it's important to remember that this spring, Lake Powell dropped within 80 feet of minimum power pool, or 45 feet of the 35-25 operational tier. And I know that, Brad, you'd all discussed this a lot yesterday, but referring to the early 2000s drought years, in August of '99, Lake Powell was 96% full, And by April 2005, it was down to 33% full. So we know that this reservoir has the ability to lose a huge amount of storage in a fairly short amount of time. And to fully understand all of the ramifications and implications with Phil Mead First, it's going to take years of modeling and research to understand what that looks like. So phase one is already being studied. Kevin alluded to some of the work that he's doing on it. Their team is already sort of diving into that, which we're really happy to see that research begin to take place, because there's really so many unanswered questions, as you all know. So even if we make phase one a transition, a goal, an operational goal, or if we just find ourselves in that situation unintentionally, because of the natural fluctuations in river flow, it's conceivable that in that situation we dip into phase two. And as I mentioned before, phase two is basically no man's land. It's really detrimental to the Grand Canyon. And furthermore, upstream behind the dam, in phase two, because if you remember, Glen Canyon is kind of shaped like a martini glass. At those low elevation levels, changes in volume, like a seasonal inflow from the river, could amount to fluctuations in up to 100 feet in a season at Lake Powell, which would be sort of a nightmare for people on the reservoir. So we believe phase two isn't really a place that anyone wants to spend a lot of time in. And since modeling each one of these phases is going to require a significant amount of resources, I believe the best use of resources is to analyze phase three in addition to analyzing phase one. So what are the key considerations here? I mean, we're talking about a really dramatic paradigm shift in Colorado River management. So I'm just going to try to run through these as quick as I can, but the law of the river, is that even possible? Basin water rights, that's a huge conversation, maybe just where to begin with that. Hydropower, what happens to the grid? What happens to the customers? Is there water savings? What about the engineering? Restoration in Glen Canyon and Grand Canyon, a potential protection of mega floods, and then recreation. Sorry. So is Phil Mead First doable under the law of the river? To begin to answer this, we had a legal analysis done in 2013 by Larry McDonald that was published in the Water Report Law Journal. And in his report, he concludes that the Phil Mead First proposal is not precluded by any federal or state statutes, and that an adoption of this policy would almost certainly depend on an agreement amongst the states and the U.S., and assuming that an agreement could be reached, there would be little difficulty in making the necessary change in the long-range operating criteria. He says that in a sense, the interim guidelines help make the case for Phil Mead First because rather than the complexities of managing two reservoirs as if they are a single source of supply with multiple tiers triggering different releases, the Phil Mead First approach would emphasize managing storage in a single reservoir, Mead. Storage in Powell would serve primarily as an insurance for unexpected events. The question then about its feasibility are not essentially legal, but hydrologic and political. And they are most certainly political. I think that this is probably the most important consideration amongst all of these. How could you do this without throwing Upper Basin states under the bus? That's basically the big question. Because we all know that Glen Canyon Dam serves as the tool for Upper Basin states to meet their delivery obligations and to hold their water in the Upper Basin. So going back to the McDonald analysis, he says there may be opportunities to put in place measures that would reduce the likelihood of a 75-10 shortfall, such as using an accounting system to smooth out the annual variability of flows, and even a relaxation of the requirement under certain circumstances. So there's kind of this idea here of making a change to the accounting system. And I think the best framework to approach this conversation is through looking at it in the lens of what would be an ICS of Upper Basin water in Lake Mead. We know that ICSs can work. They've been used successfully in Minute 319. There were a lot of talks yesterday that discussed how ICSs are currently being used. Of course, widely discussed in Upper Basin DCP to protect the saved water, of course, because you need a tool. There's no reason to save water if it's just going to be flushed away. You need a way to incentivize that conservation. Brad mentioned some of the pitfalls of ICS yesterday, and I thought that was really interesting. Of course, if this were approached this way, we would need to have really thoughtful parameters. It would have to be structured very carefully. What about hydropower? what would happen if Glen Canyon Dam stopped generating electricity? To begin to answer this question, we had a study done in 2015 by Tom Power and Don Power up in Montana, looking at the impact to ratepayers in the western U.S. And this graphic is from that study, and it just gives a visual representation of Glen Canyon Dam's electricity generation in the landscape of the western U.S. Now, I'm not suggesting that losing one of the most abundant sources of renewable energy in the Southwest isn't a big deal, because it's a very big deal, and I understand that. But we're just trying to start to answer this question. One of the takeaways from this study is that the average annual value of Glen Canyon Dam's electric energy represents less than 0.5% of the sales value from electric generation in the grid of the western United States, and that the grid could readily absorb the loss of hydropower from the dam. A few other takeaways from the study is that in 2013 dollars, the change would be an increase of $16.3 million in electricity costs for consumers of Glen Canyon Dam. So that's the difference of price that you're going to be paying from Glen Canyon Dam power to what you'd be paying on the open market, spread over 3.2 million end customers, meaning that there would be an average yearly cost increase of about 8 cents per month for residential, 59 cents per month for commercial customers, and just over $6 a month for industrial customers of Glen Canyon Dam. Now that's averages, right? We know that different customers get different amounts of their water, but this gives us an idea of what it might look like. And we know that hydropower in the West is evolving. Glen Canyon Dam has been operating below capacity for some time without any serious disruption to the system. And we're seeing new events take place on the grid, like the duck curve. For those of you who aren't familiar with this phenomenon, this is something that we've been seeing in recent years because of solar generation, primarily in California. So normally when you would expect a peak demand for power in the midday and afternoon hours, when not just hydropower, but coal-fired power plants ramp up production to meet increased midday demands, we're seeing a phenomenon now where that demand is actually dipping. So this is creating a lot of challenges for power providers to adapt to this new reality. What about water savings? Could it save water? Well, the best data we have on this right now is from Jack's 2016 study. He said that filming forests would likely reduce evaporation slightly, and that the water savings could be around 50,000 acre-feet. But the key takeaway from his paper, I think, is that the data really isn't that good, and we need better data on evaporation and seepage and further modeling. What about the engineering? I mean, we're talking about drilling new bypass tunnels around Glen Canyon Dam. What would the cost of that be? To begin to answer this question, apart from getting an actual bid from a contractor, I looked at a couple different metrics so we could maybe find the ballpark of what to expect. So we looked at the original bid for the diversion tunnels in Glen Canyon Dam, which with both of them together is just over a mile long. So for the excavation and mobilization and converting to 2019 dollars, the bid for that in the 1950s was about $84.2 million. And then we can look at some similar projects in modern times to get another idea. So the Southern Nevada Third Straw, breaking that down to per mile, it's about $272 million per mile. I think that would be a lot more involved, of course, because it went around the reservoir and underneath. So I would expect that to be like a high end of what we could expect with drilling tunnels around Glen Canyon. A colleague of ours who's a consultant for projects in California said that you could expect an industry average of about $84 million per mile for a project like that, which is sort of on par with the original 1950s estimate. So my very rough back of the envelope cost estimate for this is between $80 million and $275 million. Is that a lot of money? I'm gonna let you decide that. It depends on how you look at it, right? Adaptive management program is $10 million a year. If this ended up being $200 million, you could say it's about 20 years of adaptive management. Just one way to think about it. Could we, okay, so if you're using Lake Powell as a backup, this requires that you have to be able to activate and deactivate these bypass tunnels meaning you would need careful consideration for the hydraulic impacts on the structure, the rate and range in which you can turn on and off the valves. And then could you utilize run-of-river hydropower generation? We've seen examples of this a lot in Canada and China and Brazil. Of course, the hydropower generation for run-of-river is unfirm. It's less power overall, and it looks very different, of course. And then there's a challenge of sediment damage to the turbines. India is sort of leading the way on dealing with this sort of thing because they have several plants like this, and they've been coming up with new ways to put protective coating on their turbines to fend off damage from sediment on their structures. And then Glen Canyon restoration. Could America's Lost National Park be revived? Well, many of the side canyons and tributary rivers are already returning, and it's pretty remarkable, if you go down there and see it firsthand. So, it's not going to be the same as before the dam, but the potential for restoration in Glen Canyon is actually really huge. When you're looking at the large-scale restoration, you have to ask about the sediment mobilization and the ecological succession. So how is the sediment going to move out of Glen Canyon, out of the side canyons and the main stem, if the reservoir were to be fully drawn down? And to look at the ecological succession portion, we actually just did a really cool event just last month with a number of entomologists and botanists, taking them down with the Park Service and doing some surveys and collections below the high water mark and comparing it to the above high water mark, looking at how well life is coming back into the canyons that were once inundated, and it was pretty amazing to see. A lot of plant life and wildlife coming back below the canyons. It's just the first step at looking at this. And then there's the question of the ability for restoration in the Grand Canyon, and these are just big questions. I don't have answers to these, but how much sediment would move? How quickly would the sediment move through this new structure at Glen Canyon Dam? How would that distribute in the canyon? Is there pollution in the sediment? What would happen to the native fish species, the archaeological sites, the sandbanks? Really big questions. I think we just need to think about these in a serious way. Yesterday we heard a talk about the instance of mega floods on the Colorado. One of these, the really high-end one was 14,000 cubic meters per second, which I converted to 400,000 CFS. I think that's right. But that's on the very, very high end. So if we do have this possibility of seeing mega floods, would having Lake Powell empty with the original diversion tunnels had a capacity of 200,000 CFS. Could that be a hedge against mega floods in the future? And then finally, recreation. We're talking about a very dramatic shift in the recreation tourism economy around Lake Powell. This would have to transition from a reservoir-style economy to a national park-style economy, which is a very big transition. And I would hope that if we ever get to this point, that there would be careful economic planning in place to ensure that the communities that rely on this tourism do okay. And I'm talking about Page, Navajo Nation. It's a really serious transition. It's almost hard to imagine what that would look like. But I think that it's geographically similar to Canyonlands, and I think that given time, it could look something like a Canyonlands National Park style tourism economy. And a lot of the economies around national parks tend to be relatively stable over time. So that's a lot to swallow, and I just want to say that right now we have 10 million acre feet in Powell. We have 10 million acre feet in Lake Mead. We've got a massive snowpack. We're expecting a very healthy runoff. Do we expect the policymakers of the Colorado River to implement a Fill Mead First strategy next year or the year after? No, we do not. But as we move towards a renegotiation of the interim guidelines, and we want that to last 10 years, 20 years into the future, that's a really long time, and a lot can change in that time. And if we look at the last 20 years, look at the change that we've already seen. I think we need every tool in the toolbox going forward. And until we really flesh this out, that tool won't be in the toolbox. And I think that we could look at it as saying right now, the conditions are not ideal for implementing Fill Mead First. But what might those conditions look like in which Fill Mead First could have a benefit to the system could offer some flexibility and have some benefits. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
A quick question. Do you know if the quagga mussels would survive in phase 3, or have you ever looked at that? Because that would be an economic benefit, right?
I actually asked some of our biologists on our BioBlitz event if draining Lake Powell could help deal with the quagga mussel problem. And I don't think that it would get rid of them completely, but I know that they have a lot harder time living in a flowing water environment. So if anybody's spent any time on Lake Powell in the last couple of years, you'll know that the quagga mussel problem is really surprising. I mean, they are absolutely everywhere. They've completely taken that place over. So yeah, I mean, that's a huge issue. And from what those biologists have told me, that I think they would still be there, but probably in much smaller amounts.
Thanks. Thanks for that presentation. I just have first a comment and then a question, or maybe an anecdote comment and then a question. So 15 law students and I were just on the Colorado River with some of those old boatmen who ran with Martin Litton and remembered Glen Canyon. And one of them gave this big pitch to my students who had just studied every aspect of the law of the river, knew, I think it's fair to say, more about it than all of the boatmen combined, but didn't have the war stories and the memory of Glen Canyon. And his pitch at the end was the sort of pre, maybe I'll just say Eric, understanding of what the Institute's goal was. And his plea to my students was, you guys have got to be more radical and tear down Glen Canyon Dam and restore Glen Canyon. And my thought about that was, that's not so radical. That's sort of the old-fashioned, to me, nostalgia-driven environmentalism that is a turnoff, not just to practical people who have to allocate the river, but also to, I think, younger people who have a broader vision of justice and sustainability than just restoring some place that a river runner ran some time ago, even though it was an amazing place. So that's the comment, and then so one thought is, it's really interesting and impressive to hear how Glen Canyon Institute has evolved, and so I'm grateful to hear about that, and I think the proposal is definitely provocative and interesting, and maybe even in the end, like in the long term, very important. Now here's the question. It seemed to me the missing piece was integrating that broader social justice, a broader vision of who the environmental community is into the mission of Glen Canyon Institute. And maybe that's there, and we just didn't have time to hear about it today. But just for example, there are obviously not only renewable and climate ramifications for taking offline, and you did mention that, but taking offline is a significant source of renewable energy in a time we're entering into climate change. Very significant threats from climate change and need to decarbonize. So there's how do you address that in a serious way and broaden the coalition around the phase 1 or 3, taking that into consideration. And the second question is, just in terms of the regional effects, you mentioned the effects possibly on Navajo Nation of changing the recreation economy around Powell. There also would be, I would think, interests of many of the indigenous nations in the area in restoring Glen Canyon for a variety of reasons, Rainbow Bridge, come back, et cetera. So I was curious to hear what are your thoughts or Glen Canyon Institute's thoughts about building that kind of broader coalition and weaving in a more sustainable and justice-oriented vision of environmentalism that might be consistent with the direction you're going.
Yeah, I think it's really, really important to incorporate those considerations. And there's just so much to unpack. I mean, this proposal, it's like a 25-minute presentation, and I feel bad for sort of whipping through it, because each one of those considerations is absolutely huge. You could have a whole conference just looking at this, and it will affect everybody. And the way that I see it is that, you know, like I said, Mead First isn't going to go into place next year, probably with, you know, anytime in the near future. But it'll, if it ever happens, I think it's going to come from a place where we're already in a new paradigm, you know, and that's going to be the jumping off point. We're not jumping off from where we are right now. And over time, I would hope that as we, as, you know, scientific community, NGOs, spend more time assessing this and thinking about it, we would be able to more thoroughly incorporate some of the social justice issues. You know, I think there could be some benefit to the tribal interests of seeing a restored Glen Canyon. I don't want to speak for them, of course, because it's very complicated. And, you know, especially with the Navajo Nation, it's already sort of a complicated situation with the prospect of NGS going offline. It's a tough situation, you know, but we need to keep that in consideration as this proposal moves on.
Are there issues with dust mobilization?
You know, that's not a concern that I've heard of. The question was about dust mobilization similar to the Salton Sea. I think because it's a different geography, the Salton Sea is a lot more open and exposed, and a lot of the newly exposed lands in Glen Canyon are sort of within a canyon. And what made Glen Canyon so, you know, amazing to the river runners and the explorers was the side canyons, right? So a lot of it's these tight side canyons, and those, when they first are exposed, they're inundated with sediment, and a lot of those actually get flushed of their sediment with flash flood cycles in a pretty short amount of time. I think if we did see an issue like that, it would probably be at the new height delta at the top of the reservoir where we have a new sediment deposition. There's not a large population base near there, so I don't know that we'd have the same concerns as with the Salton Sea. And I think the levels of pollutants and all that are also, you know, not as extreme as Salton Sea. That's my first guess to that.
One last question.
Thanks for your presentation. I wonder if you could talk a little bit more about what restoration might look like. And I'll just sort of share my own experience in Dark Canyon. I've been down Dark Canyon many times, and I've been down there when the lake has backed up into the canyon, been down there when the river is flowing past the mouth of the canyon. And for those of you who've been down there, it's been pretty well devastated, I would say, by having been backed up into the canyon. And it's just interesting just from a you know, observational perspective to see what devastation was caused by the reservoir. But I'm just wondering, it looks really tough. It looks like it would take maybe 50, 100 years to restore that area to some semblance of what it was naturally. Have there been studies done? What do we know about the prospects for restoration in a time frame that would seem, I guess, realistic in terms of thinking about a national park?
Yeah, and that's a really great question. And I think you sort of have to set a parameter for what a restored canyon is. At what point is it, you know, good again? The side canyons restore a lot faster because the sediment gets flushed out, as I mentioned. The restoration on the main stem is a very different story, especially in the upper stretch where a lot of the sediment was deposited as when Lake Powell was full. There is some work happening with Jack Schmidt, I know, has got a study sort of going on looking at sediment mobilization in the canyon, identifying if there are, you know, certain parameters that would lend themselves to quicker sediment excavation than other spots. So the answer is that we're working on it. The understanding is starting to grow, and I think as public interest grows around this too, the more time these canyons are out of water, the more people are going down there and connecting to this place. I think there will be a greater need or desire to see what that might be. Thanks a lot.
All right, that was a fun set of presentations. I thought it was fun. Some people probably thought it was uncomfortable. I mean, you know, I know that pushed some of you past your comfort zone. That's the intent. That's what we should be doing at this stage of the process. We're going to do a little bit more of that after the break. shifted a little more toward the side of the equation of who's making, how are we making decisions, who's at the table, what's within the scope of what we're talking about. So we're going to push a little more, and if you're a little uncomfortable, it's a good thing, and it'll be fun. So, and there's whiskey shooters at the break. Hello. All right, we're going to get started because we got a great, guess it's not after, mid-morning session coming up. I mentioned earlier that we have one speaker change today, and that is, we are at that point in the agenda. Bitta Becker is going to fill in for Daryl Vigil. So there's not a bio for Bitta in the program, so let me tell you a little bit about her. She's a natural resources consultant and attorney, and a member of the Navajo Nation, and she's has a long history of service to the Navajo Nation as in the Department of Justice there, and as the executive director of the Division of Natural Resources. And I've been hearing great things about you for a long time. I should have told you this earlier, but we haven't met before, so I'm so glad you're here. So take it away.
Thank you, Doug. Thank you. It's such a pleasure to be here. So just a little bit more about who I am. So for those of you who've known me a while, you might remember that I used to always begin my talks by confirming that my dad is Herb Becker. For those of you who know Dad, there are fewer and fewer of you, which means I'm getting older. But I know that because my oldest child is 13. So some of you might remember I would bring my kids everywhere when they were babies. So that really dates us, right? But Dad's good, and he and Mom are watching my 9-year-old daughter and spoiling her ridiculously right now. As Doug mentioned, my most recent position was directing the Navajo Nation Division of Natural Resources, which was a huge honor, and it was a political position, so that position ended in January. So I've been a free agent since then, and I'll be back working at the Nation, probably sooner, going back to work full time sooner than I'd want, because it's been such a joy to be with the kids and really decompress and think about the things that you all are talking about right now, and thinking about where the nation is going and where we're heading. As Doug mentioned, I am a stand-in for Daryl, who has been doing tremendous work in working with nonprofits and with the tribes and in charting a new future, or a different direction, I think, for tribal policy development. And I'll talk more about it at the end. He called me Monday, and it was so sweet because he wanted to explain and what happened. And I just said, Daryl, I get it. I've been in your role. When people above your pay grade demand that you be somewhere else, the answer is yes, sir, yes, ma'am, and you go. So that's also a way of saying I've only known about this since Monday. So please forgive a very undeveloped PowerPoint, but at least I got one done. A lot of what I'm going to talk about today are just things that have already been said, but I'm going to try to bring them into kind of my view as through a tribal lens. I am a tribal member, I live on the reservation, and as I mentioned, I have a couple of kids, and that's our home. But there are a couple things that were said today that I want to reiterate. These talks are about stimulating thinking, and I think Doug said for new rules. I think also for new roles. I might have misunderstood that. And then the great quote, which is, "We stand on the shoulders of lots of unreasonable ideas." And that's particularly poignant for me as a tribal person, and we'll get into that as we move forward. So if I understood correctly, my job today is to stimulate thinking on these two questions. Is there a role for tribes, finally, and how might this expanded tribal role be achieved? So this is what we're going to reflect on for the next few minutes. But let me orient you. When we talk about tribes, who are we talking about? This is a map from the Bureau of Reclamation's 10 Tribes Partnership Tribal Water Study. Let me see if I can get this to work. So these are the 10 tribes that have reserved stem. So those of you who know the law of the river know that those would include tribes who have rights along the tributaries. So that's Ute Indian tribe, to Ute Mountain Indian tribe, Southern Ute, Jicarilla. Those are 4 solidly upper basin tribes. And I say that because then we move into the Navajo Nation, which is both upper and lower. And I do want to point out that yesterday, Mr. I'm butchering your last name, Buchatsky, mentioned the 50,000 acre feet in Arizona. You'll know that's upper basin, that is that's Navajo Nation land. And you'll see the Navajo Nation is also over here, technically in the Rio Grande Basin as well. Then moving over here, these are the 5 lower basin tribes that have tremendous water rights to the river. Many of these tribes are river people, meaning this is their full identity. And you heard some of that yesterday from Margaret Vick, talking about kids swimming in the river. Really, really interesting, neat cultures. So Fort Mojave, Chemehueve, Colorado River Indian tribes, which is fascinating because, and I'm going to butcher this, Margaret, the first 2 tribes that were located on this were Mojave and Chemehueve. Then in the 50s, and I'll remind you, we stand on the shoulder of lots of unreasonable ideas, and I'm not suggesting this is unreasonable, but the arc of history will tell us whether it was. Hopi and Navajo people were moved onto this reservation, which is pretty interesting, right? So I'm a former school teacher, so in order to see if anybody's awake, I like to ask trivia questions. Does anybody know who is arguably the most famous member of the Colorado River Indian tribes? He also happens to be Navajo. Anybody a baseball fan? No baseball fans in here? None. Jacoby Ellsbury. Anybody know who that is? Boston Red Sox, then New York. Yeah. His grandmother is still living, or she might have passed away, but she is still living up here in Shiprock. But he is from the Colorado River Indian tribes. And then moved down to Quashan and Cocopah. And then for Ome, who's somewhere in here, hey Ome, the Cocopah, have people living in both sides of the border, right? So I took some time speaking with Professor or Dr. Wheeler, because this idea of boundary work, I think, is what I'm talking about now. And and I don't just mean physical boundaries. He's talking about it in the science policy world. Remember that first slide? He had science, who holds knowledge, and here's policy, and how do they interact? That's the space that I think I'm in right now. And I think tribal people have been in since the United States decided that manifest destiny was its policy of the day. So please know, though, that there are many other tribes in the basin. They simply have different rights to water than these 10 tribes. So if you're interested, we have a pamphlet up front, and I have a few down here that lists all 29 tribes that are in the basin. And in case you're wondering, right here, this is Hopi. This is also an interesting place. It's the only place I know of in the entire United States where one Indian tribe completely surrounds another Indian tribe. And you will note there's a little Hopi there and there's a little Navajo there. I have no idea if what I'm about to say is fact, but every time I look at that map, I just think the judge just thought he needed to do that. So I'll leave that there. And that's a complicated history that Clayton Powell brought up. He's not here right now, Hopi, the other day, and I said, we'll go talk about that over a drink someday. That's a long conversation. So let me get into the 2 questions. Finally, are tribes at the table finally? And I'm going to bookend this presentation with Pat Mulroy. Because she gave my presentation yesterday. She was asked, what's the role of Mexico? She said, equal partner. And then she on her own went on to say, tribes are full partners with a clear and precise voice at the table. And I thought, great, I'm done. I've fulfilled my responsibility. And I took a note out of Brad Udall's presentation. I grabbed the quote and put the date on there. I was impressed by that. But let's talk about what this means. There's a group called the Leadership Team for the Water and Tribes Initiative. It's outlined on here, and I'll talk about them in a minute. So we talked a little bit about what I should talk about today. And one of the questions came up was, do I need to rehash history? And a couple of us, the women in the group, thought, been there, done that, don't want to do that anymore. But somebody rephrased that and said, well, why don't we just talk about where we are in the historical record today in terms of the United States relationship with tribes? And that relationship is self-determination. And as somebody who has been doing this self-determination thing for nearly 20 years, self-determination does not mean the United States wipes its hands and says, the decisions are all up to you, tribes, go do it. That's not what self-determination means. Self-determination means capacity building. It means infrastructure development. I think many of you know that there are many people in the basin who still have no access to clean, reliable drinking water. And I think that's this is about stimulating thinking. It's interesting to think about people in the United States who do not have access to clean drinking water. And yesterday we were talking about augmenting the system, right, with desal programs. Where does the socioeconomic nature of infrastructure development fit into this conversation we're having? And we saw the numbers from Margaret yesterday. Crit Indian Tribe has had these water rights perfected, quantified for 60, 70 years now, and tens of millions of dollars are needed to put that water to use. Where does that socioeconomic concern fit into the overall equation? And lastly, this is so important, and it's something that I think Daryl's been very helpful in having conversations about, is that the needs of the tribes, and look at where the Navajo Nation is. 3 states are within the nation. 3 states are within the nation, and I do use those words purposefully. That alone creates so many resource issues, time, politics. Pat talked about it yesterday. The culture of each one of these states is different. Learning how to interact with each one of them, learning their rules, learning how you get access to state funds is so time consuming. But our budgets and our staffing is more like a municipal government. So when we talk about capacity building, we are talking not just about skill development and technical development, but we're talking about structures and funding and staffing. And I had a conversation with Ann Castle, I think, during the previous break. So the next question is, how might this... So I think we've answered the question. Tribes are at the table. But we need assistance from you all to be fully meaningful at the table. And I do want to point out that it's not just tribes. My dear friend Amy Haas yesterday pointed out that in the DCP, the Bureau of Reclamation assigned somebody to work with the Upper Basin, right? Right. That's a concept that can be translated to Indian country. So all of us need some capacity assistance, I think. So before I get into the second question, I wanted to talk about who might be part of determining what this expanded role is. Because I think from my I know, from my perspective, that role in tribal capacity building and determining the role that tribes will have far exceeds the United States. Yes, by law, the United States has a trust responsibility, and yes, we entered into a treaty with them that set aside the reservation 151 years ago, June 1st, but we live in 2019. We don't live in 1868. The states now exist. The states have such a heavy role in managing the natural resources that flow through the Navajo Nation that I think I'm going to throw out. This is me speaking. Pat said a couple of interesting things yesterday, and she talked about the role of the principals. And what I thought about is, well, maybe the principals want to be thinking about what role the tribes could have at the table. Again, along the line of Pat's reflections on there's a different culture in each location, in each state, and each state needs to figure out how to work through their cultural issues. Clearly, the tribes need to be thinking about what expanded role we'll have. And I'll talk a little bit more about that at the end, but I do want to point out, for those of us who've been doing this a while, think about the 10 tribes today and where they were even, 12, 13 years ago? Pretty impressive, right? And that, I was talking to somebody at a break about interlopers, and I'm really an interloper now, right? I don't have a title, but so much of that 10 tribes building back up and building up to something I don't think anybody ever thought it would be, was by interlopers cheering us on and watching us and throwing ideas at us. And that role, that relationship role, is so critical. Okay, I'm going to digress a second and get to one of the punchlines, and it's really Pat's punchline, which is, aren't we really just managing human beings? I know we talk a lot about the science, but isn't kind of the most unknown in what we do really the human action? And I'll talk about that in a little bit. But I offer that because I believe in 1868, nobody would ever have predicted that map you saw, right? That was not what was intended. I need to find the source for this. I was texting my husband, who's an Indian law expert, but there was a census done in the 1890s, which was meant to be the last census of Indian people, because Indian people were going to be gone. So moving on, obviously reclamation has a role. They've been tremendous because they understand their role is beyond formal consultation. Not all federal agencies understand that, and I know the Park Service is here. Is Park Service still here? Wave, did he leave? But there are other agencies that do not understand. Trust relationship is way beyond consultation. It is about Terry's staff waking up, driving up from Phoenix at 5 a.m. to get to the Navajo Nation to talk about the shutdown of Navajo Generating Station, right? It's about 10 p.m. calls. It's about Dave Palumbo calling me on the phone as I'm trying to get out of the office on Friday, and it's 8 o'clock his time, 6 o'clock my time, but it's the only time we can talk about these seriously critical issues. That's the role of the federal government. You might not get paid for it, but I think Mr. Buchowski talked about pushing your team to the brink. That's a lot of what I think the relationship is about with the United States. NGOs, you guys have been great. Jennifer Pitt's like our biggest fan. And I've had a tremendous experience when I was directing the division with the Katina Foundation, who would because we live in the West, I spent way too much windshield time, right? But it's a great time to talk. And I would talk with this brilliant young man from the Katina Foundation who would listen to all of the issues being thrown at us. And he would turn around, write something up, and then tell us what they thought they could fund, what they thought that they could help us with. And they have been critical in helping the Navajo Nation work through some of these NGS closures. And if I have time, I might talk about that. And we'll talk a little bit more about that at the end. And Ome, people have been suggesting we bring Mexico into the conversation. I think it's a fascinating thought because the same tribal people live on both sides of that border, right? And who the others are, I don't know, but there are likely others who are part of this conversation. So again, how might this role be expanded? I just grabbed what's already been said. We heard Peter Kolb yesterday talking about NEPA pre-scoping. We heard Terry talk about lots of small conversations. I kind of think those are the same thing, right? And I offer that because I get that it is overwhelming for everyone in the room to think, oh my God, I need another meeting. I need to talk to another group of people. But at the end of the day, we're human, right? At the end of the day, as much as we have this, so much is resolved because I'm physically in the same space with you are. And so many of you are negotiators, right? And you know what happens in those negotiating rooms. And you all have a story about when that negotiation turned on a dime because of something that was probably emotional, right? That helped move the conversation forward. Margaret talked about Arizona's DCP process. That was tremendous. I do not think that 15 years ago anybody would have predicted that, right? And finally, I think we already have examples even before the DCP process, which is many of the states have settlements today with the tribes. So you got there. What did it take to get to those settlements at the time? And are there things that you can replicate? So finally, I do want to talk a little bit more about the Water and Tribes initiatives and the really creative work that the NGOs are doing, thanks to Tanya Trujillo and others, and Ted Kowalski, who are leading this effort. So Daryl Vigil and Matt McKinney, Matt, if you can wave your hand, are leading what's called a Water and Tribes initiative. And again, it's all on this pamphlet that's right here and some outside. But please indulge me as I read this. It was catalyzed last year to enhance the capacity of tribes to advance their needs and interests with respect to water management in the basin and to advance sustainable water management through collaborative decision-making. This initiative is guided by a broad-based leadership team and funded through in-kind contributions of tribes and many other people, as well as grants from the Babbitt Center for Land and Water and the Walton Foundation. And we have a few members here, Matt McKinney, myself, Jason Robles, Tanya Trujillo, she was here, John Weishite, did I pronounce that correctly? And I think that's, and Peter Hulp is also part of us. And I think that's all the folks that are here. Oh, and Margaret Vick. Sorry, Margaret. I only talked about her a million times and I forgot her. So Doug had specifically asked, where is our thinking? Because in February, there was some thinking that we were thinking of a tribal process that was parallel to a process of renegotiating or reviewing the interim guidelines. And I think we might have been thinking about that because that's kind of what happened with the tribal water study, right? The Colorado Basin study came out and then the tribal water study came out. Well, the more we thought about it, a la Pat Mulroy, we think the role for the tribes is to be at the table, to be part of those conversations in small settings. I'm not trying to scare anybody. I'm not trying to make the table bigger, but we are trying to figure out the shape of the table. And so right now we are thinking of a collaborative process, specifically to be at the table. So Daryl and Matt are working on completing what's a convening assessment. And I'll need Matt, if you have questions about that, he can further explain what that means. So I wanted to bring this up because many of you are going to be receiving a note or a letter or an email from Matt and Daryl asking to find some time with you to sit down and just talk through these issues with the initiative. Because although the Bureau has to wait for its commissioner to tell them when they can pull the gun, and they have until December of next year to start this process, we can always have the conversations, right? Nothing prevents us from moving forward. And so lastly, I think I already got to the punchline, which is, I thought one of the most interesting things from Mulroy's talk yesterday was the response to, was two things. She said, basically don't vilify anyone, take every reality as valid. And it's taken a long time, I think, for mainstream society to accept that about tribal people. I think we're there. But now we need help interpreting our reality so it translates to your models, right? How do we do that? And that's what Dr. Kenny was talking about. Did I get that name right? Weaver, Kenny. You and the previous speaker have been talking about that. How we translate tribal values into modeling and what water managers need to make decisions. So let me be real specific what I mean by that. If you open up the tribal water study, you will see on one of the first pages, reference to water as sacred. Reference to water as sacred. Again, that's something that I don't think 15 years ago I would ever have thought would ever have been seen. But now what does somebody who's running a water system do with that, right? That's what we need help translating to help you all figure out what that means and how we can make it actionable. But the other thing that Ms. Mulroy said was, what are you going to do about population growth? And that's what I mean about the human element. What are you going to do about that? And that's why I wanted to end on this thought that really, aren't we ultimately just talking about managing human beings? And when you're thinking about the tribal role, think of it in the 150-year plus relationship. You know, Margaret raised this yesterday. Now, 150 years for many of the tribes marks the official demarcation of a treaty with the United States, but the relationship is much older than that. And I think that I think that's an important temporal perspective to have as we think about this basin, as we think about where it's going. And as we think about human beings, we often think about 40 million people. And we're not thinking about the individuals, right? We're thinking 40 million people, but not what is that 40 million? What is that income? What are the values that those 40 million people reflect? So with that, I will end, and thank you very much for your time. I don't know if that's secret. Yeah.
Sean, we got one up front.
In the last few minutes of your presentation, which I enjoyed very much, you said a challenge for the tribe is how to translate, excuse me, tribal values into modeling. Have you found from the shutdown of the Navajo generating station in the last 2 years exploring what future uses might be made of part of that infrastructure as well as the area, any guidance in translating tribal values into modeling?
Thank you, and thank you. I don't want to go over time, but I led the tribe's negotiations, so I could talk about this ad nauseum. The tribe is currently trying to figure out what to do with the infrastructure, but some of the most valuable infrastructure is the water, right? And you all know that the Bureau has a pipe down into the dead pool, right, Terry? Or is it the power pool? It's a power pool. The parks, they did it for the Park Service, right? So the tribe is struggling with trying to figure out what we do with all of that water. Given its location, it's challenging, I will say. But there was something brought up today, which is tourism. So talk about the unpredictable. And so indulge me in this. I started in my position in May of 2015. And has anybody been to the slot canyons in Antelope Canyon? A couple of hands. Oh, great. Oh, good. So you know what I'm talking about. If you went on the Navajo tours, you know that there was a shack, a brother and a sister who lead tours into the slot canyons. A couple of things about the slot canyons. The most expensive picture ever sold was of that slot canyon. You know, do the Navajos get any profit from that? No. And that gets to Peter Culp's comments yesterday about how do we distribute capital. Fast forward to 3 years, completely unpredictable. Their shacks are now huge, huge facilities. They have power. They have no water. But they're huge facilities. They used to give tours 3 months out of the year. They now give them 11 to 11 and a half. And the reason is the Chinese. They are fascinated with this area. They can fly into Las Vegas or San Francisco, get on a bus, go into the slot canyons, and if you know anything about China tourism, they get a visa, they have to go. They have to go immediately. That's why tourism is 11 months out of the year. And the French and the Italians come in August. So I was speaking to a young Navajo entrepreneur, and he was really worried about geopolitics, you know, because of what's happening, because we can't shut down the tourism from Asia. And I just said, stop. Did you ever think you would ever be concerned about the geopolitical world? This is what I mean about the unpredictability of human beings, right? We just don't know. So we do know that tourism is a big opportunity. And if you've ever been to Page, I think they had 2 or 3 hotels. They are still building hotels even though NGS is open. So I think they've built 8 hotels or something crazy like that in the last couple of years. One other kind of funny story, has anybody heard of Amangiri? Okay, so I know what class you're in. Gary, I think the rooms start at $1,500 a night. They're 20 miles north of Page. Kim Kardashian went to Gary, posted those photos on social media, immediate spike in tourism. So there is tremendous potential. One of the first things we need to do is figure out how to get water from Lake Powell down to these Navajos who have shacks. They don't even have running toilets, and yet people are coming in droves. So funny stories in answer to your question. And I'll talk anybody's ear off about NGF during break.
All right. So as I think I indicated earlier, I think I've organized at least 20 major conferences in my career. And so I say with a certain degree of authority, we've gotten to the point where you cannot have a decent Colorado River conference without Jennifer Pitt on the program. So Jennifer's on the program next. You know, I think we all know of Jennifer's good work, much of it working across the border with Mexico. And I think it's also known by now that Minute 323, just like the guidelines and just like DCP, has this 2026 expiration date. And so I called Jennifer, or I emailed Jennifer, and I said, Jennifer, I want you to come tell these people what happens after 323 expires. And she's like, I don't know that. I'm like, well, it kind of bothered me. It's like, how can you not know this? So I said, well, will you come and guess? And maybe say what you think should happen. She says, well, yeah, I can do that. So that's the charge to Jennifer. So take her.
Listening to me a few too many times. I apologize. I took your charge seriously, but I will confess that I don't have the confidence to tell you what I think should happen, but I'm going to ask a lot of questions that are hopefully provocative to let you know where my thinking is. And I also just want to start out by saying I don't speak for the United States. I don't speak for Mexico. I'm not even really speaking for Audubon right now. I'm just Jennifer, thinking about all the history and what I know about how it's worked with the US and Mexico and how the Colorado River Basin has worked over many years. And I have to start out by just introducing National Audubon Society a little bit, because many of you have heard me many times speaking for another NGO. But I do, for the last 3 years, have been working for National Audubon, and our mission is to conserve and restore natural ecosystems for birds and other wildlife for the benefit of humanity and biodiversity. And in our water program, we really think about what is good management of water for people and birds. And the people part is so important, because we know that if we don't get the people part right, then it's impossible to get the nature part right. So the people part really has become a priority for us. And I think for those of you who've worked with us over the last few years, I hope that you see that. So just what I'm gonna go through today is just a refresher on, super brief, what's in Minute 323, and then sort of in terms of what's next, talk about collaboration, shortage sharing, water conservation, management reforms, and of course, the Colorado River Delta. Why is Audubon even interested in this in the first place? Why have I been working on this for 20 years? Is habitat, the potential for habitat restoration in the Colorado River Delta. But what I have learned over these many years, and from all of you, I've worked with so many of you in the room, what I've learned from you is that in order to take care of that delta, we have to think about the whole package. And I think it's interesting to reflect on what Minute 323 is versus what the DCPs are in the United States. Minute 323 is a package that is more comprehensive, and because there are more puzzle pieces, maybe that's why we're also able to have habitat restoration as one of the components in the deal. So quickly, Minute 323, includes the sharing of shortage and surplus on a basically a proportional basis with the lower basin states. And the triggers are the same Mead triggers that we use in the US. It includes a binational water scarcity plan. Others have talked about it. That's the extra component of water conservation commitments that equate to the DCP that weren't triggered until the DCPs were adopted. It includes binational water conservation and water exchanges. So effectively, money has been made available from the federal government in the US and some water users in the US to Mexico. Mexico invests that, and in exchange, US water users get temporary uses of water, finite volumes, but the long-term benefits of the infrastructure investments are meant to accrue to Mexico and their water users. There's a study of augmentation. I don't know a whole lot about what's going on there, but Tom Bushatsky, if he's still here, is the lead of that effort, so you can talk to him about it. There are provisions to explore management improvements, both to look at hydrologic variability of the deliveries of water to Mexico. They're the end of the system, so they got a certain measure of unpredictability just by where they're located, as well as salinity, and then, of course, the delta. So in terms of what next, the collaboration in and of itself, and other people have referenced this, like that is the nut. Like none of the rest of this is possible if we don't maintain the relationships and the trust that have been built over now what is more than a decade of really concerted effort to rebuild it after some pretty low times in the early 2000s. I put this slide up because someone asked me to prepare it earlier this year, and I put it up because I think it's interesting to think about what the conversations are when you're talking within the region, within the basin, with people who touch the Colorado River more directly, and then what it's like to know that ultimately this relationship has to go through the institutional processes of our two nations, which are located very far away from the basin in both cases. And I know that matters because over the 20 years I've spent working on the border issues, I have several times seen other issues in the US-Mexico relation crop up to impact what we're talking about. I mean, there's a historic example, which is maybe Minute 242 was negotiated at a time when the US was really interested in Mexico's oil industry. And the other example that I have personal experience with is that we had some momentum going around conversation around the Colorado River Delta in 2000 and 2001 with the adoption of Minute 306, which is really where the federal governments started to show interest in that region. And we had our big conference that was supposed to level the playing field for everybody, happened to be in Mexicali on September 11th and 12th, 2001. And the wind went out of our sails, and we spent 5 years unable to restart the conversation. So because we're dealing with the State Department's Foreign Relations Secretariat in Mexico, like the bigger issues come and bump into what we're working on, and that's unpredictable. The other point I wanted to make is that how we implement Minute 323 is definitely going to bear on what that negotiation looks like and what are the state of our collaboration as we implement 323 will clearly color where we are at when it comes time for the renegotiation post 2026. So those relationships are critical. And I would also say that because we built these relationships, and because they are so critical, that makes it all the more important that there's not some idea for 2026 that gets developed in a domestic context that gets fairly baked before we bring Mexico into the conversation, as that's not treating Mexico as an equal partner. And I think the state of the relationships right now demand that we don't leave it to be some kind of afterthought. In terms of shortage sharing, I was provoked a little bit by the blog post that John and Eric put out a couple days before this conference. Nice job. Talking about extraordinary drought and how maybe we need to look at how that's interpreted. And I guess I just wanted to put this up here and say, Mexico has made it very clear that if what we want to talk about is extraordinary drought, what they want to talk about is that we have trouble managing an over-allocated resource. And they're not particularly happy with the fact that shortages are triggered on reservoir elevations, and that's been a point of contention both in minute 319 and again in minute 323, and they are living with it. But I believe we are still studying other ways of linking shortages to hydrologic metrics more directly without the intervention of the reservoirs. So I don't have any big prediction on what this is going to look like other than to say that I think Mexico has already demonstrated amply that they are willing to be a partner in equitable distribution of shortages. And I don't think we should expect anything different. And interestingly, Mexico's federal apparatus has been much quicker to embrace the rubric of climate change as something to talk about and deal with than we have in the US. So I think they get it and they understand, they'll be there. So I think we can expect that. And I think at the same time, we should remember that the way we've gotten around the concerns about extraordinary drought and to a shortage sharing provision is by looking at water management as a package with many elements on the table that make it possible for Mexico to share in those shortages. So I fully expect that to be part of the agreement going forward. So what about water conservation? In minute 319, there was about $21 million yielding about 124,000 acre feet of water for exchange, and I think unquantified benefits at this point in terms of what Mexico is able to garner from those investments over time. The projects, though, took a while to get going, and I wanted to just pause on this point for a minute. I think the initial idea that some folks at Conagua had was to build a big regulating reservoir to address that issue of being down at the end of the system and try to get a little bit more stability and certainty in their water deliveries. But that wasn't really popular with the water users in the irrigation district, and things kind of ground to a halt for a while. And the way that the federal agencies in Mexico were able to break that back open was to start talking to all the different sub-units or sub-districts of the irrigation district about projects that they would like to see, and to start to spread that money around to make sure that the benefits were being realized by the people who were ultimately going to be asked to forego some water use for exchange, at least in the short term. And I think that is telling for how things go forward. Now, in minute 323, there's more money. There's a little more than $31 million. The acre feet have increased. We have no idea yet what the projects are going to be, or at least maybe in Mexico they have they figured it out, but we haven't been talking about it at the binational table. And I did want to note that there is a potential for wanting to develop an additional almost 200,000 acre feet because of an acknowledged demand for environmental flows that is not committed to in the minute, but is referenced explicitly. So potential for even more cooperation and even more collaborative investments in binational projects. I think one uncertainty, I mean, there's a lot of uncertainty around these, but an additional uncertainty I have that I think is an important one is whether it will be palatable to implement on-farm measures. So far, I told you, we started at the biggest end of the system with regulating reservoir, went down to sub-districts where we're lining canals and rehabbing wells. The question is, can we get down to the farm level? And again, there's uncertainty there. There's some distrust at the local level of what the Mexican federal government is doing with these binational agreements. I mean, in Colorado, we like to say, why would you conserve water and send it to California? And in Mexico, they like to say, why would we conserve water just, for the United States to use more? So, the similar attitudes around the basin. But I do think these projects, I see this as one of the most crucial pieces of the minute, because first of all, it's the way to generate water for the environment, but beyond that, most crucial for the minute, because Mexico, like water users in the lower basin, is about to be exposed, or there's this looming shortage and conservation commitments. And if those are imposed as water taken away from those water users who are already somewhat distrustful of this process, then how are the negotiators going to go into the 2026 negotiations and have license to think creatively about how this gets implemented? They're going to have a revolution on their hands with angry water users, and it's going to limit the space in which they have to think about the agreement going forward. So I'd say that what happens next with water conservation very much depends on what we do in Minute 323, implementing the existing commitments to binational water conservation, and in addition will be colored by what is the actual shortage experience, both in terms of what are the reservoir operations, so what gets imposed from the Mead releases, but also what is Mexico's resilience to that response? How quickly are we able to get projects on the ground that allow Mexico to bank even more water in Mead and be resilient to those shortages? A little bit about management reforms. The minute actually addresses two areas. One is hydrologic variability and one is salinity. First of all, I want to make clear that I don't think I'm sharing anything here today that remains the sort of privileged information of how these work groups work. I'm being careful about that, but I don't sit on the hydrology variability or the hydrology work groups, so I actually have quite little insight into what they're doing. So I'm not going to talk about that, but I will mention something that's actually called out in the minute, which is the potential to address, to look at the variability of salinity. So remember that Mexico's delivery is made up not only of a release out of Lake Mead, but also management of return flows, mostly coming out of the Yuma area, which comprise a significant portion of Mexico's delivery. And that in part is why we have Minute 242 structured as it is, a differential between Imperial Dam and the border. So in the discussions leading up to Minute 323, there was a lot of talk about the fact that the way we're measuring, talk about the fact that Mexico's producers complain about variability in salinity, not at an annual basis, but maybe at like a monthly or weekly or even sometimes hourly time step over the day, that they see fluctuations and that causes problems. And then we started talking about the fact that the way the two countries are measuring salinity to comply with Minute 242 is every other week, each country goes and takes a grab sample, sends it to a separate lab, and they are not calibrated. So we disagree on the numbers, and we're only looking at an instantaneous reading once every 2 weeks. And the producers are telling us there's problems at an hourly, with a sub-day level. So the commitment in the minute to start off, I think, is great, which is that they've installed 4 real-time salinity telemetric, measurement devices. I think they're using EC, and the data has been collected for about 2 years now, and USGS says they will be making this publicly available data, but they're still working on calibrating and making sure that they have their translations from EC to actual salinity correct, and it will be made public. And I think that opens up a window of opportunity for some discussions about salinity management that could both yield improvements in what Mexico experiences in their deliveries and potentially save some water in Lake Mead if we can get it right. I don't know exactly what that looks like, but hopefully over the next few years, we'll have the chance to explore that. And then if we're ready, maybe something along those lines could be addressed in the intervening years or in a 2026 agreement. So finally, turning to the Colorado River Delta, I wanted to start with just a refresher on what it was, because it isn't. About 1 million acres, the river running to the sea in basically its entirety, impacting a big estuary. And, you know, we don't have great historic records on the wildlife that was there. There was no BioBlitz back in the early 19th century, but we do have an essay in the Sand County Almanac by Aldo Leopold, who talks about a milk and honey wilderness and clouds of birds in the air darkening the sky. So, you know, I don't have numbers for you, but it was a lot. It was much more than it was today. Obviously, nobody's talking about bringing that back, but we have had a conversation in the sort of university and NGO worlds that goes back at least to 2005. I mean, could we do something in the Delta goes back to the 90s, but the first time I'm aware of that we really set conservation priorities was in 2005, and there's still a book called Conservation Priorities in the Colorado River Delta you can look at, still pretty relevant, I think. Some things have changed, and it discusses having hydrologic and habitat connectivity on the riparian corridor, which, by the way, is for the birds, because that is the waistline in the hourglass shape of both the Central and the Pacific flyways, that habitat in the midst of the Sonoran Desert, very important. Also the estuary, you know, this is one of North America's previously most productive desert estuaries, period, and it's in the middle of the desert. And of course, the Cienega de Santa Clara as a valuable remnant resource at this point. The other thing that was not defined very well in 2005, but we learned during the pulse flow, is the social impact. And that has become a priority for those of us working on restoration in the Delta. And when I say those of us working on it, I include the federal and state partners in that. We have a lot of discussions about what it means to connect to people and how the community element is so important to the durability of what we're doing in the first place. So quickly, Minute 319 had some commitments to water for pulse flow, for base flow, some money for restoration, and an undefined commitment to monitoring. That all worked really well. Minute 323 has a pretty similar construct. We don't have a pulse flow and a base flow anymore because we think there are better ways to deliver water to produce the benefits we want to see. Three-way share, US, Mexico, and NGOs, or I'll call them donors, and you'll see why in a second, for water, for restoration, and for science and monitoring. And in some ways, that's a lot, and in other ways, I would say in particular, the restoration dollar figure is little. During the negotiations, we had defined a water demand and a dollar figure that were considerably higher as a sort of optimal target to reach. And at this point, I think with about 1,200 acres of already restored habitat on the ground, if we penciled out how much it costs just to maintain that habitat through 2026, we'll eat up the majority of our $9 million. So we don't have a lot of run room to build new habitat at this point. And so that's a conversation we've really started to have. We have a coalition of the NGOs that work together on restoration. So Sonoran Institute, Pro Natura Nordweste, the Nature Conservancy, Audubon, Restoremos El Colorado, and the Redford Center. And we have, under Minute 319, we successfully raised more than $10 million to help with the water acquisitions and restoration. And we've really been struggling over the last, not struggling, but working hard over the last year and a half to figure out how we frame what our fundraising goals should be. Because in particular, what we have started to hear from donors is they need more certainty than we are offering them. If I'm don't keep coming to me for another million or another 5 million or another 100,000. I want to know that my investment will be secure. I don't want to just pay as we go and we'll see what happens. So what does that complete restoration cost? And can you prove to us that you can raise all the funds before I give you another dollar? And is the protection permanent? So these are some questions that we are wallowing in right now. And I guess my question then for getting to 2026 is, if incremental restoration is impossible because we don't have the money to do it, then 2026 or even earlier, can the US and Mexico increase commitments to leverage funds from the private sector, from private donors? And in order to do that, what has to be on the table? We can't probably launch a successful fundraising campaign just to maintain what's there in perpetuity. We need more on the table. And so, to what degree do we expand the social elements of benefits that we're providing? How much riparian restoration? Can the Cienega be part of a package? It's certainly wrapped up in all of the water management discussions between the DCP and the Minute, but it has been left aside historically. Two more, and then I'll be done. What's next? There are some tribes we've heard that sit right in the Colorado River Delta and are kind of frustrated by the fact that the river's gone, and that has deprived them of not only the river, but their cultural heritage that is so tied to the river. So do the tribes have a place at the table in the efforts to restore the Delta? And one more, which is an important one. So the reason we have moved away from a big pulse flow is that a lot of that pulse flow, as I'm sure you all know, infiltrated into the groundwater, created great aquifer recharge. We actually saw a big green up of the existing vegetation, getting a good drink of water, but it did not create habitat up on the floodplain. There was not the scour effect that you would have had absent this dry reach or with a greater volume of water, a greater flow. So we have this dry reach, and because of it, we are choosing to send our water through Mexico's irrigation canals down to where the soil is wet, below the dry reach, where the groundwater table comes up again because it's elevated with all that irrigation in the Mexicali Valley. So that drives us to very expensive sort of MSCP style restoration projects. And we have some that are kind of more on the tree farm side and some that are more managed marsh in the river, but it all costs a ton of money. Witness the conversation or the topic I was just talking about. So right now, the dry reach is a problem for habitat restoration in the Delta. But we've seen, and there's a published report from our final monitoring report from Minute 319 that documents, we've seen that the groundwater is declining. We are looking at piezometers that are at our restoration sites on the river. We see at the top of the dry reach, a drop of about 1 meter a year in the last 3 years. So I guess I have a question, I know that if it's just a problem for the environment, I'm gonna have trouble getting traction on even just starting the conversation about it. But when does that become a problem for more stakeholders? And I think it may, and is it something that's easier to get on top of today than it is to wait until that problem is, orders of magnitude harder to walk back from? So can we talk about groundwater? And those of you who've worked on the Colorado River for a couple decades know that that's a fraught conversation because of the lining of the All-American Canal and some pretty heavy-duty disputes that were born of that. So can we move beyond that and just let bygones be bygones and move forward and talk about groundwater in a binational context? And with that, I'll wrap it up. Thank you.
Question?
Okay.
Yeah, Jennifer, this is maybe an oddball question, but you heard Jonathan Overpack yesterday talk about the tails of the distribution. We're all focused on drought, but one of those tails is in fact very heavy flows.
Yeah.
And I was reading an account of the 1916 flood in Yuma, where the estimated flow through Yuma below the Gila was well over 200,000 cubic feet per second. Has there been any thought or discussion if we did have another 83, 84 release, or even a supercharged one that was much higher than that because of climate change, what would happen in the delta to your work? And would that water end up in the Pacific Ocean, or would it end up in the Imperial Sink, which over the millions of years, it's gone both ways?
I have over years talked to Reclamation about their flood ratings and infrastructure on the river. I don't know the answer to your question about whether it would breach and go over into the Salton Sea, but I do know that Mexico also has a levee system in place that they maintain. There are some limited developments inside the levees with concessions that the federal government has handed to farmers, but relatively little infrastructure. So, and I can't answer the question about the ratings of those levees and what would happen. I can say this, a giant flood tearing through there, that would get us some scour on the floodplain, I imagine, that we missed with our little 100,000 acre foot pulse flow. And that, and so it might knock it down. Yeah, so yes, we might lose where we have planted. We might lose some MSCP sites too. I suppose it depends where that flood arises. But with that floodplain scour and with a native seed source there now, maybe we would see some good come of it. But I will say this, we're not necessarily planning around that eventuality, but it's a good question. And I'm waiting for the Gila to flow again, because we thought it had a 10-year periodicity, but it's been on vacation.
One more.
What frequency do you need for flood flow or for pulse flows to be effective?
Well, once upon a time, we thought we knew the answer. You don't need a pulse, so it's really what magnitude and what periodicity, right? So the dry reach makes the magnitude somewhat unknowable because we don't know what the size is of the hole in the aquifer. We don't know what that empty capacity is there, and we don't know the rate at which it's growing. So I can't tell you the magnitude, but I can tell you that right now, we know we don't have enough water to create those, but we surmised back when there was more, when the groundwater hole wasn't as big because we had excess flows moving down this part of the river until around 2000, that anecdotally the thought was if you had a pulse flow every 4 years, you help recharge and you get some periodic regeneration. That's work that right now we're assuming we have to do effectively by hand. Okay, thank you.
All right. Our next speaker, the only thing standing between you and lunch is Mike Cohen of the Pacific Institute. I'm warming him up, Mike. Over the last 15 to 20 years or so, I haven't met anyone, at least not in the upper basin, who has more consistently and passionately argued that the Salton Sea was a resource that was being neglected and ignored at considerable risk. And I think the way the DCP stumbled to the finish line in California is consistent with what Mike's been talking about. So sometimes it takes people a while to recognize genius, Mike. And I'm still waiting, but you beat me there. So having said all that, I asked Mike to come here and talk about the Salton Sea and I said, Mike, just tell me what the solution is. I'm tired of doing the mental work myself. Just tell me what the solution is and be really opinionated. And yeah, as soon as I asked Mike to be opinionated, I knew that was probably unnecessary. It's like asking the sun to shine, you know. So Mike, shine away.
It's like a Pink Floyd song, something about a crazy diamond. But I'll get to that. Actually, there's a slide towards the end of this presentation on crazy diamonds. So appreciate the opportunity to be back here and to talk about the Salton Sea again in the upper basin. I'm going to, I think, try to integrate some of the issues that we've heard about that have been touched on this morning, and particularly yesterday morning, integrating the Salton Sea into the Colorado River Basin as a whole. I was encouraged to hear yesterday morning both Pat and Terry talk about the importance of the Salton Sea for the basin. And I'm a little bit about the importance of managing human beings. So we've talked about modeling exercises, we've talked about out-of-the-box ideas. Peter Culp yesterday said something about what we really need to hear about is kind of real-time decision-making analysis. So I'm going to offer a little bit of that, which may make some people uncomfortable, probably my bosses at the Institute. So here goes. So Pacific Institute, we're based in Oakland. I actually work across the street, which makes this a very nice conference, nice just to walk. And Sean didn't need the parking pass. So here's a different map from the Colorado River Basin. Sarah Porterfield posted this on John Fleck's blog not too long ago. I like this particular map. We've seen various different maps of the basin. This one actually includes the Salton Sea. So at the far end of the basin, we're up here in the upper right. On the outside of the basin, Salton Sea is actually part of the basin. Recent reclamation maps essentially define the water accounting surface, which excludes the basin. But as we just heard from the previous presentation, water used to meander throughout the greater delta, and part of that was into the Salton Sea. We also heard a little bit about salts, and just a bit of a digression here. Currently, the Colorado River delivers or contains or moves roughly 7.5 million tons of salt per year. About a third of that winds up in the Salton Sea each year, flows through the Imperial Valley and flows into the Salton Sea each year. So the Salton Sea is essentially a sump for much of the salt in the Colorado River Basin, even though the Imperial Irrigation District uses about 18 to 20% of the river. So a disproportionate amount of those salts wind up in the Salton Sea. So talk a little about the Salton Sea, give Doug his answer, and then talk about this broader integration, how the Salton Sea really factors into the current conversations, and talk about new bargains, how we're going to get to new bargains and lasting solutions if we don't actually bring the Salton Sea along with us. So there's a lot of places to start talking about the Salton Sea and progress in the Salton Sea, and I'm only going to go back about 4.5 years to the petition that Imperial Irrigation District filed with the state board to essentially, well, the quote is, "This petition asks the board to revisit the matter because it is warranted to require the state to fulfill its statutory commitment to restore the Salton Sea as an added condition of the QSA transfers." So IID maintained that they had been living up to their part of the deal. They had been transferring water to San Diego. They had been serving and reducing their total take on the river, delivering that water with ultimate repercussions for the Salton Sea itself. But the state has not, at that time, and in fact, to this day, had not met its obligations to undertake the restoration of the Salton Sea as it was called for in statute. So the specific request here was to condition, and I'm using that word intentionally, condition the transfers on state action. And what ultimately happened is IID came forward with this request for a condition, essentially a hard mark to say, ultimately, we're not going to take action, or we're not going to continue to transfer that water if the state doesn't meet its obligation, and they walked that back. So they started with this condition, and then they ultimately said, well, actually, what we really need is a roadmap. So the state provided this, essentially a roadmap. The Salton Sea Management Program is essentially a concept to say, here's how we're going to move forward with Salton Sea activities. The state's initial plan came forward on this middle column, looks at exposure at the Salton Sea as the transfers ramp up. And then on the right column is what the acreage of projects would be. So Jack Schmidt talked a little about what are the goals and objectives for anything. The state program essentially ignores goals and objectives, which are embodied in statute to talk about preservation, efficient ecosystem values, and said simply that we're going to construct habitat. We got this memorialized in the stipulated order from about 1.5 years ago, saying at least 50% of those acreage numbers needed to be habitat. Chris Harris yesterday mentioned that, in fact, the state has misses 500-acre habitat or 500-acre project milestone. Yes, last year it will miss its habitat objective this year, and it's unclear if they're even going to build dust control projects this year. They're going to miss next year's habitat milestone as well, and they're likely to miss even 2021. They might start catching up by 2022. So essentially the state is 4 years behind. So I mentioned, this is a slide I actually showed 2 years ago, encapsulating some of the frustration there, because there's a lot of water that continues to flow into the Salton Sea. So historically it was about 1.3 million acre feet of water, which is of course a staggering amount. But even half that amount is a staggering amount. 650,000 acre feet of water, even as the transfers ramp up and potential additional conservation within the valley, 650,000 acre feet of water could be flowing into the Salton Sea. I suspect that the Delta would be pretty happy with a tiny fraction of the amount of that water. So there's a lot of water to play with and to optimize. There's broad stakeholder support, at least for this concept of the 10-year plan of building some habitat and dust control projects around the margins of the Salton Sea. There's even more funding for the Salton Sea activities, which I'll mention in a second here. But the big change from 2 years ago is the change in leadership, a change in political will. What we still don't have is a long-term commitment, and part of that lack of commitment is an absence of operations and maintenance funding for Salton Sea activities. So there's a lot of bond funding for Salton Sea projects. Those bonds are essentially prohibited from being expended for operations and maintenance. So the state is, and part of the reason the state was so hesitant for so many years for undertaking projects at the Salton Sea was this absence of long-term operations and maintenance funding. So here's a report that came out from the Legislative Analyst's Office in California a year ago. And I'm not sure, let's see if this pointer works. So this number, that's a big number. More than $350 million available for Salton Sea projects. Certainly not enough to build the entire the 10-year project, but plenty of money to get started. So this is $350 million last year. Turns out the state has spent maybe $2 million in the past year, because they really have not been doing very much. They're going to start ramping up, and again, the big change here is that the state of California has essentially done a 180. So this is the Lieutenant Governor of California at the Salton Sea last year. He's now the governor. So the governor of California actually went down to the Salton Sea, or Lieutenant Governor at the time, talked to IID and demonstrated some interest in undertaking actions at the Salton Sea. The governor appointed Wade Crowfoot as the Secretary of the Natural Resources Agency, somebody who was quite familiar with the Salton Sea, and his first official trip as secretary was down to the Salton Sea. So that's the pivot. The political will has dramatically changed. And this gets back to that management question of how do we actually move things at the Salton Sea or other projects around within the basin, and it requires political will. And that's changed, and because of that change, they overcame this first logjam. They finally signed the easement, allowing essentially state activities to occur on IID land. And IID had held off for years because they didn't want the liability for state projects, particularly projects that didn't have a funding source for long-term maintenance. On a separate track is the QSA JPA, which has some funding and has actually been building dust control projects. So the upper right picture you see there is essentially playa, exposed land or exposed lake bed. And you can see, perhaps you can see, that this is pretty weak crust. And when the winds blow through there, it can kick up tremendous amounts of dust. So what IID has done through its mitigation responsibilities is to essentially what they call surface roughening. And some of this actually has vegetation, some of that's passive, some of that was active, to help minimize that dust. So there's, IID has already constructed about 1,400 acres of dust control projects. Another 600 acres or so are planned for this year. Doug, here's what we're hoping to see at the Salton Sea. This is actually a project that GS and Reclamation had built and operated from 2006 to 2010, essentially capturing some of those drainage flows, impounding them, and then there were more than 200 different species of birds, often in very large numbers, using those ponds. So we know this can be done at the Salton Sea. We know it can be successful. What we need the state of California to do is to take that up again. To change tax a little bit, this is the top red line is IID's consumptive use. From 1996, it was about 3.1 or a little bit more than 3.1 million acre feet per year. You can see in 2002 was again right around that 3.1 million acre foot figure, and then it dropped off, and then this more recent 5-year period, it was down to about 2.5, 2.6 million acre feet. So 500,000 acre feet of less water is flowing into the Imperial Valley, ultimately helping California, which has dropped from 5.2 or 5.3 to 4.4, benefiting the basin as a whole. Of course, this has repercussions for the Salton Sea. So the line on the blue is the elevation of the Salton Sea. Current elevation of the Salton Sea is about 236 feet below sea level. So it's dropped 8.5 feet since the start of the QSA. This actually article just came out on Tuesday from the Imperial Valley Press, looking at 2017 numbers. IID is now posted as 2018 numbers, which are those figures on the bottom. So it's about more than 4.1 million acre feet have been conserved over the term of the QSA to date. So arguably a pretty significant contribution to basin stability, because that's less water that's being drawn out of Lake Mead, benefiting the basin. And part of IID's frustration, I guess, is that there's this tendency to look forward in the basin without perhaps the recognition that IID seeks for their activities to date. Here's a different way to look at the decline elevation. That darker blue is where the Salton Sea was prior to the QSA. It's actually already declined below the lighter blue, and could decline all the way to that red elevation within 10, 15 years. So what does this look like on the ground? Well, there's a real public health threat here. So there was a question earlier about dust in Glen Canyon. Well, dust at the Salton Sea is real. 650,000 people live in the airshed. So air quality in the airshed is already bad. It's not that they had pristine conditions before, and because of the QSA transfers will suddenly have intolerable air quality, but it exacerbates an already bad condition. And associated with this is liability. So essentially there's two factors here that's directly playing into IID's concern. One is their liability for lands exposed, and IID owns a lot of the land that is exposed already around the Salton Sea. But the second part is that they live there. So this directly affects them and their families and their neighbors. So there's considerable concern about this. Again, getting back to this condition that they had, that the states start undertaking activities. And in fact, IID repeated this condition 2 years ago. 2.5 years ago, I guess now, at CRUA, saying if there's no going forward at the Salton Sea, then IID cannot help at Lake Mead. And interestingly, there was another condition professed at that same conference. In fact, I think at that same panel from Metropolitan saying there's a condition, we want to see activity at the Bay Delta within California before we're going to sign off on the DCP. And of course, we've heard Tom earlier talked about other conditions, and of course, the DCP or the sets of DCPs were a host of compromises. And there was various conditions placed within likely each one of these, every one of the states. So requests for money, requests for water to move forward. So the other key part of the question about IID's condition is IID's farmers. So I was actually at this workshop, and it makes for interesting viewing. Links on the bottom. So the day before this workshop on the DCP, a group of farmers, which had previously sued IID, and resulting in the overturning or the repeal of the equitable distribution plan within IID, and a tool to manage IID's water use and create essentially an internal water bank. That was overturned by a similar group of farmers, who then went to the court to ask for an injunction against or prohibiting IID from participating in the DCP. So it's interesting to me to see that I'm sure every one of the water agencies here faces angry constituents. But these constituents, there's considerable personal animosity between the board and their constituents, and those constituents regularly sue. So that's part of the context there that led to this motion. So this is the motion that I was hoping Chris was going to talk about, so I have to get up here and talk about it, but he didn't. So there were conditions in many of the water agencies, California, other California agencies had conditions that they wanted to see the federal legislation before they finally approved it. They wanted to see the final terms of the agreement before they approved it. But the kicker on this one was this third condition, saying they wanted to see a state-federal match. And part of the history to that was just a month prior, the voters of California, which had in June approved $200 million for the Salton Sea, there was another bond issue in November asking for, as part of a much broader bond package, an additional $200 million for Salton Sea activities. And that, the voters said, was too much. Not necessarily just for the Salton Sea, but a second bond issue within the same year. So there was this idea, perhaps with an idea, that there was going to be full funding for the 10-year plan provided by the voters, and that was rejected. So they looked towards another funding source, and then there had been funding identified within the Farm Bill to move forward. So they said, we have this condition that to move forward, we want to see a federal match. So it's I think, important to take a look at the property ownership checkerboard at the Salton Sea. Some 40% of the land at and under the Salton Sea is owned by the federal government. So last year, some 6,200 acres of land that have been exposed to date is federal land. Within 4 more years, it could be 9,000 acres of federal land exposed. So although there's both this broader federal interest and basin state interest in preserving the Salton Sea, or at least minimizing the damages at the Salton Sea, there's also this direct federal interest. So what was the response to IID's condition? The basin states and the fellow water agencies, being good partners, recognizing that all issues are real, that IID is tethered to the Salton Sea and committed to crossing the finish line together, immediately voiced their strong support for IID's condition. They wrote to their congressional delegations calling for prompt commitment of Farm Bill money, not interior money, not money from their own states, not water from their own states, but Farm Bill money to meet IID's conditions so they could cross the finish line together. Well, yeah. So actually what happened was the Captain Bligh approach, which was a large-scale invalidation of IID's condition, saying that there's no impacts from the DCP, you need to get past this, you need to be a good player, and I guess maybe not to my surprise, but repeated criticism of IID, which maybe people thought that was going to change IID's approach, but turns out when you provoke IID, they tend to get angry. So this actually was a picture. This is actually the heavyweight title fight, and I'm not a fight fan, but this was on in the papers. So this guy on the right is from Imperial. Andy Ruiz, the new heavyweight champion of the world, and a massive underdog in this fight. It was kind of a Rocky Balboa story here, because the guy on the left, who was the heavyweight champion, and I got to say, looks much more intimidating than me, he lost. So essentially, I like the image. So IID's response, as perhaps is not surprising to anybody who's actually worked with IID, was not to roll over, but to strike back. And that's exactly what IID has done, is they've lashed out. In fact, IID has filed litigation in state court saying that Metropolitan's assumption of IID's contribution responsibilities violated CEQA. I'm not sure if they filed the federal case yet, but they're certainly talking about doing that as well. So there's been all this talk about we're in this together, we're going to be good partners, everybody's issues are real, and yet the response to IID was not that. And I guess it was particularly surprising to me because it was not just a retrospective impact, but IID's got a lot of water on the table. So IID's had underruns the past couple of years, and the projection is another underrun this year. But we saw in that earlier graph I showed that there was an uptick in IID's water use last year. Because IID doesn't want underruns. I mean, the assumption is the underruns pass to the next junior priority. But IID, feeling a little aggrieved, is now increasing their leaching. And if you look at IID's leaching or acreages that are being leached currently, it's 2 orders of magnitude higher than it was 5 years ago. Because there's all this additional water that they have. They're conserving, they've implemented a lot of efficiency measures. So there's a lot of water, additional water available within IID, within their entitlement, that they can use. And if they're not feeling to be tightly linked to the other, to their basin, then they're using the water to leach it. They're using the water to leach their ground. And in fact, the amount of water that flowed into the Salton Sea last year was considerably higher than anybody had projected. So there's a lot of water that IED could be using for other activities. There was a report that came out not too long ago that said you can line the East Highline Canal, conserving 100,000 acre feet of water per year. And then there's additional on-farm opportunities. So IED potentially could be contributing an additional 200,000 acre feet of water to storage in Mead each and every year. So Pat mentioned this yesterday, everybody's issues are real. I'm not sure if who's supposed to be on that couch. At this point, I'm starting to think it's me. But I think there's some real relationship building that needs to be done as we move forward. If we're going to start talking about the next iteration of the interim guideline or of the guidelines, how do we move forward without the largest user on the river? So clearly I'm interested in the Salton Sea. There's an opportunity to bring additional money in for the Salton Sea. And I think the ask here is not so large. It's not that there is a request for money out to the individual states or to the other water agencies or for additional water as mitigation or compensation. It's simply to say your issues are real. And we want you to go to your delegation and say, we support this. So lessons I think that have been learned both at the Salton Sea and perhaps at the basin more broadly is that it's important to have milestones and conditions to have check-ins periodically. So what we failed to do at the Salton Sea for really 15 years was to have check-ins at the state board. We had this assumption that we have money, we have a general idea of what a plan should look like. Okay, let's go ahead and do it. And what we found was that absent political will, it didn't happen. So we needed some kind of hammer or at least some kind of check-in to say, what are you doing and how are we moving forward? And again, it's political will. So again, it's these interpersonal relationships and somebody saying, this is important to us, we're going to move forward. More broadly, I think it's going to be challenging to move forward without the largest water user on the river. To talk about the interim guidelines, there's clearly a guide path or a glide path for IED to rejoin, and IED's been quite clear that they want that storage in Mead. They want to participate in the DCP. So I think there's a lot of opportunity there. I don't think that door is closed. As Terry said, that door is still open, but I think it's going to require a little bit of proactive effort. And Lord knows IED could have handled this much better themselves. So the petition or their condition came out essentially at the last minute. A lot of IED staff themselves didn't know this was coming. IED could have done a better job of briefing the other their partners about what this means and what they were expecting and what actually satisfaction of that condition could mean. But you've all worked with IED for years and years, and it shouldn't be that surprising that that's not the way they necessarily operated in the past. And maybe the way to encourage them to operate that way in the future is to reach out and help them get there. And my last comment is that we need to be more open. So Arizona had, I think, a painfully open process with far too many meetings, but California did not. And had the process in California been more open, perhaps some of these issues would have been raised earlier. Thanks.
Do we have questions for Mike?
Wow.
Mike, this question is going to tie back to some of the discussions yesterday about augmentation. And there's been a concept known as the C2C proposal. Could you comment on that idea?
So funny you should mention the C2C.
Ah.
So we actually, the Pacific Institute, put together an analysis, a quick and dirty analysis of C2C, I think 4 or 5 years ago. So C2C has been around for decades. George Brown was talking about C2C in the 90s, probably even predated that. There are a host of challenges with C2C, and I think the number one challenge with C2C is that either you're bringing in water from California over the coastal range, which is a lift of 4,000 feet, and ocean water is pretty heavy and pretty corrosive, or you're bringing it in from the Gulf of California. And of course, that route, the southern route, runs through the country of Mexico. So in the news recently is that the President of the United States is talking about additional tariffs on Mexico. That relationship, I would argue, is even more fraught than the relationship with IAD. So how we're going to get a new agreement with Mexico to bring water in from the upper Gulf, and the upper part of that, of course, is a protected biosphere reserve. So that's a pretty long run. And people say, well, it's all downhill, and actually there's a rise through Mexicali of about 90 feet, or if you go through Laguna Salada, in fact, there's a bit of a range there. It's 300 feet. So you have to, again, pump ocean water up. And then secondly, what do you do with all the salts? So there's currently about 2.5, 3 million tons of salts going into the Salton Sea every year now. But ocean water is roughly 10 times as salty as the drainage inflows. So you could be bringing in 40 million tons of salt every year into the Salton Sea. That's a lot of salt. And people say, well, we're just going to sell the salt. We can use it for road salt. Turns out the market for road salt in the United States is about 27 million tons. So you've just completely blown away the road salt market. But of course, you don't actually need a whole lot of road salt down in the Imperial Valley. And then there's power considerations. So people say, well, we're going to bring water in, we're going to desalinate it, and then we're going to augment the system. Well, again, we've talked about climate change, and I'm always a little nervous when anybody talks about we're going to put some additional load on the system to desalinate water when geothermal resources could be applied towards the existing grid. And again, when you're desalinating, what do you do with all that salt? So I did some calculation because people keep coming back to me with this, which is why I posted this line. So it's something, if I remember correctly, about 3 feet of salt per year over 6 square miles. Right, so pretty quickly you get a salt mountain. And I don't know if this is Lot looking back or something, but it's a pretty disturbing thought of how much salt you're going to generate there. And then this website's online, and but I probably exceeded the tolerance already.
Mike, I'm going to suggest that whoever has the next question pesters you at lunch instead of keeping everyone from lunch. So thank you, Mike. And you know the routine, lunch upstairs. All right, we're about to get ready. As the stragglers straggle in, as stragglers are prone to do, let me just take a moment to thank the organizations that sponsored this program because, well, if they don't sponsor the program, then we lose a lot of money doing this. And if they don't sponsor the program, then we raise the registration fees for everyone and still probably lose money. But we might not lose money this time. So way to go, sponsors. And they're located they're listed here in the inner page of the program, and they've been on the screen, and you've seen it several times, but I just wanted to make sure to single them out. Let me see, one other announcement. We found something, didn't we?
Amplification system of some kind was found last night by facilities, if anyone is looking for it.
It might be a bugging device of some sort.
This thing's being live streamed. I don't know.
It's pretty suspicious. That's all I can tell you. All right. If I can find my notes, I'll tell you what we're doing. Oh, it's the final panel. Okay, we have a tradition here. We have a tradition that we conclude our conference with a panel of deep thinkers. So you've all been labeled by someone as a deep thinker. We like to get really thoughtful people and then try to throw questions at them that they're impossible to answer. So I equate it to inviting all the best sprinters of the world to a competition, and then when they get there, say, oh yeah, we're going to run it on this ice rink where you have no traction. So it's kind of the same sort of thing that we will challenge our panelists to answer questions that are difficult. And if it turns out they're really good at answering the questions, then we'll just collectively make more difficult questions for them, and that's what we'll do. And I gave them all a list of 4 questions, kind of, get us started sort of questions, and 4 overlapping questions, really. So I will ask those and give anybody a chance to respond. Not everyone has to respond to every question. We'll use use your time where you really want to use your time. And once we go through those questions, my co-moderator, John Fleck, will ask pesky follow-ups, I imagine, because that's why he's been recruited, because he's good at that. And then we'll turn it over to the audience at some point, and we'll just see where it goes. Pretty simple. All right, let me briefly introduce the panelists. Ann Castle is, you all know her. You all know her from her time as Assistant Secretary of the Interior, Water and Science. She's now a fellow here at the Getch's Wilkinson Center. Welcome, Ann. You're all welcome to elaborate on your introductions if you think this is just too short. John Ensminger, sitting next to Ann, is the GM of the Southern Nevada Water Authority. And does that automatically make you the head of the Las Vegas Valley Water District as well?
Vice versa.
Oh, it's vice versa. Okay. Well, but neither way, you're head of both. Okay. And is Nevada's lead negotiator on Colorado River matters, and is a graduate of this law school. You may have seen his picture on one of the composite photos down the hall.
And I am too.
And you are too. Is your picture down the hall anywhere?
I think it's like
Well, if we're going to play this game, Ted Kowalski is a graduate of this law school.
Somewhere between John and...
Is your picture down the hall? It's upstairs as well. Okay.
Still in the hall.
You're still in the hall. You haven't gotten the call yet, John. But, Ted's a senior program officer for the Walton Family Foundation's Colorado River Initiative, one of those sponsors that I was just thanking. Before that, he was with the Colorado Water Conservation Board. Eric Kuhn is not a graduate of this law school. Not a graduate of any law school.
He's a graduate of the University of New Mexico.
But John reminds me he is a graduate of the University of New Mexico, John's. For many years, Eric was GM of the Colorado River District. Now he's a consultant, an author, and I think increasingly a bit of a troublemaker, probably more so than before. And good for you. I think that's a good idea. Catherine Sorensen is director of, I just want to say Phoenix Water, but it's not. Isn't it like some silly, just Phoenix?
No, that's pretty much it.
Is that, okay, okay.
Phoenix Water is a little silly.
All right, I give you a chance for a rebuttal there. So, read her bio. A lot of bios I keep telling you to read. Read her bio. She's on like 20 boards and, I don't know how you get anything done. You're also the star of a really good PBS, it was PBS, right? About 2 weeks ago that was talking about life in Phoenix in a hotter and drier world. That was really, I thought you kind of nailed that. That was really good.
I'm glad you liked it.
All right, and Pat Terrell is for the last 20 years, Pat has been, it's not his official title, but he's been kind of Mr. Water in Wyoming. Everything involving water he has been centrally involved in. Until his retirement from 2 months ago, he was the state engineer since 2001, I recall. And he's still Wyoming's top rep on the Upper Colorado River Commission. And did I forget anybody? I don't think I did. If I did, I hope you'll tell me. All right. So unless anyone has an objection, I will start reading through those 4 questions that I sent out. Hopefully you saw them. I will streamline them quite a bit because as I look at them, they read more like Russian novels than short questions, and I'll paraphrase them a bit. And whoever wants to talk will talk. And we'll see how that works, and if it doesn't work, then we'll change gears. But the first question had to do with this theme that's come up several times in the conference about the benefits of incremental steps versus the appeal, and maybe appeal is not the right word, but the potential for a solution that is more, or a next step that is more comprehensive, that involves more thing than a narrow set of issues about water deliveries, that is more than more than the next deal until the next negotiation. And so that's not at all what the text says, but I'm paraphrasing that. And I'm pretty sure, I know where a few of you stand on this issue, but I'm also pretty sure I have no clue where several of you stand on this issue. And if anyone wants to jump in and go first, you're welcome to. Otherwise, I'm likely to call on people like a elementary school teacher. Eric, I know where you stand. Why don't you throw the gauntlet out?
Yeah, I'll follow up on my Mr. Troublemaker.
Yeah, perfect.
Well, and I'll start the story by saying two things. One is yesterday, Lorna Katz, sitting here for the Denver Water, basically was asked the same question, and she said, well, it needs to be incremental, but one of the steps has to be dealing with the structural deficit in the lower basin. And I thought, that's good, because that's exactly what we think the grand bargain is that because when you start thinking about what it involves to deal with a structural deficit, which the opposite side of that coin is the structural overuse in the lower basin, and you don't know how much that is until you settle the issue in the long term of what's the upper basin's obligation to Mexico. So all of a sudden, all of those things are at the table if you're going to have an incremental step that includes dealing with the structural deficit, which what we're hearing is something that the Front Range wants. I will also add that about 100 years ago, almost 100 years ago, I'm not sure he was a graduate of this law school, Delph Carpenter. I don't even know if you went to law school in those days, or you just hung up your license outside your door. But he was pretty important, right? And people know who he is. He actually made a proposal during the 6th meeting of the Compact Commission that was in Washington. This is in January. This isn't when they went to, when they ultimately reconvened in Santa Fe. And his view of a compact was that the upper basin could use internally within the basin all of the waters that they wanted to, unmolested by the downstream states or unimpeded by the downstream users. The downstream users could use whatever flowed downstream unimpeded and unmolested by the upper basin. And because exports were 100% consumptive, he thought the upper basin should agree to a cap of exports out of the basin. And if you've ever read Dan Tyler's work on Silver Fox of the Rockies, you know, you'd think that number that was being kicked around was like 500,000 or 600,000, 500,000 for Colorado, another 100,000 for Utah. New Mexico, yeah, you didn't get one, neither did Wyoming. Those are the kinds of things. And his view of that was, and what he told the lower basin folks was, because of topography, geography, you know, the 3-month growing season above 9,000 feet, the upper basin was limited in what it could use. The only way the upper basin was going to use a whole lot more water was by exporting it out of the basin. Otherwise, most of what we used was going to go downstream, and you could use it anyway. So let's agree up front to a compact where we're not going to be in your, you know, we're not going to worry about how you use your water. You worry about how we use our water up here, but we'll agree that moving too much water out of the basin upsets that dialogue. He had, Utah actually liked it, but the other 5 states didn't. So it never got very far. So what I'm basically saying is this, is that one of the things that we're talking about sort of as today that might be a big incremental step, as Lorna Katz might call it, has been talked about, and it was talked about 100 years ago. And the analysis that we do, and John and I did in our book, is the upper basin would be better off had they picked the Carpenter proposal in and made it to a compact. And the lower basin would be better off. You would be getting more water today had you accepted that version of the compact. And the compact would have been done about January 31st of 2022 instead of waiting for November to complete it.
So that's a little story.
Yeah, I was going to do
Upper
it if you
basin,
did it.
lower basin response.
Well, or big grand picture versus incremental response.
I think that's an excellent starting point. And your question was more or less, what should we call this? And I don't think it makes a bit of difference what we call what we're going to embark upon between now and 2026. So I'm going to just say the things I think we should work on and try to complete in the next 6 years. Because I agree, whatever the increment is, I think 2026 to 2050 makes a lot of sense. Given the stuff that we're looking at from Overpeck yesterday of what you can expect in the second half of this century, trying to bite off the first half of this century seems about within the bandwidth of human capacity. So my 6 things are the structural deficit, the California priority over Arizona, the definition of extraordinary drought in Article 10B, the equity of the 82 million over 10 years in the face of climate change, new upper basin uses, and Mead Powell operations. And a number of those we've taken steps on. If you look at 07 guidelines and DCP combined, down at 1020, there are 1.4 million acre feet of combined shortages contributions, which is awfully close to the number you need to get to for the structural deficit. Now, are those elevations in the right place? Do you need additional measures below 1020? Almost certainly, but we're on the right path to dealing with the structural deficit. The California priority over Arizona, DCP for the first time, has California coming out from behind the great wall of the 68 Act and saying we're going to figure out a way to work together to make all of this work. Is that sufficient? What else needs to be done in the next 6 years? I think we'll find out. Extraordinary drought, the definition, probably the worst written provision of law I have ever read. No one knows what it means in the face of having reservoirs on there, but in 319 and 323, we've successfully navigated around that definition and gotten Mexico's contributions to the system matched up with the domestic contributions to the system. So can we carry that forward and make it work? New upper basin uses. I'm not going to get Amy Haas throwing things at me by referencing the earlier presentation, but that's to the lower basin. New uninterruptible upper basin uses is as big of an issue for certainty as the structural deficit is for the upper basin. If we don't know that we go through all the pain and agony of balancing and getting to equilibrium within 82 million or 75 million or whatever it is, that you're not just going to add another 2 million acre feet of consumptive uses in the upper basin, it's going to be hard to get a deal for the entire river. And then Mead Powell operations, I think a lot of good ideas have been presented at this conference. I think things have changed substantially since 2007, and that there are a number of ways to go about operating those two reservoirs together for the benefit of the entire system.
So if I could just on here, if I could just follow up. So you, in your list of 6, you said the equity of 82 million over 10 years. Is the question of whether that number is 82 or 75 part of what needs to be on the table? In other words, what is the upper basin's Mexican obligation?
No, my question isn't whether 82 or 75 is more equitable. My question is the essentially junior priority status of the upper basin, because of their obligation to deliver 75 million over 10 years, require them to bear the full brunt of climate change into the future?
On the big picture versus incrementalism, I think that we should be starting with the big picture. I mean, we've heard a number of people over the past 2 days say everything should be on the table. We need to hear from multiple different sectors and stakeholders. And I think that that's a really important part of the beginning of this process because it allows us to set some goals. And having set some goals, I was thinking about, okay, how do you do that? I was thinking about Denver's campaign. This is from a number of years ago, Envision a Great City. Well, we should be envisioning a great river. And what does that look like to us? And then that enables us to set some goals that frame questions that will be used to evaluate various different strategies. And we've heard a number of those goals articulated, and some of them will be mutually exclusive. They will be conflicting, but we have to know where we're headed in order to make progress toward getting there. So I'm in favor of the big picture approach, but I think we have to recognize that we will get there incrementally, because you can't upset a complex system like this overnight. You're upsetting too many investment-backed expectations. You're affecting people's water supplies and livelihoods and economies in whole significant geographic areas. And I think we saw that in Arizona in spades with the Pinal County farmers. That happens. We have to be aware of that. And that means that we can set a goal, a big picture goal, but we will travel there incrementally. And I think we could do that in a new operating regime for this river. And I'll just say one more thing about what do we call it? I think it's really easy to say, well, we're renegotiating the 2007 guidelines because that's the instigator. But I think we have the opportunity now to do more than that, to not just renew with tweaks the 2007 guidelines. And we've all been talking about doing that. I agree with John that the name doesn't really matter. It's what you do in the process. But the name can sort of set the goals and expectations. And I think we've been talking a lot about sustainability of the river. We've been talking a lot about reliability in the face of climate change. And I translate that into sustainability. So if we have a name for what we're doing that reflects that, I think it sends a message about what we're doing. And so, finally, because everybody loves an acronym, I have one. Operating Principles for Sustainability, OPS. Or, if you prefer, Colorado River Operating Principles for Sustainability, CROPS, which might be disproportionately aimed at the agricultural sector, so I don't know if that's a good idea, but just throwing it out there.
So if I could just follow up for a second, because I think I see a tension or a distinction between what the two of you have just said, but I don't want to overinterpret that. You know, John has come up with a list. These are the things that we have to work out, and that's something that I think that Eric and I have been doing too. And you seem to be implicitly saying, let's not start with a list. Let's start with a broader conversation about desired futures and goals. So are you saying maybe we shouldn't do the list thing that the rest of us are doing? I don't want to overinterpret what you're saying.
I think we all have a list in our heads and maybe on paper. I mean, I certainly do. But I think it's useful to know what we're trying to achieve in order to figure out then where we want to put our attention and how we get to the answers about the structural deficit and new uses in the upper basin. What are we trying to achieve? I mean, Brad said yesterday we've been skewed toward maximizing deliveries as opposed to optimizing reliability. Do I have that right, Brad? And I think that if our goal is optimizing reliability, that tells us different things about how we get there. So I think it's important.
And I'm sorry, I should be clear. My list was meant to be non-exclusive in any way. If there's other things that need to be on the table, that's great. I was trying to identify the 6 things that, in my opinion, make this river system inefficient. You know, in any human enterprise, the 2 things that make it most efficient is transparency and equality of risk. And all 6 of those things hurt both of those things.
I think John's list is the right one. It's those are the things that are probably the most important from my perspective as well. And vision is important, obviously, but I think it's also important to remember that fear is a really great human motivator. And I think the degree to which we continue with incrementalism or lurch more towards a revolution has a lot to do with who is wielding political power at the time and what the hydrologic conditions are. And our climate is so variable at this point that it's really hard to know what that's going to look like. I'm all for the revolution when it benefits me. But when it doesn't, I really like incrementalism.
Yeah.
And that's why I think ultimately we're always stuck with incrementalism, because of course that's how everyone looks at it.
Sure, go ahead.
I don't have a list.
Good.
If I do, I don't have it written down. There's a lot of very good things that have been said. You got to have the vision, but my question back to the author of the question was, what's wrong with the incremental approach? We've seen that this basin is able to tackle a variety of problems, at least for the last 20 years that I've been around. And without solving everything, we can solve what is paining us at that time. And we've done that without huge interstate, federal, Supreme Court litigation. We've done it because of the relationship of the people that are in this room and that are related to people outside this room. And so I first of all, I want to kind of remind everybody that for the last couple of days, and certainly I heard some this morning, we've spent 2 days here talking about the problems of this river. Whether it is a structural deficit, whether or not we should keep Glen Canyon Dam around, tribal concerns. Please do not forget that we've done a hell of a lot of good work on this river. Going back to 2001, 2003, you had QSA interim surplus guidelines. Then you had the shortage guidelines. In the meantime, we figured out how to move sand down the river through high flow experiments. We can see now downlisting of 4 fish on the river. We have saved hundreds of millions of dollars in direct and indirect damages by controlling salt in the river. So before you leave here, if this is your first Colorado River Conference, don't leave here thinking this is a dumpster fire. It is not. The people up here have a lot of experience doing this, and every challenge gets harder. Everyone has been met. And so we will continue to do that incrementally with a vision. But the incrementally attacked items are always, you always got to be doing the most important thing. And those are what we've focused on. If it wasn't important to the solution, we found a way, as John mentioned about extraordinary drought, to put it to the side for that point in time. At some point, that notion, that definition may be the most important thing. It isn't today, it isn't for minute 323, it wasn't for 319, and Mexico came to the table in both of those situations, thank goodness, because this is a river with 7 states, 2 countries, 2 federal governments, and a whole lot of stakeholders. Mexico had to be there. You do have a structural deficit we have to wrestle with. That we've got it solved through DCP at low elevations. We haven't solved it across the board. We have Mexico's scarcity plan in place now that the DCPs have been signed. They are at the table. California came to the table at low elevations when they didn't have to. So look at all the things that we've done. And when you walk out of here, be a part of the solution to make that next increment a success. And yeah, there are issues out there. How many of you have read An Exaltation of Larks by James Lipton? The book, you got to get it. It's a book about the terms of venery. It's where things like a murder of crows are explained, a leap of leopards, a sloth of bears. It all comes from Old English, but it's a game. And you can take any group, any noun, and create your own group term, as long as it isn't already defined in 15th century British text. A singular of boar. No matter how many pigs you have a singular of boar. I'm not kidding. And anyway, I want you to leave the room today as an optimism of water professionals in the Colorado River.
Well, I don't have a list either, but when I hear John talk about his list, I don't disagree with a lot of the things that he mentioned, and I would add to it. And I look at 2050 as incremental, but also, you know, time to really tackle some big things. And I look at just the last 20 years or the years from the '07 guidelines, and with the recent adoption of the drought contingency plans, I mean, that was a long-term plan that had to be readjusted. And the fact that you had 7 basin states, the country of Mexico, environmental groups, you know, the Arizona legislature, all but 3 legislators supporting that legislation that had to get through. I mean, you have Grijalva on one side of the House supporting it, and with McSally on the other side. You just, I mean, the fact that that was able to be done was remarkable. And I think it's a real testament to the people in this room and lots of people outside of this room that really roll up their sleeves, they build trust, and they work hard to solve issues. And absolutely, we didn't solve every issue for every entity, but I appreciated Pat Morroy's discussion earlier in the conference where she talked about how far the states have come to the 2007 interim guidelines, building up trust among those states. And, you know, in terms of incremental versus larger term, it sort of gets into an issue that I have, which is it can't look the way it looked in 2007. And so maybe it's the shape of the table, but we heard from the tribes. I think environmental groups and NGOs have a lot to offer in terms of resources and ideas and political support. And so you can call it whatever you want as far as I'm concerned, but it's going to have to look differently. And, you know, I think incremental or broad vision, my answer is yes.
Well, let me jump in there because we have like 50 follow-up questions we want to ask, and we're going to try to be disciplined and not ask them. But I wanted, of the 4 questions I gave you, the 3rd question I think is the follow-up here, and that's kind of the same sort of question about talking about should the next step in terms of process, and in terms of who's at the table, should that look like the last series of incremental steps we've taken, or is it time we need to take, you know, something bigger than a step, a leap forward in terms of talking about significantly broadening the table, and if we do that, how do we do that? And, you know, another theme that we've kicked around a lot, and no one wants to be the one who goes on record saying, you know, I think we should exclude all these people. You know, it's easy to say broadening the table, but who and how, I guess, is what I'm trying to get at here. Okay.
So I think it's easier to approach this question from what you want to be doing in 2026. And what you want to be doing in 2026 is having broad-based support from the states, the water users, the tribes, the NGOs, and Mexico on a preferred alternative and a record of decision, on probably necessary Arizona state legislation, and in all probability federal legislation. So that's where you want to get to over the next 6 years. I don't think convening a basin Congress of a couple hundred people to sort out all the issues between now and then has any chance of getting there. So I will, you know, not say who needs to be excluded, but I would speak in defense of the necessity of small rooms. There are issues that are going to need to be worked out among different constituencies, including the states, that are going to necessitate small meetings where people can have frank discussions that they know aren't going to be tweeted out in the next 15 minutes. We've had a couple of folks talk about different approaches to this, but I think the number one issue I've had in this conference thus far is the repeated reference to the table. There are lots of tables. There are dozens of tables, and all of them are going to be necessary. And I think we heard Kathy Jacobs talk about a network of networks, and we heard about, you know, small conversations. So I think to get to that ultimate solution where you have that broad-based coalition moving forward with a consensus approach in 2026, you need a lot of those smaller rooms. And I'll give you an example of what I think that's necessary. From 2012 to 2015, the basin states collectively accomplished nothing. We had big meetings, we had big ideas, we talked about the outside of the box group, and what we accomplished in 36 months or so was really pissing each other off. And we were nowhere near any sort of resolution on anything. And in May of 2015, the general managers of the lower basin entities, SNWA, CP, ADWR, MET, Coachella, IID, got in a small room with the Commissioner of Reclamation, and in the course of that summer and early fall, hammered out what was ultimately 90% of the lower basin interstate deal. And that never would have happened if 50 people had been watching us. So in some ways, yeah, we absolutely have to grow the tent so that we can deliver that coalition at the end of the day, but not every person can be in every meeting, and we'd be foolish to try to promise that.
I want to support what John has said, because I also completely believe that we need to leave space at the end of the day for the basin state principals to talk to each other and come out with a solution as John described. But I think we now have good models for leading up to that process in which a much broader variety of stakeholders can be involved and hold their basin state principals accountable for listening and translating their values as articulated into what comes out of that room at the end of the day. We've seen Arizona's process, which was very inclusive. We see the process in Colorado now that the Colorado Water Conservation Board is starting on the investigation of demand management. Very expansive. So I think we need to design those types of processes where we can get to the basin state principles meaningful input about what people want, but what people's goals are, and tell them that we're going to hold them accountable for translating that into action.
I want to say here, and as an organization that is supporting a lot of these smaller conversations with the University of Arizona, with Utah University, with the tribes, I mean, we are trying to set up other small tables to provide meaningful input and feedback to the principals and to the states. Mexico, a whole other set of tables there. I think importantly, though, who the principal listens to and who those advisors are, it can change and it should change, because I believe that the Colorado River Basin is more than just extractive water users or municipal utilities or large agricultural districts. The environment has got to have a seat at the table through the principles, and I think the tribes have got to have a seat at the table through those principles. And if they don't, I agree with you, Ann, that there has to be some accountability. And anyhow, that's sort of where I come down.
I could weigh in on this. I think if you look at the law of the river, the principles are invoked immediately in terms of the states who are signatory. And so we have a role that I don't think we can give up. Now, so what that means is I still think the heavy crunching is done at that level, as John talked about. It depends on what you want to do at that table. And I will agree with John that there are multiple tables. And here's a very good example. We worked quite hard from 2013 on, most recently the last couple of years, on DCP. For the upper basin, that meant the reservoir operations agreement and the demand management storage agreement. What was done in our negotiation was to essentially create the palette and give the tools now through federal legislation authorizing the storage and for demand management storage, and our ability to work with reclamation on moving water to Powell if we have to. Putting those in motion now falls to us and all those stakeholders. Basically, we brought the 2x4s to the lot, paid for them, now we got to build a house. So that's when this table goes from one larger one in Phoenix or Denver to several smaller ones in Salt Lake and Cheyenne and Albuquerque and other places. So I don't think we can abridge our responsibility as principals to negotiate on behalf of the state, and you can't do that as has been intimated here in public or with 100 people in the room. But you can and have to communicate what's going on back home. My friend and former coworker Steve Wolf is in the audience. I don't know how many trips Steve made to the basin to speak with, and we even have a couple legislators here today. Talk with them, go to public meetings, go to committee meetings, and say, here's how things are shaping up, and here's what's looking good, here's what's looking tough. So you don't do it in a vacuum, and you don't do it without communicating, because at the end of the day, when it comes to signing that piece of paper, you can't have surprised those people. Wyoming, luckily, we probably, I think, have probably the easiest way to get a hold of our people. We're not covered with a lot of the larger districts and municipal entities that some of the other states have. So we can go out and speak to our people in the Valley and their legislative representatives and get the message, hopefully, out. That's our job back home. That's their essentially their role at the table early on. But once we get the building blocks, then there's a lot more involvement.
All right. Now, I'll remind the panelists that not everyone should feel obligated to respond to every question, but Catherine or Eric, if you want to, now's the time, because I know John is just dying to ask a follow-up, but you get first shot if you want to take this.
I really liked what Kathy Jacobs said yesterday about nesting, I think she called it, or the network of networks. And if you look at how the Arizona implementation of the DCP played out, you saw a lot of that. And it did make for some strange bedfellows. In the case of the city of Phoenix, we really found ourselves most closely aligned with the Gila River Indian community, the agricultural interests in Yuma, and the Environmental Defense Fund. And we, that was kind of a group that hung together throughout the entire process very successfully. And it was I don't know if we were our own table or a shape of table or exactly what we were, but it was very, very successful. And that was a model allowing EDF, allowing, agricultural interests in Yuma, allowing the Gila River Indian community into the Phoenix tent and allowing that to influence how Phoenix came to its positions was something really new for us, but ultimately really successful.
So if I can just follow up, and I'm aiming this at several of you, but I'll let you answer. So we've talked about the importance of the principals and the importance of the principals then having their process to listen to these smaller tables, these network of networks within their states. Do you think that was done properly or successfully in DCP, or were there shortcomings in the DCP process that we can learn from as we go? And some of you were sort of at or near the principal level, and some of you were sitting at that next table.
Yes. Oh.
Elaborate. You went for it.
I don't know. Everyone's human. So at times people were listening and were open to different ideas, and at times they thought they knew what was best and were going to do what they were going to do anyway. And I think the way we reacted to that varied. At times we whispered and were very carefully heard, and at other times we had to scream. But I think that's a natural part of the process. And I don't think anyone on the Colorado River is shy. So I think it'll all play out.
Anyone else? Thinking of you, John. John?
I acknowledge the imperfection of the DCP process, but I believe it was the art of the possible in the time frame we had available to us. If we wanted, I've heard people call it a Band-Aid, I've heard people call it a tourniquet. I think it's probably closer to a tourniquet than it is to a Band-Aid. But I do think there's important precedent in DCP that is far and above a Band-Aid or a tourniquet. But if we wanted anything other than strict enforcement of the 07 guidelines or unilateral federal action to be on the table between 2019 and 2026, the DCP and the process we utilized to get there was, in reality, what was possible.
But is there not a risk now that the kind of problems we're talking about in your list of 6 are so difficult that we may end up having to constrain the interim guidelines 2.0 in a similar way, and how do we avoid that?
Well, I think this process we're moving into is going to be significantly different than the DCP process. I mean, for starters, you're triggering a major federal action and an entire NEPA process. There was a slide earlier, someone talking about, inputs into pre-scoping, before you even get to a DEIS level. So the level of opportunity for public input and the level of transparency into what everyone is proposing as their alternatives is going to be radically different than what started off as really the major lower Colorado River contractors saying, we got a reprieve from the Miracle May. In 2015, we got the Miracle May because in April of 15, it was like, Eric will know the number, but it was like 80% chance we were going into shortage in 2016. And we get the Miracle May, and Esteban Lopez gets those lower basin contractors into a room and says, Mother Nature has given us a reprieve. Are we going to take advantage of it or not? And that's, again, to me, what leads to a truncated, imperfect process to produce an emergency management plan, not a process that was ever designed to try to grapple with any of these larger issues that I at least am putting on the table for 2026.
One thing I will add is that there was an imbalance between what the upper basin and lower basin had to do. And we have to acknowledge that the lift that the lower basin had to do to develop a DCP was orders of magnitude more difficult than what we had to do in the upper basin. And what we did in the upper basin was take the original purpose of the CRSP initial units and say, yeah, we're going to use all 4 of them for what they were designed to do. And we've agreed to study demand management. So our heavy lift remains. What the lower basin had to do, what Catherine and her colleagues in Arizona had to do, and what we've talked about what happened in California, was orders of magnitude more difficult than what we had to do in the upper basin. And I think we all should acknowledge that because going into the 2026 guidelines, I think it's going to be a little more balance between the difficulties of the issues in the upper basin and lower basin. It's going to be more like what the lower basin had to do to get to the DCP, only it's going to be more basin scale.
We've covered a lot of this already, so if we've already covered it, you don't feel obligated to repeat yourself. But I wanted, again, to honor the questions I gave you. And the second question was basically a reference to the way this event was designed, that all morning was to throw out provocative ideas. And the question was basically then to ask you which ones you think are worth talking about and which ones you think aren't worth talking about. And I'm pretty sure Pat isn't a fond of Phil Mead first, but maybe I'm wrong. But we talked about a lot of things there. Again, if you think you've covered this in your remarks already, no need to repeat yourself. But I was just wondering if, and Kevin Wheeler, his scenarios was drinking from a fire hose. I think it was hard to digest all that on the fly. But is there anything you heard this morning that you thought really merited a lot more investigation and discussion? And is there anything you heard this morning that you thought that idea needs to be buried? It's like that Skip Jackson quote to Mo Udall, you can't even think about it, or whatever that was. What goes in that category?
Can't dream about it.
Can't dream about it, that's right.
Yeah. Well, I'm intrigued personally, and I'm not speaking, I'm an unaffiliated, free agent, undrafted, all of that kind of stuff, retired. I'm really intrigued by what Kevin Wheeler did. And what Kevin Wheeler was putting out isn't new. It was actually discussed 14 years ago, put on the table by some Colorado folks, was looking at the value of taking those annual flow constraints off of this artificial point, which is 1 mile downstream of the confluence of the Paria and the Colorado River. So we can open the door to doing some better things with the riverine environment, with how we run water, down through the Grand Canyon, and even open up the door to making some things, to making the system, what did Kevin call it, operating the system for a better benefit, if you want to call it, to the lower basin, because quite frankly, the Powell is a lower basin reservoir for all practical purposes. Its purpose is to meet those annual flow requirements. It's located at the very bottom of the system. And if we can find the imagination to take off the constraints that we have, we can do some good things for this river, for the part of the river that's not the consumptive use, but that's the river environment that needs to be done. And if we don't do that, I think there's going to be some stress on the system that could challenge the long-term, the ability to enter into another 20 or 25-year agreement without some interruptions.
Sure.
Well, I want to weigh in a little bit on what is the realm of the possible about what we do that is in language that is in the compact. 75 million and 10 is in the compact, and if we found artistic ways to get into the 07 guidelines and DCP and other things without touching the four corners of those documents, especially the foundational laws of the river. And I would say that going forward, we have to continue to do that. It doesn't mean we can't work around some of the numbers, but we try to open or amend a compact, and I think the results will be horrible. I don't think we would like what we got back. I don't know what other stuff would come. And so that I've always been a little bit nervous about touching the compacts and yet working with whatever flexibilities exist on all sides of them. One of the things I heard this morning, and I admittedly got in here a little bit late, but it was, and I think it was Kevin's presentation about the upper basin cap. And I believe the number he was using was 4.5 million. Is that right?
That was, he wasn't,
One number?
he wasn't proposing that, but that was what he,
Okay.
the model used.
That's basically where we're at now. And so the notion, this will be the give and take as we go forward. We have 7.5 essentially in the compact, 75 and 10. We know also from the hydrologic determination done 12 years ago for Navajo Dam that it might in reality be closer to 6. So the upper basin maybe has already taken a little bit of a haircut just through hydrology. What you cannot do is cap at our existing level of development without essentially saying to the 4 upper basin states, we're going to let you die on the vine. We have to have room to develop. Is 7.5 the right number? That's what's in the documents now. We've heard 6. It can't be 4.5. None of us in the position I was in or am in can go back to our people, our governors, our legislators and say, you know what? We just gave up 2 million acre feet under the compact. I hope you're okay with that. I mean, the states are going to grow. We haven't grown as fast as we thought we might. But you can't go to Utah and say you can't have any more kids. I mean, they're going to need, there you go, you caught it, okay. Well,
Utah joke, all right.
Can't do that in Wyoming or Colorado or New Mexico either.
That's too late.
But,
That's too late.
Got my point. They are going to have a growth in a demand for water, so will the other upper basin states. And so my thinking has always been, and this has also been talked about, one of the things we have to continue to look at going forward is the lower basin, in my view, has to go to the ocean. We don't have one horizontally or vertically near us. You do. That has got to be part of the augmented solution down the road to meet the demands that you two are going to see increasing.
I'll take that on. I think that as part of this discussion, we do have to consider an upper basin cap. I think that, I mean, nobody's telling the people in Phoenix they can't have babies, but they're capped. And they have been the whole time. The lower basin has a cap. And so I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility. I also subscribe to the theory that the law of the river is whatever 7 states and the Department of the Interior say it is. And we've managed to absorb very, very different types of operations under the law of the river over the years. So I think we have a lot of leeway without amending the compact, which I totally agree we should not do. But I think we have to recognize in the Upper Basin, and I think this is part of our educational challenge, that the hydrologic determination, the 7.5 million, the 6 million acre feet, they just aren't there. All the science is telling us that it's not there. And I think we have to get real about that and educate our citizens about what's realistic in terms of Upper Basin development. And I would also say that, you know, going back to my theory that we need to have goals and principles to measure strategies and actions against, I think we ought to be drawing a tighter connection between actions and consequences. And let me explain what I mean by that. In the Upper Basin, we're looking at demand management, and we're looking at it really seriously in order to create an insurance policy against having curtailment because of a compact call. Well, one of the questions that comes up when you talk to people about demand management, let's say in Colorado, since we're sitting in Colorado farmer says, wait a minute, you're telling me I'm going to fallow my land, admittedly for compensation, in order to allow a Lake Powell pipeline in Utah. Because that's what I'm doing. I'm just, you know, we're decreasing use in Colorado, but there's going to be increasing use in Utah. And that's just an example. There's many, many other examples. Well, that's a problem. And I think that in order to get to meaningful demand management, we've got to have an answer to that question. And one possible answer is that new development pays its own way and offsets with demand management that makes it neutral. That's connecting actions with consequences. Right now, what we're talking about doing is having the taxpayers of the country, or maybe of the basin, pay for demand management in Colorado to allow new development someplace else and spreading out that cost. Well, maybe we shouldn't do that. It also has implications for the structural deficit, because right now we've got big releases from Lake Powell that enable the structural deficit, or at least to some extent, in the lower basin. Well, it's not connecting actions with consequences. And so I think we need to design a system where states and basins can evaluate their risk and their risk aversity and make decisions based on those calculations. And so we would be able to do that in the Upper Basin. How much insurance do we want to buy? And are we going to let new development erode the insurance that we're building up with the demand management program?
So, yeah, no opening the compact. I don't know if everybody fully realizes under the U.S. Constitution what that takes, but amending the compact, 7 state legislatures.
Just to be clear, none of the presentations today, did anyone suggest what they were talking about required opening the compact?
I understand that.
Okay.
But we're also live streaming for posterity.
That's my rationale as well.
The simple logistics of amending any compact, Great Lakes Compact, Colorado River Compact, you know, every state legislature, every governor, both houses of Congress, and the president. Now, your faith in our democratic institutions might be a little higher than mine, but if that's what you want to spend the next 7 years trying to do, you know, good luck to you. I think Ann and Pat are both raising good points. I think if you listen to all the presentations at this conference over the last day and a half, managing to the amount of water we actually have may sound intuitive and logical, but we've never actually done it on this river. And I think that's what we really have to strive towards, is systems that are flexible given mega flood versus mega drought and no one being able to tell us which one is going to occur, flexible when you have more water, and predictable when you have less. So I think a sliding scale approach, as has evolved in the lower basin through those 7 guidelines and DCP, and what I ultimately think will cover a full range of reservoir operations, down to elevation, 900 to 1200, that will likely solve the structural deficit if you have a full range of sliding scale operations in the lower basin. In the upper basin, I think your guys' choice is pretty simple. You use more volume and have more risk of it being interrupted, or use less water and negotiate for more certainty that those uses won't be interrupted.
Could I add to that, though? When you look, I think all processes have to be fact-driven. And one of the problems with the history of the river is that the facts were kind of selectively chosen to serve the dialogue, if you want to call it, or to serve someone's, the legislation that was being proposed, or the compact, or the treaty. I started working on, about 1980 or so on the West Slope. We were still continuing to use that water in Colorado's and the upper basin's use of Colorado River water leveled off beginning about 1988 and hasn't gone up or down. Now, there's a lot of variability in the system with precipitation and all kinds of things, but we've been 30 years using about the same amount of water. And during that 30 years, there's been economic growth has continued. It's healthy, it's robust. At least what's going on where I live is every time there's a new subdivision, we use less water. If you look at what's happening with the electrical generation, in 2006, Upper Basin was using about 175,000, including the Navajo Generating Station, which is in the Upper Basin for thermal power. By 2030, 2035, that might be down to 30 or 40,000. I think one of the myths that we have to break is that economic prosperity requires a higher consumptive use. And if we can accept that, it's not true in Phoenix, it's not true in Las Vegas, it's not true in Southern California, and it's certainly not true in Montrose or Grand Junction or Glenwood Springs either. And so that is one of the things that we've got to break so we can sell some of the ideas that are going to be necessary to live with what we got, not what we thought we had 100 years ago on the river.
Well, if I can just follow up, Eric, do you think that in the way we do the kind of science we're doing now to inform the decision-making, the sort of demand assumptions that were in the basin study, and I'm pitching you a softball because we just wrote a book about this, or the upper basin, the depletion schedules, are we being realistic about that point in how we do the science we're using to inform the decisions?
No, and yesterday we had a great discussion, a great presentation by Jim Prairie. We have some incredible resources with the Bureau of Reclamation today with Jim and Carly and their group. And one of the requests was, or one of the suggestions I think that Terry and others made is, they're a good opportunity to be an honest broker in this discussion. And I don't think they are quite an honest broker for this reason. They are chained to some of the, if you want to call it paper the paper assumptions or the aspirations or the paper appropriations of the past. So their demand schedule that they use, the demand assumptions that the states force them to use, give us bad information. And unless we can break that, we're not going to come up with good solutions for the future. And that's happening in not just the upper basin, it's happening to a certain extent in the lower basin. In the lower basin, it's a little different. In the upper basin, it all has to deal with this concept of entitlement. No matter what it is, our demand is going to reach our entitlement, theoretical entitlement, whatever that is, whether the water's there or not. And this is why I like being a free agent. I can get up and say that. And, you know, the board's not going to fire me, you know. And we don't have a pension plan where I was. It was a defined contribution, so we're there too. So you know, but that's the kind of conversation we have to have at some point at a broader level, so we can open up the door to have the principals have a conversation that's supportable with facts in the politics at home.
I want to absolutely. I saw Catherine and Ann both nodding their heads to your point about decoupling growth and water use. I mean, I think that's been talked about. There's been articles written about it, and so I'm sympathetic to the point that you can't go home to your governor and say, "Oh, I gave this up," but you're not giving it up. I mean, it's looking at facts. It's looking at the whole card reality of hydrology and climate change and dealing with the actual facts as they are, not as you want them to be. I do think it is all about risk, and there are new and different voices that I think can help with that problem that you're facing and that others in the upper basin states face, which is businesses don't want to take on risk the way, you know, based on a different reality or a hopeful reality. They're going to look at facts, and businesses were critical in the state of Arizona getting the DCP through, and I think they could be critical voices as we start these conversations of whatever you call the renegotiation of the 07 guidelines. Businesses are going to want to know that they're not taking on you know, too great a risk, to be sure.
Should we do this?
Sure.
Yeah, so
we
have a lot of questions, but there's a lot of you.
Yeah, I know.
A lot of smart people in this room.
It's all the self-control we can take to be relatively quiet over here. But you don't want to hear from us. Open for questions. We won't make John run around this time because he's got better knees.
I've been sitting all day.
Hi, so I don't know how controversial this might be, but you mentioned moving towards managing actual amount of water in the river. So is there any discussion about moving towards a percentage approach in the entire basin?
No.
Well, we crossed that Rubicon in 1948 with the Upper Basin Compact, by the way. So that would not be the first time if we did. The basin or part of the basin has done that for the same reason. The reason they went there is because they weren't sure what the water supply would be, so why apportion something that's a fixed amount? We better go to a percentage. So we were there 70 years ago.
And frankly, I wish we were. I wish the lower basin was there, but again, you kind of, the past is prologue. We're going to build whatever we get to in 2026 upon the 100 years of the law of the river as it exists today, and I don't think it's realistic to get present perfected rights holders and senior priority holders to agree to a percentage-based approach in the time period we have. But it would be wonderful if we could.
So I'd like to shift the conversation to the agricultural sector. Great dialogue on the urban sector. Babies in New Mexico, Utah, Colorado, et cetera. Of course, we know in the urban sector, it's not having babies, it's having lawns and what kind of landscape you have that really makes the difference in terms of urban water balance. But I'd like to toss a question to Eric, and maybe others would like to follow up. How about economic prosperity in the rural areas as agricultural districts undertake new ways of managing water? Thoughts about that, since we've talked in a useful way already about the urban areas.
Yeah, and I'll borrow something from John Ensminger's predecessor, Pat Mulroy, and I'll also talk a little bit about our book. In that the genius of the 1922 Compact is it was a social agreement between the faster growing lower basin states and the slower growing upper basin states to leave a little water in the river for the slower growing states. What I think the new social contract has to be between the urban areas, the wealthy urban areas of this basin, and the rural areas which are dependent upon not just irrigation, but a certain amount of extractive industries which are still there, and recreation, $26 billion industry in the basin. Okay, it's much larger than irrigated agriculture in parts of this basin. So that contract has to be in return for certainty of supply for the urban areas that provide, water for babies and everybody. There has to be an investment in continuing good rural economies, agricultural improvements. We have 100-year-old infrastructure right now that we're relying on in the Uncompahgre and the Grand Valley, and that was built by federal money, and there's no source to rebuild it. So I think there is a solution there if we can open our minds to it. And I commend what Ted and his group are doing to try to bring in those other entities, so that the rural economies, the price, if I want to call it, of certainty of supply for the big urban areas is investment in those rural economies where the investment is best done. The details of that are messy, and I know, but it have to be worked out. But the details of compact in 1922 between the slower growing upper basin and the faster growing lower basin was messy as well, but they managed to work it out.
And I guess I would just chime in on that too. Even though I represent an urban area, 70% of the people of the state of Nevada that we provide water to every single day, they want us to make sure they can take showers and boil noodles, but they also eat hamburgers, and they're probably eating alfalfa, the crits are growing, and whether they do it or not, they like the idea of being able to take a rafting trip down the Grand Canyon someday. So I think we need to continue to move away from the false distinctions between urban, agricultural, and recreational and environmental values, because most of the people that I represent don't distinguish between those things in their daily lives. It's our responsibility to make sure we have enough water to take care of all of those things.
I would agree with that, and I would add, I don't view it as either or. I think we are very interconnected, and I think that the relationships that we've built with the agricultural sectors and with rural portions of the state are hugely important to our future. I think we can come up with schemes where both sides benefit in management of the Colorado River. I'm not worried about that because I take for granted that has to be the case.
So I suppose my question, sorry, Pat. No, from the upper basin point of view, I just say the agricultural sector is critical to us. Number one, they are the people that husband the land through which this water flows, and they represent the vast majority, if not supermajority, of all the pre-compact rights that we have. So they will never be unimportant, both in the conservation of the rural lifestyle, the rural economy. I guess we grow the alfalfa that John eats. I eat the cow that ate the alfalfa. Well, you said you eat alfalfa in lower basin. So we actually had another step to the economic chain in there. But in all seriousness, the rural sector is the most represented in the rights that are the most important under the current law of the river. And we will see, as we have in other basins, and I'm sure other states have seen it, there's a fear of buy and dry. We see it sometimes temporarily, where we have temporary water agreements. If there is and we regulate under priority calls, as you know, every year somewhere. And if a municipality or an industry that is critical, a power plant or large or small town, needs water, they can temporarily gather the priority of an early ag user and essentially pay him not to irrigate for that year. I think that there's value that way in those rights when they're not simply being used to irrigate. But I have also seen in my 18 years a growing appreciation. These families and ranches are no longer just irrigators and cow growers. They appreciate and are husbanding the environment along their streams more than we probably did in the 40s and 50s, whether it's for their grandkids to go fishing or for rod fees or just the health of the environment. So I think there's a different paradigm out there than probably there was in 22, for sure.
I will say John's diet is much more water efficient and much more boulder-like.
I'm just trying to help overpeck out and get the methane producer out of the food chain. I mean, come on.
I'm sorry, I want to follow up on that as well, just one last time. So shortly after I became the director of Phoenix Water Services, about almost 6 years ago now, one of the first things I did was get in a car and drive to Yuma. And it was literally for the sole purpose of showing up at the doorstep of the Yuma County Water Users Association and saying, my name is Catherine Sorensen. I'm the director of Phoenix Water Services. I do not, in fact, have horns on my head, and I am not here to steal your water. And we started dialogues, and the more we talked, the more we understood how much we have in common. And what we have in common is a need for a resilient and sustainable Colorado River. And when you start from that premise and you work on those relationships, then there's a lot that you can accomplish. And that's how we will move forward in the future.
So could we talk a little bit about water banking and water marketing? Transboundary water banking and water marketing. It's been brought up in relation to the 2007 guidelines. You got the ICS program in there. You got the DSS program in there. Folks elsewhere in the conference have talked about the 1999 Interstate Water Banking Program that involves aquifer storage in Arizona. It's also been broached there. We talked about it in the international context in relation to Mexico's water reserve, Minute 319, Minute 323, a lot of developments in that area. So what might that piece of the renegotiated 2007 guidelines, the 2026 guidelines, what might it look like in terms of transboundary water marketing, water banking? Thanks.
Well, I guess I got the most bank accounts.
Yeah, you can go with that one.
I might start.
Okay, go ahead. Good.
Yeah, go for that.
Different kind of bank account.
Right, yeah, you got we got those too.
I know you do. No, well,
Money bags on both sides of me.
I think water banking has worked in the lower basin. When you look at the ICS and you look at what happened with California in their drought in the northern part of the system, and they were able to draw from that water that they had banked to get through those drier times, and then they also reduced their use over time. I think the fact that that type of a model has worked is what I believe in part led the upper basin states to support the establishment of a demand management program in the upper basin, because they can see how you have an integrator of a big storage bucket that can serve as that bank or as that place where you can store in certain wetter times, for drier times, or for the like. I do think that how that bank or how that program is set up is going to be really critically important, and a key piece that we're looking at is the environment, of course. But the other thing I'll say about it is you need better data, and we need more quick data than we currently have. We're currently supporting a program or a project with other philanthropic organizations called OpenAT, where we're working with Google and NASA and the Water Bank and a whole host of different organizations looking at satellite imagery, using that thermal infrared technology to develop the logarithms to be able to say how much a certain crop consumptively uses. And I think that's going to be important in the upper basin. I think it's going to become more and more important in the lower basin. And I think transboundary water banking was also a critical piece to allowing the Mexico Minute 323 to go forward, and before that Minute 319. The other thing I'll say about it is you need the data, and you also need the trust, if you will. And one thing that was not heralded a whole lot in the DCP conversations is interstate marketing of sorts between Nevada, Arizona, and California. And I asked you to talk about that a little bit more, John, but I do think you've got to figure out ways to not just set up a straight up market, but how do you look at the social externalities, how do you look at the environmental externalities, and address those as you're standing up that kind of a water banking approach.
Yeah, so I guess I don't expect to see anything approaching like a true market. I don't expect to see Arizona selling water to California or anything like that. But I do think with the off-stream banking regs and the intentionally created unused apportionment combined with ICS, and now combined with the ability under DCP of the states to lend each other creation capacity. It's my expectation that Nevada will be allowing Arizona to use 50,000 acre feet of our creation capacity this year because they have more water than they have legal capacity to bank, and now under DCP you can loan that capacity back and forth. So I don't know exactly how, but I do expect those mechanisms to continue to evolve into more regional resources. But in terms of actually buying, selling, your birthright, that kind of stuff, that's just never going to be politically realistic anywhere in the basin, but at least in the lower basin. I guess the one idea I would throw out that I think is a good idea, but I haven't talked about it with anybody else in the basin, so who knows, I may be ostracized. I think the lower basin water users should be able to create and bank ICS in Powell. Because if you think about it, the lower basin between Arizona, California, and Nevada this year is probably going to create 600,000 to 700,000 acre feet of ICS in Mead. The upper basin is at the trailhead for trying to figure out how to get gallon number 1 into Powell. We're going to release, what, 9 billion acre feet this year? What if we released 8.4 and we created 600,000 acre feet of water? We could do this year what they're going to spend 6 years trying to figure out how to do.
And I totally agree with that, and that's one of the reasons why I think we need to have some flexibility with what flows past a mile downstream of the confluence of the Paria and the Colorado River. And I think there are some huge advantages to the upper basin and the lower basin to doing that kind of thing, essentially, and then putting that in place and remembering what Jack was talking about, Jack Schmidt was talking about this morning, in terms of avoiding some very bad things in an environment that a lot of the water community initially said, who cares? Well, our constituents care. So I think that idea is really should be on the table, and the upper basin folks should really give that considerable thought and discussion.
And I guess I would take it one step further, because Tom Bishotsky just drew a bead on me and pulled the trigger. So I'm in for a penny, in for a pound. That obviously, and it would be discretionary in the lower basin, but if you leave more water in Powell, the obvious consequence of that could be operating in a different tier within Mead. So you might be in a shortage or a different tier of shortage than you would be if you hadn't left the water in Powell. So I think a model of basing shortages, normal operations, and surpluses based upon combined system storage could ultimately be a better path forward. Now, is that between now and 2026 idea, or is that, if my grandkids want to be a water lawyer too kind of idea? I don't know. But I think it's worth a discussion.
Well, I want to add one thing too as well, which is, in any event under the 07 guidelines, and what sort of going through the DCP process taught us, or taught me at least, was there were disincentives to conservation. The whole sweet spot slide in Arizona, and if we conserve too much, we're going to get less water from the upper basin. The upper basin states saying, well, we're conserving, but we're really helping the lower basin, and that whole dynamic. Whatever we do between now and 2026, if we can create incentives to conserve water, that's where we should be focused on it, I think. And I think water banking is part of that, and including some allocation for the environment, and absolutely covering evaporation, true evaporation, not just just sort of assumed evaporation.
And I would add, going back to your tiering, I think thinking about the post-2026 river is that I hope we don't have the kind of tiering we have today, because that creates those kinds of artificial problems and constraints. I hope what we have is the ability to manage those two reservoirs and some other ones upstream in a better way that deals with the circumstances that we need to do, and doesn't create these artificial conditions created by tiering. That was a great idea. It was a big step forward when we did it, but now let's learn from it and do something more sophisticated that is of more value to everybody in the basin and opens the door to do things like John said, which put ICS in Powell, Mead, or whatever makes the most sense for the river at the time in the given circumstances. And that's sort of the big thinking that we think is an increment. I know it's a big increment, but if we don't do it, is it going to be that, if we don't do it, what are we leaving on the table that we could have done that we won't be accomplishing post 2026?
I think we should, going back to Jason's question, be drawing a distinction between water banking and water marketing. Banks can be hugely beneficial in all sorts of circumstances, and everybody said that, I think. And there's lots of potential in the lower basin to use ICS and remove those disincentives to conservation. Marketing can work, and banks can help marketing in certain geographical areas, but I think when you start talking about interstate marketing and interbasin marketing, you get into a whole different realm of stuff where, we assume that the market allocates resources most efficiently, but it doesn't take into account the externalities and the cultural values and all the political stuff that goes along with what we think we have available to us. And so I think that's just a whole different kettle of fish. And I will just also say that I totally agree that one of the things that we should look at going forward is triggers for shortage that are based on combined storage plus hydrology, some combination of those two things. And, even if you're looking at elevations or combined elevations as one of the components, why should it be on one day in the year? Why can't it be, hindsight, what was our average elevation or combined capacity in these two reservoirs last year, over the past 12 months? And it becomes effective, whatever the strategies are that go into effect in shortage, they become effective 4 months from now, or just like we do forecasting now. So.
I want to say that I agree completely with Brad Udall that ICS just moves water in time. And that being said, I also want to say that I can't wait to buy some as soon as possible. So, it's an important point. There's ICS moves water in time. Absolutely, that's what it does. But it's incredibly important for flexibility. And I can't wait to buy some in Lake Powell. I think that sounds great. So.
You can buy some in Rudai because you're.
Yeah, there you go.
Right.
Rudai.
Yeah, just leave some there, you're 50,000. I guess one last thing, just picking up on what Ted said. I think another potential in the ICS banking realm is the hybridization of ICS and system conservation, in that if you have a project that can conserve X amount of water, that there could be an opportunity for the conservation community to provide funding into that project, and 10-15% of that conserved water goes to environmental purposes at their discretion. I think this is a all hands on deck kind of situation, and if you're waiting for the federal cavalry on their white horses to ride in with earmarks, good luck to you. And if you're waiting for state governments to come up with the money, good luck to you. I think this is going to be largely municipal utility and conservation community driven in terms of funding formulas in the 21st century.
My name is John Weissite. Thank you very much for your candor. I live in Utah and I don't have children. But my question is related to children because if I was 5 years old, my list I think would be different by the time I was ready for retirement or Medicare application. So I think the dialogue in 80 years from now is going to be much different than the dialogue that's going on right now. And so my question is, you know, can we have those discussions right now instead of when they're 50? Or I mean, incrementalism, I understand, but some of those are really big, expensive problems, like, you know, removing sediment from reservoirs, aging infrastructure. I worry about groundwater collapse in the future. Is there room for that in the near future?
So I feel like we are having those conversations. You know, the people up here at this table, we're in the arena, right? Trying to provide for a better future and have difficult conversations and make sure that we are paying attention to what's best for future generations. There's a lot of interest at play and a lot of things to balance. But I feel like we are having those conversations. I think this conference is about having those conversations.
Plus, I have a fundamentally different view of the fact that the conversations have changed that much. And my looking at back, if you were to take someone like Royce Tipton or even Clifford Stone or somebody from the Southwest and bring them in this room, they might not know what the hell our cell phones were, but they probably understand this conversation we were having today and would likely be able to participate in it quite well. Because they had very similar conversations in the past, you know, and you know, again, slightly different, but the basic issues we're discussing today were discussed at length over the debate over the 56 and 68 acts.
I have a question I want to ask you guys. Since none of our panelists are here are from California, I want to ask, what should we do about the Salton Sea? Is it part of the basin? What's the solution? Is it the next issue up on the list? John, I don't remember if it was on your list or not.
It wasn't.
It wasn't? Why isn't it on your list?
So I put the Salton Sea, for my own parochial interests in Southern Nevada, I put the Salton Sea on the same list as I put protecting Powerhead in Lake Powell, the ultimate demise and economic evolution of farming in Pinal County. These are not my problems, but they are my partner's problems, which means I'm in favor of finding ways to mitigate them. We didn't move forward without IID because it was our choice. We moved forward because our calculus told us it was better to have an emergency management plan in place for the next 6 years than it was to wait on, again, the federal government coming up with $200 million in a process that I think by Mike's own presentation doesn't look like it's crossed the 50-yard line yet. So I will absolutely brief my congressional delegation and advocate for a solution being found to the Salton Sea, but I think everybody has problems in their own backyard. And if everybody's backyard problem stops the entire basin from moving forward with necessary steps, we're not going to get very far.
Catherine, are you smiling because you want to take that question?
No. It has to be on the table, and it's a part of it needs to be a part of the conversation, and I think plenty of people said the door is open. So.
I mean, can you take a next step in this basin if that issue is still hanging out there?
Yeah, I think you can, but maybe shouldn't. You know, for the reasons that have been described, IID is the biggest player in the system. You want them on board as a partner, and this is their existential issue. And so I think it has to be part of our calculus in the same way that Mexico's concern about the Delta and the future of irrigation in the Mexicali Valley, that has to be part of our calculus. So I think that one of the difficulties that people with good intent who are making these decisions, one of the difficulties that they cannot overcome is IID's internal divisions. And that has been a significant roadblock in the past, and Mike referred to that as well. And so I think that we should strive for a solution. I don't think that you can guarantee you'll get there.
And I guess I'd turn the question around on you. If we're sitting here in 2026 and the state of California, Imperial, and the federal government haven't made any more progress than they have to this point, can we afford not to take another step? Looking at the hydrology and the climate predictions and everything else that we saw yesterday, can the basin afford to be paralyzed by a single issue?
History as the basin was never allowed itself to be paralyzed by a single issue. The first thing come out of the bat, of course, was Arizona's opposition to the 22 Compact. We found a way around it. California's opposition to the Mexican Treaty, found a way around it.
Yeah.
But the other lesson is those issues didn't go away. Arizona got run over with the CAP subordination. We're dealing with the consequences of that today. So I think we can do both, but if we'll probably have to proceed without a solution, but it's still going to come back, and we're going to have to deal with it. I think that's the lesson. We can't hold up progress in the basin for that, but at the same time, just not, we can't not have a solution because it will ultimately require something to be done.
If I could just offer a little, what I recall, if my memory's faithful on this process, we were in a partnership with IID for 5 years prior to essentially last November, December. There are provisions in the documents put there for the benefit of and by IID. They're still there. But we had this feeling that as we got to the finish line and then we got a red flag saying we got to have this funding, the concern was here we are trying to stand up what might between now and 26 be a demand management program, and there we are with legislation. The iron is hot to get us 500,000 acre-feet of federal storage to put that in. You end up with a bit of a Sophie's choice, and it was unfortunate. And I think to this day, we all would have preferred IID be in this agreement, and nobody that I know had an issue with leaving the on-ramp in it.
And I just need to answer this question as well. I mean, this is a troubling issue for the Balken Family Foundation and for me personally, because we believe that it has to be on the table, and we also believe that the DCP was critically important to proceed as quickly as possible. And so I think if we ignore that issue, we do so at our own peril. And I think we continue to work on this issue, continue to look for ways to help California and that community avoid the environmental and health disaster that could follow if we don't address that situation adequately. And so, and I don't think I'm the only one in the basin or that works on these issues that feels that way. I think it is still critically important. It was a little bit of a Sophie's choice, or it felt like that didn't have to be. I think it could have. There was a lot of goodwill, I think, going forward, and it resulted in the way that it did. I will also say, I'm the most optimistic I've ever been about the Salton Sea and the progress that's being made right there with the new administration that's coming in California, and the fact that they see this issue, they are dedicating real resources to it, and I'm hopeful that we can figure a way through. I do worry about, like, if there needs to be some kind of reconciliation or some kind of, I just don't know how that's going to happen, and I think that could be important. I will also say, though, we see how it's connected to the Colorado River Basin. We also see how the Bay Delta issues are connected to the Colorado River Basin, and we don't take on those issues. So, like, there are some bridges that are at least too far for us to cross. But
Yeah, so
I've got an upper basin question here, and it's going to be Colorado centric. But so the question that I have here is the possibility. So we've got the DCP in place, and what we've heard is we need to get somewhere between 200,000 to 500,000 acre feet of water to Lake Powell, and then Professor Castle, you and your colleagues produced a paper here about a year and a half that basically indicated that Colorado had already overdrafted their percentage somewhere up around 58% out of the upper basin, where you're allocated 51.5. I think the River District kind of concurred with some of those numbers in that ballpark. When I did the back of the napkin analysis, that comes up to about 300 to 400,000 acre feet that Colorado may be currently overdrafting above the percentage that they're currently allowed. So then if we make that assumption and we add that to say, look, if we're going to do demand management, we're actually going to try to get 500,000 acre feet down to Lake Mead, Colorado's share would be somewhere around another 250,000 acre feet of water under the DPC with the demand management program within the state. So on the upper end, we're looking at Colorado was probably going to have to come up with somewhere in the neighborhood of 700 to 800,000 acre feet. Number one, is that hydrologically feasible? And if it's hydrologically feasible, is it politically even possible to accomplish that with demand management?
Well, let me start with the legal component, and then maybe Eric can follow up with the hydrological one. I never said Colorado had overdrafted. In fact, the Upper Basin Compact gives percentages, but the only time that those percentages come into play as a legal matter is if there is curtailment for compact obligations. And then the percentages become very relevant under one of the provisions in the Upper Basin Compact, where it says that if one state has taken more than its percentage share, then that share gets paid back first before other states are curtailed. So we're not in a situation where Colorado owes the river right now. So I think that that part of your question may be based on a false premise. But for the purposes of demand management, I think you're absolutely right. It is going to be a heavy lift to create the kind of volumes that reclamation's modeling, some of the modeling done in the risk study that the West Slope Roundtables have commissioned. That modeling is showing what the risks are and what volumes of insurance policy in Powell would mitigate that risk. Those are going to be hard. And where's the funding going to come from? And so all of those questions are very relevant. And I think we have a lot of education to do about explaining what the risks are, what curtailment would mean in Colorado and the other Upper Basin states, and sort of collectively coming to an evaluation of how much insurance do we want to buy.
Yeah, I totally agree with Ann. Let me just explain the 200 and the 500 from my perspective. The 500 is how much is in the paper we signed. You know, the size of the pool. The 200 was 200,000 acre feet a year was sort of a cap that when we were initially modeling demand management, John and I and others, John McClough and I and others came up with, saying more than 200,000 acre feet is too heavy a lift to even assume we could do that. Or, you know, so that 200 to 500, that's sort of where they came from. But I totally agree with Ann that it's really a heavy lift in the Upper Basin to come up with more than a few hundred thousand, or maybe 50,000 acre feet a year, 70,000 acre feet a year. Just the administration of that, the verification of that, just the costs associated with that are tremendous. Not talking about compensating the irrigator for doing that. Which is why, personally, I'd like to see us explore, at least in some rooms, some places, some alternatives to demand management for the Upper Basin. And I'll give you another reason, is this whole idea of what's the Upper Basin consumptively using, we could go to Blaney Criddle, modified Blaney Criddle with elevation corrected crop coefficients, Penman Monteith, satellites, and we get 4 different answers as to what we're consuming, and all 4 are wrong. All right, so the only thing that we really know as far as and you know, let's not get too concerned about it, because whichever one we pick is can be a standard, and that can set the natural flows, but the natural flows we need to know are wrong. The question then becomes, what can we do realistically? What we can do realistically is measure stuff out of power plants and pipes. Okay, that's about it. The rest of it is really more guesstimation, and it always has been. You know, so that's one of the concerns I had, being in the room in 2005, sitting way in the back, but in the room in 2005 when Colorado first threw this idea on of suggesting something less than 7 or 6 million in return for taking the compact or the call off, is how would we ever verify that? And then I happened to be reading the compact minutes, and I saw Carpenter had the best idea back in 1922. So that's why I suggested limiting exports. Of course, I'm on the West Slope as well.
And let me follow up, too, because I don't want to be flip about answering your question about Colorado's percentage share. If you look at one of the measures that Eric talked about of what the consumptive use has been in the different upper basin states, Colorado comes out at somewhere between 56 and 58%, depending on what period of time you take.
Using a certain the certain methodology for calculating irrigation.
Right.
Consumptive use.
Yeah, but pretty clearly bigger than 51.75, which is what the Upper Basin Compact says. And so I think we have to take that into account. And so when we're talking about things like what does the Upper Basin share look like going forward, I think Colorado has to recognize that it can't stand in the way of other Upper Basin states growing into their allocation till we're all where we agreed we should be. And so I think that is an absolutely valid component of the conversation.
Not that this conversation needs expanded boundaries, but I wonder the extent to which these new negotiations will get into other areas. There was one Pat mentioned, and others have mentioned augmentation, and the most likely source of augmentation being probably desalinization. To what extent can there be cooperative fundraising, for example, for a desalinization plant, which is going to be not just for one constituency, but would have ramifications through the whole basin, and would be an additional source of supply? How does that get allocated, and can the funding for that somehow be part of these expanded negotiations? And to what extent, I think John was pretty pessimistic about the idea of any federal funding, but there's talk about a $2 trillion infrastructure program. So I'm not sure about potential federal participation, particularly given 7 states and their congressional delegations and all the power that goes with that. Also, water reuse. San Diego, for example, has committed $1 billion over the next 10 or 20 years to which will result in a 50% reduction in its reliance on imported water. Now, that's an infrastructure program, but to what extent can things like that be considered in these negotiations, or is there just simply not enough time for it?
I believe those sorts of discussions and negotiations will occur. If history is any guide, they will be more segregated than the big river negotiations. When we've seen cooperative projects, like the Drop 2 reservoir, like the pilot run of the Yuma desalting plant, like system conservation, pilot project. That's generally been metropolitan, CAWCD and SNWA with Denver Water joining in for the system conservation. And in my mind, those are the most likely funders of that sort of coastal desal or other efficiency projects out there in the future. I for one am certainly open to other partners being in that, but I don't think it's necessary to have it be a part of this. Other than if you see something on the horizon that you need to adjust the rules of the road for how you move it around, then that would need to be a part of this. And I'll give you an example. 319 and 323, we negotiated for U.S. investment in Mexico, and we saw a lot of the pictures in Jennifer's presentation for lining of canals, laser leveling fields, all those sorts of things. If you were to scale that up, and there was an investment at Rosarita Beach, and help solve a lot of coastal Baja California's water problems, the precedent is there for how to move that water up and leave it in Mead, but that would obviously entail an entire other minute just for that project. And I think the same would be said if you had something domestically. You would need to ensure that you have the ICS and exchange mechanisms built into the rules of the road to be able to effectuate that. But I think, just based upon the last 20 years, that if you see projects like that being driven forward, the most likely people to be driving them forward are the major municipalities in the lower basin.
And I would add to that the history of the West is one of collective investment in infrastructure. That's how the West was built. And that's how we will continue forward. I'm not sure desal is going to be the first place. In fact, I'm sure it's not. But I think you will see continued collective investment in large regional infrastructure projects.
And conservation projects.
Yeah, absolutely.
Of the four questions I gave you earlier, the one we haven't talked about is the one I wonder if we could just skip, because you don't want to talk about it. But this was the fourth question, this question that basically said, if you had the power to make any law or any single law or policy reform, and anonymously if that would be helpful, and I'm sure it would be. Now, it doesn't help you talking about it on a live stream. What would it be? Now, Eric's a free agent, so he could probably say anything he wants. The rest of you have to be a little more careful. Does anyone want to take that question or not? Because since I gave it to you, if you'd put some thought into it and you have something to say, this is the time to jump on it. If you want me to move on, I'll move on.
So this is your king for a day question?
Yeah, but don't call it that.
Monarch for a day.
Okay, Eric nor I can get fired. Well, I might be able to because I still am the Colorado River Commissioner. However, for purposes of getting some others to possibly weigh in on this, one of the things I would do right away, if I could just wave a wand, is I would get rid of the tribal uncertainty in the basin. Resolve, quantify how those rights are satisfied so that there's certainty within those states as to what those rights are. I would then find a way to foreclose any Supreme Court lawsuits on this river and force us to solve our issues at the table that we tried to define earlier, because I think that is the biggest signal that we've lost, is if that's where we end up. Finally, I would, well, maybe not even finally, but I would keep doing what we're doing, this notion of incremental versus visionary, the answer being yes. And it gets back to the earlier point I made, which is every issue, and now it's the 2026 guidelines, it's what falls under the aegis of that negotiation. we thought that in '01 and '03 we'd been dealt tough hands, and then '07 was hard. DCP in the last 2 years are kind of a blur. But all that means is that we're appropriately trained to go after the 2026 renegotiation. I would wave that same wand and make, the biggest issue I think we have to deal with is a river with, pick a number, 3 million acre feet less than we thought it had in 1922, maybe 4. If we can't have the power to change the hydrology back to what we thought it was, we have got to augment this river. And I would make that desal as economic as possible. Going back to the last question, will it be in the 26 negotiations? I don't know. It's probably going to be talked about. What place it holds in that process, I can't tell you, but the economics of that industry and that process will dictate its attractiveness to anybody who needs more water. And to the extent, I think when I first started in the early 2000s, it was, and I'm sorry I didn't hear any of the presentations on it, but we were talking $20,000 an acre foot for desal. What are the costs now?
I don't know.
Quite a bit, less than 5 maybe? So we've seen a 75% reduction in costs in 20 years. I think that technology will continue to push the envelope. And we may not even need to have it in the agreements if the marketplace makes it more attractive for John or Tom or anybody in California to go to the ocean than to come fight with the upper basin about our unused water. Because right now, that's really the thing we've got. Our unused apportionment is being used in the lower basin. It's not being demanded from us, but that's where it's going. And so I think to the extent that could take up the slack and I could make it $1 an acre foot tomorrow, I would.
Anyone else want to take the bait?
I just want to second what Pat said about especially litigation. If there were some sort of requirement that made that much more difficult to do. When we're talking about interstate litigation, I think that would change a lot. In terms of our ability to succeed in 2026. It might not change with the outcome, but it'll change a lot of the posturing.
If I could wave a magic wand, I would probably create a politically acceptable, viable, verifiable, basin-wide system conservation program.
My magic wand would solve the structural deficit.
Right to it. Right to it.
Any details in this?
It's a wand.
And 3 more wishes. Well, I think Ann's just totally changed the rules of the game.
Yeah, well, so as long as we're in the realm of magic.
Clearly.
Well, this will sound even more magical than hers. I would eliminate the priority system in the lower basin. I would, and that might sound like I'm going after, the seniors. I'm not. I think, whoever has 40% and 20%, you'd have the same percent that you have now. But the inequality of risk in the lower basin is the #1 factor that contributes to the dysfunction of this river. And if I could give the lower basin contractors equality of risk, I think this river system would serve our grandchildren's grandchildren much better.
That's essentially the lesson of the formation of the Southern Nevada Water Authority, isn't it, to some degree?
It's our origin story.
Creation story.
All right, anyone else want to jump on that, or should I move on? The mood I'm getting is that people are starting to get tired, so I think we'll go to one last question. But it's a big question, but it's the last question. And as I think is obvious to everyone, I designed this program, and as you know, and we're near the end here, and I have 20/20 hindsight, and I wish a few things I wish I'd done better, and a few things I wish we talked about more. So the last question is basically, this is your opportunity to raise the issues that should have been raised that weren't, or say the statements that should have been said that weren't. You know, and even if it's a placeholder that we can't get to right now, you know, to get it on the record, not that there's really a record here, but you know, what should we have covered? And my thought is to let people in the audience take the first stab at this. John, I didn't tell you, but you could get a stab at this after that, and then we'll come back to the panel, and this is your chance to not only answer that question, but to, if you have a closing remark or whatever, that would be the time to do it. So that's my thought. I haven't really given this much thought, but that's my thought. So we get a start with folks in the audience. Tom.
So I would have liked to have time to ask the panel this question, but I will say we've heard about augmentation. There's an augmentation work group with the basin states, and I think one of the persons up there is one of the co-chairs. Maybe Pat and me, maybe. Not you, Don. Regardless, what we didn't talk about was, should the augmentation be about growth, or should the augmentation of that water go towards reliability?
Is no one going to take this bait?
I mean, just for Southern Nevada Water Authority, any augmentation project that we participated in would by, you know, necessity be for growth. Because if we don't grow anymore, we're only using 70% of our water. So I don't need any more water for my liabilities.
And conversely for Phoenix, it would be for reliability.
Any other audience comments about things we should have talked about? Oh, we have one.
Thanks. You know, there's just one chunk of the DCP, especially the upper basin DCPs, that we haven't really talked about today. And that's that third leg of the stool, this weather modification leg of the stool. And so I'm just wondering, sort of, especially because it isn't really a topic of conversation very often, how seriously should we be taking it and sort of betting on that as, like, how important a part of the solution space is that chunk of the DCP that we don't really talk about very much?
Okay, let me step on that one. We don't talk about it as much because it did not need any funding or federal authorization or anything that the rest of the DCP needed, whether it was demand management or reservoir operations or the lower basin plan. Right now, 3 of the upper basin states do it: Colorado, Utah, and Wyoming. Wyoming funded like a 12-year, $12 million study that finished up here about 3 or 4 years ago. Wyoming invests in it. A lot of the water users invest. I think we're counting on it. I think we believe the science is solid enough, although, you know, it comes with a certain band of, you know, certainty and stuff on how much water you can generate, but it's still the cheapest water you can develop or create. And so I don't think that its lack of mention in much of the DCP work is any indication of its lack of importance or how we look at it. I mean, we have our little battles every winter about how much are we funding. And I have to say the lower basin has been a great partner in this because the major entities have contributed to funding in Wyoming and Colorado and Utah, I believe. And so, yeah, don't mistake our lack of talking about it. It's probably because it's among the least, if you can believe this, among the least controversial things in front of this group this week.
Thanks, Pat. I just wanted to add to that with regards to weather modification. So last year, 7 parties from the 7 basin states agreed to a long-term programmatic agreement to fund weather modification through 2026. So that was taken care of in the 2-year process. New Mexico is a party to that agreement as well. I think they are serving more of a funder role, at least for some of the activities that are happening in Colorado. So And there's a lot of funding that's been secured through that for the next few years.
One of the things that seems to me that may have been missing as part of the solution is, as we talk about reoperation and the future of moving forward and the environment and the drought and the drying environment, weather mod and all these other tools. But one of the tools that seem to be glaringly missing here is the role for additional high elevation strategic storage. And so moving forward, it may be one of those bombs for some people out there, but I think it has a role moving forward. So just be curious from the panel, is there a role for additional storage to do some of this drought contingency planning and to meet those demands down the road?
Before you run to your next question, certainly the science and I think the physiography behind the question is favorable. Where we would have to make it, and I would say that, you know, John's always been courteous enough to give me a heads up when he brings up a big idea at these panels. It's the first I've heard about ICS in Powell today. All right, thank you very much. But if you think of it in a smaller scale, storing the same amount of water in Powell is storing it higher than Mead, which has some hydrologic evaporation benefits. So questions that will always face building storage at high elevation, whether it's in any of our states, are the sites. If there's any federal involvement, you'll need to define a purpose and need, and simply storing for demand management would have to somehow be past the straight face test as a beneficial use within that state. Is there any other use on that water, or is simply storing it for demand management sufficient? That's more of a water law question. But the physical fact of storing more at higher elevations, the question might be where's that water going now, and who might it be coming from? If it's still within an upper basin apportionment, then are you counting it as part of your apportionment, or are you going to store it, not tie it to that, and use it later on to prevent a curtailment under the compact, which is what demand management does. So physically, I think the concept has merit. I think there are a lot of administrative questions around it you'd have to beat up pretty good.
And I'll just add to that. I think one of the questions that needs to be asked is, what's the purpose of the storage? Is it for additional growth and development, or is it for reliability? And that's the question that Tom raised. And if it's for additional growth, then that implicates, okay, are we increasing the risk, and who's bearing that risk if that's the case? But I think we need to examine additional strategic storage, not because we need more storage overall in this basin, but because there are places where we can do alternative transfer methods and keep farmers in production and not having to be permanently dried up to feed a city if we have infrastructure, including storage, that allows that water to go back and forth. And so I think that should be on the table.
Some of the strategy that goes into that evaluation is, let's say we had 5 great places in the mountains of Wyoming, Colorado to build some high storage. In Wyoming, which is probably a fairly pure prior appropriation state, those reservoirs immediately come with a 2019 priority date. And guess what? They are post-22, 1922, by nearly 100 years. And so what is their value when it comes to the demand management? Once that curtailment hits and we need to meet the compact, they are foreclosed from storing any more. But Fontenelle Reservoir in Wyoming's in that same boat. It just happens to be quite a bit bigger. But I think any port in a storm, and as we go forward and you want to look at things like what can we do to make high elevation storage work for things like this, I think let's take a look at it.
Okay, so let's get a few more. So again, let's just focus on flagging the topics rather than having a detailed discussion of them. This is basically to save you from after the conference coming down to tell me what we should have talked about that we didn't. So,
Well, this is not, it's been a wonderful conference, and the question is not intended to be a criticism of the conference or the speakers, but, you know, over the past 2 years, I've heard Jonathan Overpeck and Brad Udall give some version of their paper 4 times, and I'd say every time I'm alarmed. And it's not clear to me that the level of alarm associated with the discussion of policy is consistent with the level of alarm that they're expressing in the scenarios that they're generating. And I wonder if you feel the same, or what needs to be done to get there.
So I'm just real quickly on that. I disagree, and I think the proof is in the pudding. So you see 2 major cities on the river, Vegas and Phoenix, who collectively are investing $2 billion to be ready for worst case scenario. So no, absolutely. We see the risk, and from a municipal water provider perspective, we can't fail. So we are making the investments necessary to make sure we can withstand what comes on the Colorado River, no matter what that is.
And I would agree with Catherine and say what a few years ago, I think it was an enlightening moment when we had the draft state water plan out, and a major water provider in the state, that provides about 30% of the population, Denver Water, came out and said, we're not interested in more water or Colorado River water. We're interested, and we must increase the reliability of our existing supplies. That was their top priority. So I think that is out there, but I think going one step further, it's not uniform, if you want to call it. It's the entities that have the kind of resources that Denver and John Ensminger's group and Phoenix and CAP and MWD have. My concern coming from Western Colorado is, the same, how do we deal with the Carbondales, whose water department would fit in Jim Lockhead's office, including their backhoe. All right, so it's that it's the people who have the resources are doing that, but what about the rest of the basin?
So to continue on this, because this is great, because this is the same theme that I was going to ask. Peck talked about, 2.5 degrees C, we're never going to be less than that. We've got the clear linkage between a warming climate and decreasing runoff in the basin. That is the struggle. The thing that always strikes me is at the level of these kind of conferences, Republican, Democrat, whoever, the reality of climate change is taken deadly seriously. There are maybe one state in the watershed that seems to still not be sure if the climate is changing. But, and yet, that's 14 senators who have a capacity to change national policy. 40 million people use this river, and yet there seems to be a disconnect with the national political conversation, or even influencing the behavior of 14 senators plus congresspeople. Do you think that are you motivated as state water representatives to communicate with national policy so that the reality of this declining water supply is in fact taken seriously, and national policy to abate this rising warming climate is taken more seriously? It seems like we're just treating this as a passive reaction to what's coming at us, and not something that we ought to be actively trying to change.
So we talked a lot over the last 2 days about who should be at the table, or who's been at the table recently, and we heard from NGOs, we heard from the tribes, but I would have liked to have heard directly from a representative from Mexico.
Yep. John, take one more, why don't you?
And I'm going to do.
Then you get.
I get one too.
Thanks for a wonderful panel. I want to ask very briefly a large, loaded, ugly question, and that is, could a statutory process across the entire basin, all states participating, be a workaround on a very limited and careful basis for some of the compact toe stubbers? For instance, solving Mr. Terrell's really valuable point about the virtues of high elevation storage plus an adequate shepherding specification to get past some of these problems.
Anyone who
Well, I'll
understands.
comment on the upper basin part of it.
And then I'll do the lower basin.
You know, all 4 upper basin states are prior appropriation states, but there are differences in their management regime. So I guess theoretically, uniform, 4-state legislation could achieve something like that. But given the amount of federal resources involved in federal facilities, I guess I doubt the ability of the states to enact a uniform law that wouldn't also require changes to federal law.
I'll speak for California. No, I think John's right. What you're talking about are some of the constraints within a compact, which is not a contract among states and federal law and state law. So I don't think state law alone can overcome some of those constraints, if that's your question. But I do think that even without, individual states at times now may have to entertain things like shepherding legislation or banking legislation, or in Tom's case in Arizona, going through the agreements that he had to sign for DCP, he had to go to his legislature. So we all have a little bit different laws, a little bit different procedures. Doesn't mean that we couldn't talk about that and see if there wasn't a magic silver bullet in there. So.
Take your shot.
Yeah, I apologize because I know I've had lots of chance to talk this last couple of days, but there was a really interesting set of issues that came up the day before this conference at a sort of smaller work group meeting Kathy Jacobs and Amy and Season did, which gave us a chance to explore some questions that were farther outside the box. And one of the themes that kept occurring in that, kept coming up in that conference, a fear from a variety of people, is what happens if the institutions break down, right? And so we have, I mean, I really appreciated Pat's comments about the success of the institutions over the last 10, 15 years. And I think as we do doom and gloom, that's underappreciated. We have this collaborative governance structure. It was really tested with DCP, and you know, I think Arizona made it look not, it was hard, but y'all did it. And so I came away from DCP feeling positive about the success of the institutions, but there's clearly a visible risk of a failure mode when folks who are in this room and are at this table who understand the scale of the basin-wide problem have to go home to a political environment where state legislators believe that the compact promised us 7.5 million acre feet, and why are you giving that away? And you know, I don't know how we even go there in a conversation, but I think that's one of the issues that as we work through these issues over the next however many years we're going to be doing this, we have to be mindful of what that failure mode might look like and how we avoid that happening.
Okay, so we are going to conclude with the panelists who can talk about what we should have talked about, or you can jump to more of a last thought, concluding theme sort of thing, or you can pass altogether, in which case John will answer for you, I'm pretty sure, or you know, do whatever you want. But the floor is yours to do what you want to do. So who wants the first swing at this? Catherine?
I'll take a first swing. So I am pessimistic about climate risk. And it is for that reason that we have invested in the infrastructure necessary to make sure that we can overcome whatever comes on the Colorado River. But I'm really optimistic about our ability to meet those challenges collectively.
You know, I'm very optimistic. You know, I was going into today this issue of incrementalism and versus a bigger step or grand bargain, and I realized the answer was yes. Ted said it very well. And it says I think we have the capacity to do some things that will be for the benefit of everybody in this basin in the light of some very difficult climate-related challenges we have in the future. So after this panel, I'm actually, after this set of meetings here, quite optimistic.
One of the things that we didn't talk much about on this panel that I'd just like to put out there is we've heard a lot about tribes being at the table for the next set of discussions and conversations, but we haven't talked about how we're going to make that happen. Pat mentioned his magic wand would quantify the unquantified water rights, and I totally agree with that. But I think one of the challenges that we need to think about and get going on is what Bitta raised in her presentation, and that is we hear beautifully articulated, deeply felt tribal values around water, but we have not yet translated those values into parameters that water managers can understand and deal with and incorporate into the bigger strategies. And I think we need to get at that challenge. And in closing, first of all, let me say this is a terrific conference, Doug. Thank you very much for putting this on. Absolutely great, and thanks to Sean as well for managing all the logistics. I will also end with optimism in our ability to solve these very, very difficult challenges that, as someone said, get more difficult every time we come together. I think that we take for granted to some extent how strong our relationships are threaded through this room among the basin state principles, and we've gotten used to that. It's our culture, and that's absolutely to be celebrated and relied upon. But we can also think about we would be lots worse off if we didn't have that, but we do, and we can build on that. And that's why I'm optimistic that we're going to address these really difficult problems and come up with solutions that will get us through to mid-century.
You should have gone after me.
You were going to say, no, we can't do anything.
Pessimistic. No, I'm not a pessimist. I guess and this might sound pessimistic, but I don't think it is. The one thing I heard, I probably disagreed with quite a few things I heard in the last day and a half, but the one thing I for sure heard that I disagree with is for us to be successful, we've all got to win. I don't think that lives in reality. For us to be successful, we've all got to lose. The future of this river is less water, and we're all going to have to get by with a little bit less. The question is, can we continue on the process that Ann laid out, that Pat spoke about, that a number of people have talked about? I'll put the Colorado River in the last 20 years up against any river system in the world. I've got a copy of 319 in my office that's been translated into Russian. We are a model to the world for how we have adapted to changing circumstances and modified our institutions. But after climate change, my number one concern on this river is that the poisonous atmosphere of bipartisan politics that pervades this country somehow invades our basin. Because it only takes one gubernatorial appointee to say, by God, I'm putting my own best interests first over everybody else, before our much vaunted organic process that has delivered win after win after win for 20 years will break down. So it is incumbent upon all of us, it is incumbent upon everybody who works on and relies upon the Colorado River to never let the word compromise become a bad word in this basin.
That's a little bit of a hard, short speech to follow. I wish I'd had my hand up the back of your shirt, because he gave me, no. Because he took a lot of the words are in what I had written down, and so it was almost like a puppet thing. Never mind. I think what John is saying is we can't let the perfect be the enemy of the good, which I think I've heard him say before. It is a very interesting role that, and John and I were principals during the process, and certainly when she was assistant secretary. You come to meetings with two things that are quite important to you. One is you got to represent back home. I got to show up here in a way that Wyoming's people and legislators and my boss and my staff think we are protecting our rights and responsibilities under that compact. At the same time, I have to do that in a way that we find a way to lose gracefully. Lose that little bit of water that it appears we're losing. So it's a bit, there's a tension just in that role. You can't just be the bullfighter and come down here and say, yeah, we got Nevada and California and Colorado and New Mexico all, agreeing that they're going to give a bunch of water to Wyoming. It's not a win-win thing among the states. If the 7 states don't win together, all 7 lose. And so I always found that part of the job very interesting, where you have those two, somewhat of a tension between those two roles. And if you're able to negotiate that, then I think we can continue to find good things to do. John is exactly right, and this is what he took out of my talk. I think we have spoken before about the Colorado River being the envy of other major river basins in the world. Name me another one that serves 40 million people, 5 million acres, that doesn't have problems. And they all do. We do. Our difference is we have found a structured way to solve them, or at least address them for the near term. And so I applaud everybody's history on the Colorado River and the work that they've done, and I look forward to that reputation of this group of professionals continuing for another 20 or 40 years. Here, here.
Thanks. I want to thank you, Doug, and the University of Colorado School of Law. I thought it was a great conference. We're proud supporters. I mean, in addition to the convenings I mentioned earlier with Jack Schmidt and Kathy and others, I mean, we help support this. And I think it's critically important to be able to come together as a community and talk about the benefits and the things that we've done well together, and where the challenges arise, and where we can take this basin forward. In terms of things I would change or might have added, I think groundwater, certainly we talked a little bit about it, but I know last year we had a whole conference on groundwater, so fair enough. And the second piece I might call out is just communications and the importance of communicating about these issues. I mean, this was sort of an insider's baseball, hullapalooza, and I think that's sort of what it is. And but I think that's something that I think about. And then the other thing, I mean, I leave here feeling very optimistic. Absolutely, I would hold this basin up against any other river basin in the world about how to manage. I mean, you look at the trust that's been built and the ability to manage difficult problems. I would hold it up against any other in the basin in the world as well, or the galaxy, as somebody said earlier in the
known universe
in the conference. But I do. The last thing I'll say, sort of, is more an existential one, and I think back to when Pat Moore was kicking us off yesterday morning. She talked about how women were, not in this room, and there are women in this room, which is great. I do worry a little bit about youth and diversity. And I think that maybe I'm just feeling old, but I think that the more we can get young voices and help them understand these problems facing us and help them develop the solutions, and the more we can get diverse populations thinking about these problems and helping us solve these problems, I think the better off we're going to be as a community. And so it's one maybe to all of you is how do we change the character of this room in a way that's going to help us develop better solutions. And I don't know the answer to that, but I think we're trying to figure some answers out to that. But with that, I just want to add my thanks to you, Doug,
Thank
and
you,
to the
Ted.
university.
Thank you. All right. Well, let's thank our panel. And just to wrap this up, I mean, again, thanks to all the speakers and all the sponsors. But the one thing that I believe makes this conference year in and year out one of the better ones, if I could be so, arrogant as to say that, is this conference always has the best audiences, which sounds very pandering, I know. But if I was going to pander, I would have done it yesterday, not now. So thank all of you, and go forth and multiply.